Welcome to another exciting installment of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. As you look at the topic, the title, and everything, you know things are going to get heated tonight. You know this is the place to be. So, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, and we can get this party started. Tell everybody, look, this is the way you want to be at right now. Listen to the College Genesis for the next few hours and everything, because nobody's going to bring it like the College Genesis, you know? So we got a good show for you tonight, folks, and continuing on my Call of Thanos series and whatnot, with the Infinity Gauntlet, tonight we're talking about the mind. And the mind is a terrible thing to waste. And that's why I believe the mind is so terrible thing to waste when God decided to don't have to give most Negroes don't have one. The guy was sparingly when he was handing out minds and whatnot, so he'll make sure that not to waste it. A mind's a terrible thing to waste, and that's why a lot of you people are stupid, because you don't have a mind and everything. A lot of people are in this world are stupid. They're just plain out dumb. A mind's a terrible thing to waste, and then God just said, you know something, people are stupid, so why waste it on ignorant idiots and morons and everything? Why give them a mind and whatnot? You're gonna be stupid and not use it anyway. And one thing this one guy used to say on Riding Danger, a mind's a terrible thing. It needs to be stopped before it hurts somebody. Tonight we go into the realm of the mind. So how do we change people's hearts and minds? How do we get into somebody's mind? The mind's the one thing that separates different groups of people. Like you got Pierre Guado in the chat room right now. Now he's a black man. I'm a black man. Everything. What separates him and me and that Haitian? The mind. There's an African American mind, and then there's a Haitian mind. There's an African American mind, and there's a Liberian mind. There's an African American mind and a Nigerian mind. We can be all the same. Who's getting insulted today? Hey, everybody gets insulted today. Everybody is going to get a turn and whatnot. There's nobody is spared from the wrath of the College Genesis and everything. So, like I said, a mind's a terrible thing to waste. They say I'm Haitian, Guadeloupe, dude, man, you're Haitian. Pierre, that's Haitian. Stop it. You may have been born in Guadeloupe and whatnot, but it's like, no, it's not the culture, bro. It's the mind, Chukwe. And I heard today on thing, you freaking idiots that was on Kaiser's show. You guys gonna come here to this country and you're gonna start telling us, like I told you, start telling Black America what to do and how we do and everything like that. You gotta stop it. We have two different minds. The mind is a terrible thing to waste, and that's why Chukwo don't have one. God just said, something, man, Chukwo, you're a fucking moron. So I'm not gonna give you a mind. I'm not gonna give you a brain. Because a mind's a terrible thing to waste. So we got Chukwo in the house tonight. What you call? Look. Frenchie is still moderator. Mari's still moderator. I can't help it like that. But the bottom line is, I can't be soft. They want me to be soft. They want me to be a kinder, gentler collar. And I tried the kinder, gentler thing on that, but it just don't work. When I'm dealing with friggin' outright savages and people like that, whether it's the ADOS FBA goofballs or these Africans and these other clowns out here, I gotta become Carl Thanos and whatnot and put everything in perspective. And so the bottom line is, now is not the time. People want this nice world where everybody just lovey-dovey. That is not the real world. I don't know where we ever got this notion that Black people after 400 years are going to have some love and everything. No, it don't work like that. You don't uproot people from the continent and stuff like that and have them suffer all this and expect there to be some peaceful kumbaya and everything. Not only that, rightfully so, Black people in America say like are saying, something, despite all our problems, I'm looking at this thing about the Great Migration and Black African Americans playing a key role in building the industrial North and everything like that. And so we basically have a stake in this country that we help build, and so we're saying to ourselves, man, after everything, after we were cast out of our own continent, cast out of paradise and cast out of our continent, everything, the same people who basically arrogantly let us be taken by the Europeans are now coming to this country thinking they want a piece of the actual. How sad and pathetic that is. That people that hated us, that basically got to come over here and live under the same country because their country can't make it. So that's rightfully so. Now, I welcome black immigrants and everything, but the bottom line is a lot of people starting to say, is it really worth it? Let me tell you something, folks. In order for you to basically get along with somebody, you have to believe that person is your equal. And I'm sorry, Chukwe, when not a lot of black people in America do not see you people as equal. You know, say so when you have something to bring to the table that Black America wants, and we say we can value and everything like that. Say, look, I would like to be in your country, or you can be in my country. Yeah, I don't have a slave code. Well, it doesn't matter if we have a slave code. It's our culture here, and we're happy with it. So the bottom line is this: you may call it a grievance and everything because you're not one of us. So the bottom line, if you don't feel like being a permanent victim and stuff like that, then you could basically go off because we're not changing for you. We're not changing for you. You can sit there and go to hell. He said, look, he goes, I don't have a slave culture. Look how stupid these people sound. Chukwu is somebody that sits there and basically takes his talking points of white supremacists. White people are the biggest complainers and entitlement people in the world. White people think they believe because they're white they have born with entitlement. How dare you talk about black people? How just basically ask them for basic human rights is not talk about being a permanent victim. It's basically talk about a system that really degraded us. Do you understand that our cities and towns and everything were burned to the ground? That we have legalized segregation in this country and whatnot? How dare you sit here and talk about a permanent grievance class and everything like that? Yeah, we do have a grievance class because the bottom line is what this country allowed to happen to us. We don't have a freaking land and government of our own. And also, Chukwu, if you don't understand something, we did not ask for any of this. We did not ask to be brought here. So the bottom line is America does owe us. They brought us into this shit, so the bottom Shelby Steele. Shut up with just Shelby Steele stuff. Shelby Steele is a damn near white man talking about a fucking black issue and whatnot. I know Shelby Steele and whatnot, but the guy basically is one of those black conservatives who want to go along and get along because he wants to satisfy his white friends and everything. Sometimes you guys say like this, we all understand the game of life, but the bottom line is, I learned a long time ago, if you worried about what your white friends think, then you have no business talking for black people, because a lot of stuff, I have white friends, but a lot of stuff I say, if they heard it and they know it or not, they're not going to agree with, and rightfully so. But I got to keep saying what I'm saying right now, regardless. I'm not going to sit here and turn my blind to white privilege and stuff like that. It still afflicts our people and not just to appease them. No, it ain't worth it. If they're your friend, if these white people are your friend, they'll understand where you're coming from, even if they don't agree with you. So the bottom line is this: I don't really care what people like Shelby Steele and all these other goofballs think when because they're thinking about their white buddies and white friends. Him and like that coon what's his name? Thomas Sowell. All these goofballs and whatnot that basically say what the white man wants to hear. These guys never hold white people accountable for anything, And so basically the only one to do is put all the look, after everything that we went through in this country, when I legalized discrimination and everything, how the hell are you gonna put the onus on black people just to shut up and go along to get along? I'm sorry, Chukwu, you gotta take that shit and shove it up your ass. Tonight we're talking about the Mind Stone, and the mind. What makes the mind of a Chukwu? Where do they come from? The black conservative. Where's in his mind? Why is he a friggin' Uncle Tom and a coon? Or the mind of the Uncle Tom? Let's talk about the mind of the Uncle Tom, the race trader, and folks like that tonight. What's up, Bantu Mandinka? He's been quiet lately. Bantu Mandinka, he's been playing his part. But tonight we're talking about the mind stone, and we'll get into people's mind. And how is G being disrespectful? I don't even remember. I'll listen to the comment section. Like Frenchie coming at me when this shit had to look into the comments she's talking about. That was actually Dollar Bill who made that comment and called Chukwo a shit slinger. That wasn't me. That was Dollar Bill. That was my good brother Dollar Bill. He called Chukwe a shit slinger and whatnot. You know, living in poop in Lagos, Nigeria. We're not gonna talk shit. I never say. I would never say something like that. You know, pretty ingenious though. You know, call him a shit slinger. You know. Imagine you walk around slinging shit for a living and whatnot. Yeah, Black America this, Black America that, and whatnot. And you living fucking floating in shit all over the place, you know? You know? Oh man, I'm gonna highlight this, you know. You know, he said, go Chukwe, go back to your mud hut, you monkey meat. Ooh. Ooh. That was tough, bro. Woo. You know? G said that was his poor masculinity. Yeah. People have this idea. They go on the internet, right, and they look at all these channels where you got these soft ass Negroes like Phil Lindsay and whatnot, and they think we're all like that. You know, no. And on this channel, College Genesis, we're actually soldiers for our people. We're African American soldiers. We're the toughest there is. You know, you come to us in friendship and brotherhood and understanding. There's not nobody will stick your hand out and call you a brother, you know, and forgive you and say, look, let's get on as a brother. But you come over here with war in your heart and you want to make war on us, we will fucking come after you. We don't give a damn who you think you are and everything. Don't throw that Pan-African bullshit up in our face. So I'm telling all people right now, all bets are off. I'm sick and tired of people pulling a Pan-African card when they're coming after us and whatnot, coming after my people and whatnot, you know. I'm first and foremost Black America, African American. Like I was saying the other night, I was looking at my DNA from years back when I was just looking at it again. It always changes, right? On one hand, one time I was like 17% from Mali and no Senegambia. Now they got me at 7% Mali and then 10% Senegambia. So they must have found some Senegambia and split it between that and like that. I'm more Nigerian than I was before. It used to be I was 50% Congolese. Now I'm like 40%, and I'm like 25% Nigerian. I'm like, God damn, I'm about to quit suicide, man. Like, I'm 25% Nigerian. No, man. What the hell, man? Why did God do that to me? When I'm 25% Nigerian. I'm 25% from that being from that open fucking sewer. But then you know what? Even though Nigeria's a shithole and open sewer and whatnot, I'll rep that shit, man. You know, my DNA, I'll rep that shit. But the thing that people understand is, I am the trace DNA where I directly come from is African American, right? They trace me to the Gullah Geechee, the South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia region right there, African American, and then another African American region is the Chesapeake, Virginia, North Carolina, you know, Chesapeake Bay region. That's my father's from, you know, so that's completely accurate. My mother's mother came from George Macon, Georgia. That's the Gullah Geechee side. There's two different types of African Americans I'm part of, right? Now, if I had African ancestry in New York, you know, there's African Americans who were in New York and New England at the from the beginning of this country, right? If you have ancestry that were here since I would trace to New York, a New York African American lineage, whatnot, you know. And so I don't have that. Then if you were from Louisiana, it would trace back to Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. That's one region right there of African Americans, you know. But I'm Northern Florida, Southern Georgia, and South Carolina. That African American right there, that's Gullah Geechee. And then I'm the North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, and the Chesapeake Bay area, right? That's two regions of African Americans I'm for. So that means now we African Americans are a new subset of Black people. We're no longer Nigerians. We're no longer Congolese. We're no longer none of these people that want to claim us all of a sudden, right? We're a new race, a new ethnic group called African Americans. That's who we are, you know, and we got to take pride in that, you know. Our culture. I'm not no Babatunde Kala and whatnot. You know, I'm not a damn Nigerian. Some of my ancestors may have came from Nigeria, but I'm not Nigerian. I'm proud to be Black African American. I am proud of that, you know. Mukman says I'm out in VA. Yeah, but I'm originally from New York, but from the Great Migration. I'm from North Carolina, actually. Even though I live in Virginia right now, but my ancestry are not too far from here. From the Dismal Swamp, Elizabeth City, North Weeksville, North Carolina area, right? And then I got down in Windsor and stuff like that. Bertie County, and that's my father and my mother's side, paternal side, and then my mother's maternal side. I'm from Macon, Georgia, and the Savannah, Macon, Georgia, right down that area right there, in Charleston, South Carolina. So I'm damn proud of my heritage. I'm proud of my Gullah Geechee heritage. I'm proud of my Atlantic Creole. The area of Virginia, North Carolina, and all that are called Atlantic Creoles. We're Creole people from the Chesapeake area. When Creole black people, Atlantic Creole. I'm Atlantic Creole and Gullah Geechee. That's what I am. Those two elements of Black America. So I'm proud of that one, and I'm 1% Native American, just 1% Native American. So yeah, so I'm proud of it. Yeah, I'm probably there's nothing wrong with it because I know for a fact that the matter is, all you guys would trade places with us in a minute. You're just jealous. I'm proud of massive. Oh, where do you come from? You come from an island. You was a slave too. So I'm proud of what they have. These guys come to America, right? They want all the benefits of America, but they want to try to make us feel bad because we're here. No, we're here in America. We love what our ancestors built in America and everything like that. And for a fact of the matter is, you want to trade places with us in a minute. So we don't want to be. Then why are you in this country? That's they'll say you guys are here because you can't make it. I wouldn't want to be. Why would I want to be someplace and be on the bottom or whatever, or be outside or whatnot? You got if you were proud of your heritage, you'd be living there. Whatever Guadalupe, wherever the hell you think you're from, you'd be living there. You wouldn't be here in America. I'm here where I was born. I'm happy in France. What is France? France is not a freaking white black country. France is a white country. You stupid idiot. That's what I'm talking about. These people sit online, talk all day, talk shit about Black America, like they got it popping in their country, like they got shit going on. So like, geez, man, yeah, your name, nigga, old shit talking. I have 1% Native American, but so I'm not no Native American. So kill that, Elvis. So now this Chukwu said we got milk white guilt. What white guilt about milk, man? The bottom line is I basically built my life. Everybody black people I know went out there and got theirs. My family in New York are millionaires. My little cousin Jerome, his wife and everything like that, and my cousin Debbie, they're millionaires. They own buildings in New York City. We came to New York. Our family came to New York in the 40s and 50s and 60s and went out from the deep south and built New York City. Through the civil service, everything like that. Kids graduate college, built homes, had many different everything. We used to always go. All my family all we know is family vacation, going on trips together and everything like that, living a good life and everything. We didn't ask nobody for nothing. So you guys got this nonsense about we're sitting around talking about the white man. White people never come up in our conversations. That's your bullshit that you don't even know anything about, Chukwu. That's why Dollar Bill had to get on your ass the other day. People are like, oh, you guys are so hard on Chukwu because Chukwu is a freaking piece of garbage, Chukwu is a freaking garbage, And what have I built? We built right now. I'm a successful businessman right now. So, so the bottom line is you guys can't take out the fact that our ancestors, what they did in this country and everything against all the odds. I'm proud of what my ancestors built. I'm proud of the foundation they laid for me today to build an insurance agency, one of the top insurance agencies in my state. I'm proud of that. I was basically used to be a pan-African. I thought Africa was going to one day deliver me, and I was going to basically be living on a continent, and we're going to have this big thing. We're going to be doing investments. That never happened. America came through for me. Why? Because this is what my ancestors fought for. They didn't fight for me to fucking be fucking in Africa and stuff like that. They fought for me to build something in this country, and I did. So I got to give respect for my ancestors and whatnot. So I got honor that, you know. See? Oh, you know, but that's what these guys, like I said, about reality. These guys have their own reality of what Black America is. We're all living in the housing projects. We're all on welfare and everything. They create their own reality and everything. That's not true. Africans create their own reality of them being successful, them getting off the plane, and they all got $100,000 in the bank and all stuff like that. You got people like Mike Olawale who actually thinks. I'm thinking about all upstate New York has to be the finest Black women on the planet. The girls, like women I grew up with, the sisters I grew up with. I mean, the finest Black women on the planet. Culture. You go to the house, you got to meet their fathers and all like that. Beautiful families and everything like that. Girls with a stocking, they're so classy and everything. And I was saying to myself, what chances somebody like a Zongo or Mola Mali would have had with these females? None whatsoever. I tell you what, Michael Awale and Zongo, they get all our fat chicks and whatnot. That's who chase African dudes, Babatundes, and Longstroke Kwame is the friggin' the fat chicks in our community, you know? Yeah, so stop going to Africa. I'm not going, trust me, Paige, if I'm going to Africa, it's not nobody that's related to you, you know? Stop going to Africa. First of all, I'm an exception. Most Black people in America, Black men in America, are with Black women. You know, it's 25% marriage rate. Oh my God, you know. No, I don't have a baby mama. I have a fiance and a wife. You know. So the bottom line, you guys are, oh yeah, but the bottom line is she's more Black American than I am. Her family is more Black American than I am because she's descended from African Americans. You know. So you can kill that stuff like that, you know. All you gotta do is sit back and just have your alternative, bro. What is in the mind of the so-called Black immigrant? You know, why are they so freaking jealous and so hateful? You know, they got all these packed with stereotypes and stupidity. You know, what is in the mind? You know, like I said, the mind's a terrible thing to waste and everything. That's why Chukwu don't have one. You know, Chukwu and Pierre don't have a mind. You know, a mind's a terrible thing to waste. You know. And so, and we could. This is a good discussion. I want to talk about stuff, but basically, these guys always come in here with this stupid tribalism shit, challenging me. They get their feelings hurt, you know. Because you want to be out with us because we're pure. We don't give a shit about you being pure blood. What the fuck does that got to be mean anything? You're pure blooded. What we fucking do? You know, we want to medal. You guys come over here with this. Oh, we're pure blood. Who cares? The fuck cares what you are? And that's what you guys know. We don't give a shit about you. We don't. You guys don't rent space in our heads. We're always in your heads. You know. The FBA, your FBA. I'm not a fucking FBA, you jackass. You know. I'm not obsessed with white man. Show me anywhere on this show where I even mentioned the white man. No, so where's College Genesis, Pierre? Where's my moderators at? We need people. I need people timing these fucking stupid niggas out. You know, the comments. You got to come up here and show me where College Genesis ever mentions a white man on the show. You know. She actually, my wife is actually of African American descent. You know, you stupid idiot. You know, her family lives in America. You would not her sisters and everything. They look Black American. You know, because her auntie is light skinned, her cousins are light skinned. And the bottom line is they blended and assimilated into Black culture in America. They live in Rhode Island and stuff like that. And they basically, when you look at them, they look like Black sisters from America. You know, I'm not confused. Nothing. I'm African American. I don't claim. I'm not claiming to be African. And I'm not claiming to be FBA. I know for a fact that I am not a freaking African. I'm not an African. I'm African American. You know, my DNA and my mind. You know what separates me? Not even DNA. It's my mind. You know. Yeah, no, I ain't no. This. Let me tell you something, bro. Most Africans are cool. They're cool with us. You know, don't go by what you see on these social media platforms. You know, they live in their own alternative reality. You know, social media has created an African that's friggin' the African from hell. He really thinks that we think Africa is Wakanda and these guys got to pull that they're our equals and all stuff like that. No, it don't work like that. That's not reality. That's fantasy. You're what you call all this stuff about Africans popping, Africans doing well in America, Africans succeeding, black immigrants. It's fantasy. It's not reality. It's not real life. It's only something you're gonna see online, and it's created by them, to impress white people. Like they're the alternative Negroes and whatnot in America. So Chukwe, you see yourself through. No, you see us through white people's eyes. Because the white people convinced you, the fact that you believe all these stereotypes about us that we're sitting around talking about white people all day, it means you see us through the white man's eyes. The white man thinks we got him on our brain all the time. What we call the white man on the brain disease. We're not thinking about no goddamn white people. They're irrelevant. When they want to bring shit up and they think they're the center of our freaking conversation all the time, and it's not. It's people who don't know us, like Chukwe gets up there and basically Chukwa gets up there and basically talk about, oh yeah, Massa, they're talking about you all the time, some people I know, look, I can't tell you, my brother Mukmuk, how to think. All I'm saying is I've been to Africa and like that, and I know a lot of Africans. They're not all like this. The enemies of black people are the ones you see on social media. The enemies of Black America are the ones you see online. That's where they come with this thing, and they basically now it's like the damage relationship between Black America and Africa happened online. Before social media, everybody was getting along fine. I don't hate dark skinned freaking black women. I love my dark skinned sisters. Where you get off that I hate. See, these guys make up lies that Kala doesn't like dark skinned women when like that. My wife, my fiance is dark skinned, pretty much. Not real dark, but she's dark enough. When I love dark skinned sisters, I ain't got no beef with no dark skinned women and whatnot, a woman's fine, she's fine. And she's good looking, she's feminine, she's feminine. I don't go by freaking color. You foreigners, one that's culture. You come here and you guys lust over light-skinned Black American women and whatnot, and you guys lust after them, dream about them, and all stuff like that, chase them and whatnot, and they still reject your stupid ass. I am not an FBA. I'm not a foundational Black American. I'm African American, right? Because foundational Black Americans don't believe that they have an African origin. They believe that they started here in America and they're already here and those kind of stupid nonsense. I realize that I come from the African continent. I have both African, I have European, and I'm Native American DNA, but I'm like 88% Black African. That makes me Black African, But the bottom line is my DNA trace is two regions: the Chesapeake, Atlantic Creole Chesapeake area region, and the Gullah Geechee region, of the Sea Islands in Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina. Those are the two African American groups I'm descent from, So the bottom line is this, Bruce said, why is skin complexion being like? I didn't bring it up. These guys bring that shit up, So yeah, whatever it is. You guys, it is. I am what I am. I'm proud to be what I am. I don't want to be African. I'm proud to be what I am. I'm proud of my bloodline. I'm proud of how I came out and whatnot. I'm proud of my skin color. I'm proud of everything. I don't wish I was darker skinned. I don't wish I was light skinned. I don't wish I was. I'm happy to be what I am. All right, like in the middle and everything like that. And just love what I am. And bottom line, I'm not gonna sit there running around talking about I hate myself. I wish I was more Black. I wish I was more African. I wish I was pure. Get the fuck out of here. This is the way God made me. I can't help it that I had European ancestry or I'm Native American. I'm different. I'm a mixture of several different Africans and whatnot. I'm not a fucking Igbo. I'm not a Yoruba. Only when I'm friggin' not a Congolese. I'm not a Wolof. I'm a combination of all that. And so I'm a new race, Let's be honest with ourselves. Most of us come from West Africa, bro. We're like, we gotta get out of that nonsense. That's how they win. When we deny our heritage, you gotta have proof. When you get your DNA test, your DNA will tell you exactly where you come from. and I am like 85% West African, Central African, and I'm basically, and I don't give a damn. I'm proud of that, But that doesn't mean I have any friggin' no DNA. DNA is accurate. DNA is accurate because bottom line is this: I'm a trace African American DNA. That's from the Carolinas and whatnot, and it was so accurate, right? I have my cousins and my mother took the test one night. They showed up. My mother was up there. She's your mother, and my two cousins on that such and such such. Your first cousin, everything. That is so accurate. DNA testing is so freaking accurate. It tells you exactly what you are, and you do your genealogy test. Put all you do. You put all four of your grandparents in there, and they'll tell you your family tree going back hundreds of years, stuff like that. So you got to know who you are. You got to know who you are. All these Africans haters, they win. Okay, we agree to disagree, but the bottom line is this: I know who I am. I'm at peace, so I don't have to like this. People say, "Are you African?" Yeah, I'm 85% African blood. That doesn't mean I have any allegiance to Africa. Well, that my people are over here, African Americans. If you come from an African American family, then you ain't worried about all that stuff like that. You say, "Yeah, I'm proud to be African. I'm 85% African blood and everything. I come from different parts of Africa and everything. And that's the majority of my bloodline." But I'm also a new people called Black African American. Because we've been here 400 years now, just like the Scott Irish, right? The Scott Irish are different from the Scottish people. The Scott Irish come from Scotland, but they lived in Ireland for like 700 years. So they have a different DNA pattern than the people who stayed in Scotland. So that's what it is. It's like you got Scott Irish, they come over here, they're completely distinct race from the Scottish, and it's completely different, distinct race from the Irish. There's nothing wrong with that, So we're now African Americans are distinct people because of our DNA, not because we're separate, not because we're different, just that we're a DNA mixture with each other for 400 years away from Africa. And when that created a new DNA pattern, because most African Americans are homogeneous in our DNA. We're pretty much homogeneous, And so different to you, the talented tenth. The bottom line is that talented tenth was bringing garbage. That was the boule bullshit they was talking about, The talented tenth, whatnot. That was just a way of certain black people, the mulattoes, and all these other people, basically separate themselves and try to get favor white people. We didn't benefit. There's no talented. How can you be a talented tenth if you're not even part of the so-called community that you'll be a part of? Black people, for the most part, were groping in the dark, and we had to make it on our own. There was no talent test. What was the talent test for? What talent did they have? What they produce for the black community? Nothing. So how can you call them a talented tenth when they didn't produce nothing? People go, "I'm a talented tenth. I'm the son of a talented tenth." True, bro, you're not no talented tenth, bro. You're a freaking idiot, So it is what it is. But I'm never gonna run away from my ancestry. When I have no problem saying, "Yeah, I'm 85 to 88% Black African," from Central and West Africa. That's my DNA bloodline. I am not going to run away from that and whatnot. And I'm not going to worry that I'm partial European and I'm partial Native American. That's who I am for 40 years. I would believe that probably right there is probably 99% of Black American. That's why Black American, for the most part, we're all, almost pretty much all related because we carry the same DNA. Our DNA pattern is unique, and everybody, nobody else has our DNA matching with us. A Nigerian is never going to have our DNA. So we say you could put people in the lineup in the room, and people say, "Who's Nigerian? Who's Black American?" People say you can't tell. No, you can't tell until you do a DNA test. DNA will tell you who's a Ghanaian, who's an African American, who's a Nigerian, and who's what. So that's what I'm saying. And they say, well, that's just DNA. But the bottom line is this: being away from the continent, suffering from the slavery and stuff like that, created a different mind, what I call the African American mind. So some people who don't understand. See, I understand why Black, even though I don't agree with reparations, I don't agree with victimization and stuff like that people talk about, but I understand the mind, of Black America. I know that a lot of times we just talk out of our mouth and we have a grievance and stuff like that. We're going through a lot of pain and suffering, and stuff like that, and self-doubt. And so we lash out sometimes. And so like, it looks like we're complaining all the time, but we're not, So when somebody like Chukwu comes like, you guys are always complaining. No, we have these conversations among ourselves, but we understand where they're coming from. It's coming from a place of hurt and pain. See, if you understand the African American mind, which you don't, most Black people are good people. They're hardworking people, and then they're not asking for nothing, and we don't wish white people or nobody any harm. That's who we are as a people. I know my people. We don't wish Africans any harm. We don't wish white people any harm. We're the most forgiving people on the freaking planet, So the bottom line is, so when you don't understand who we are because you're not one of us, you misrepresent us and make it seem like we're just sitting around talking about racism and entitlement and stuff like this, and you're being disingenuous, because you don't know us. Those of us who know our people and know who we are, we understand our people and everything. We understand that, okay, even the way I deal with reparations, I know a lot of Black people are hurt and pain when they watch slave films and everything. Of course they're angry, it makes them angry. See, now I have the means to basically pull myself out of that, but a lot of Black people don't have that what I have. So of course they're gonna be like, man, this government, everybody else is getting over. Why can't we get a piece of the pie, whatever like that, Even though I know reality is never gonna happen, but I'm not gonna sit there and tell Black people they're stupid for thinking like that. That's the difference between me and you, Chukwu. I may joke about reparations and stuff like that, but I understand why our people do that. That's because I love my people. When you love your people, you have you give them grace, you understand them, and so you don't condemn them and whatnot. You don't demonize them like Chukwu does. No, I never said I support reparations. I said I support I understand why they want it. Don't mean I support reparations. I don't support it whatsoever. I don't want it. In other words, basically, somebody said, what's priority to you? Reparations not one of them, because I know it's like saying, do you support Santa Claus? Now if people want to believe in Santa Claus, this is how reparations is, Pierre, if you don't know. There's a lot of people that believe in Santa Claus, like my nieces right now. They're still they believe in Santa Claus. I don't believe in Santa Claus, but I'm not going to basically tell them, oh, Santa Claus is fake. When I let them figure that out themselves. You see how it works? You see why they call me the College Genesis? You see why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show? No, the bottom line is you ain't no half Black American. You're not one of us, bro. I'm half Black American. No, you're not. If you are, please go someplace else. We disown you. We don't want you. I only chastise you. You don't love Black people. You don't love Black American, whatnot. Please go away, Chukwu. We don't want people like you. We don't want you. We disown you. You're just a freaking joke. When I go try to help chastise your dirty Igbo people and whatnot. Your people where you come from in Nigeria and whatnot. Nigeria's a fucking open sewer and whatnot. What the hell? No, he's not zipping viewpoint. The bottom line is this: if people don't love us, I don't want you. I don't want you. If you're not one of us and not in our culture and everything like that, this guy clearly doesn't like us and everything like that because he always got smoke for us. Bottom line, if he was basically really honest, he would start by saying, something, you go to friggin' rural America and white people who want moonshine and stuff like that, you look at the moonshiners right now, to this day, you got people breaking the law and stuff like that because they're selling moonshine. The government says don't sell moonshine. People still sell moonshine, lawlessness and everything like that. But it's okay because it's they're white. But when it's Black people and everything like that, oh, you guys don't like obeying the law. You guys get in trouble and everything like that. You got white people who basically are distributing fentanyl and some everything. Rural white America is a freaking dying a mess right now, But you see Chukwu, why don't he give some of his advice for that, I never said I support reparation, you freaking moron. Can somebody show me where I said I support reparations? I said I understand their cause for reparations, but like I say, just like saying, Carla, do you support Santa Claus? No, I don't support Santa Claus. But if a little kid, my niece and nephew, want to believe in Santa Claus, I'm not going to tell them the wiser because that's what they believe. Now, Frenchie, do you believe I hate dark-skinned women? No. I love dark skinned sisters, you know. I think Frenchie's a little cutie. Yeah, my wife is dark skinned. She's not really dark, but she's dark skinned. She's like dark brown, whatever, like that. She's cute as hell. Yeah, she's a little cutie, you know. And the reason why I got with her is because bottom line is I want people to see that I love real black women, you know, even though she's of African American descent and whatnot, you know, but she, Isabella. When you look at her, she's like a black American girl. You know, she's not like an indigenous African. You know, you could tell an indigenous African from a American Liberian. You could really tell them. You know, bottom line is, hey, I take it, man. She's not pale, light skin, whatever like this. So I said, hey, look is good. I don't really give a damn about color. I do care about your size. Isabella is smoking hot. She has a body like, oh my god, man. Like I first started dating her, man. She would show me pictures of her in a bikini. Holy Jesus, that's what got me. A female with her body, the female body. I mean, Isabella just put together so perfectly and everything. I remember when I went to go see her earlier this year. I said, I went to the shoe store, right? I bought her two pairs of shoes, right? I bought her high heels, regular high heels, open high heels, and I bought her these boots, right? These black boots, right, with the high heels, the clogged high heel thing, right? The boots. I said, baby, you gotta wear this. Well, I said, look, don't wear it. I'm sick of you wearing those goddamn sandals and whatnot. I want to see you. I said, we got a tour group coming here. I want to see you looking smoking hot in front of everybody, right? So, like I said, so she was like, okay, the tour, we couldn't do it like that, doing a lot of stuff, you know. But the last night of the tour, after we did the investment conference, she looked so good, the investment conference, right? And then we went afterwards with the after party, we went to the club, right? And she went upstairs and put on her freaking shoes, and she had these real tight black jeans on with the blouse. Oh my god, man. She looked so freaking sexy in those shoes. Something about women. Let me tell you something. Something about a woman with high heels on and whatnot. It just does it for me. A woman got nice legs, high heels, thin, slender, and everything. Like that just does it for me, man. I'm just like, oh, I said, God, I am in heaven. I got the perfect woman. She was just looking so fucking good, man. When we went out to the club, we all went out to the club for dinner. Went to Calabas for dinner. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy. God, thank you. I got the perfect woman. I just got to get it back to America. Perfect woman. And say, okay, you're not black America. Stop it. You cosplaying us. You're not black. You're not one of us. Say you are not one of us. When I just stop it, man. Please stop it. Lord have mercy. But get rid of these people. Be who you are. You're a Nigerian reject. Just be what you are, man. I'll accept you for what you are, but you can't be us. Playing Black America is an exclusive club. Can't be us. Sorry. We're not accepting new membership. We're not accepting Kamala Harris. We're not accepting Rachel Dolezal. These other goofballs. Even an Afro think tank when that is not African American. When it's about, he's a rabbit mulatto. You see how he looks lately, man? He looks like a freaking mess. He's a stupid mulatto or not with a nappy head. He looks like a bum. You see him right now. He looks like he's homeless over there in Nigeria. It's about Nigeria, dude, man, go back to America and take a fucking bath. Take a bath, man. It's about pan-Africanism. Talking about what Nigerians think about Black America. Who the fuck cares? I guarantee you, my wife does not have no Liberian where she's loyal to me. That's the whole thing about love about her. And she don't even look. She's you guys ain't look used to having fucking a woman that just forget all yours and don't have to like. Even though she's mad at me right now, she's mad at me. Isabel's mad at me right now. When I know she's not going to a place. She's mine, and she's not gonna look at no other guy because she's not going. She's a decent woman. She's not no damn whore. What she don't need a boyfriend for? She got me. And the bottom line, she does not like, Check us out. She does not, she's not attracted to Liberian men whatsoever, particularly native boy. You want to hear something funny? They basically, they call like the native boy the boy. I'm like, yo, Isabella, you can't be calling a grown ass man the boy. We got people that work for us around the house boys and whatnot, and drivers the ball. We got we got to go pick up the ball. And the dude be like older than me and whatnot. You call him I say, look, that's a grown man. Just because he comes from the country, he may be a Kron man or a Ganta man. He may be this, but she calls him the ball. That's the culture. What the fuck does she want to be with some fucking Liberian the ball? They don't. These women, the women, the Congo women and whatnot, they don't freaking. They have no attraction to you motherfuckers at all. So Elvis, you can get that out of your head. That she got something like, you guys got some imagination, man. Your mind, man, that like these women. Like, only way you can get a woman like that if you rape her. Thank you, Frenchie. I love Frenchie. Frenchie's my ride or die chick, man. I tell you what, if you guys were even smart, man, you guys would come up here with your game plan, and you could get someone like Frenchie. You go up to England, wherever she's at, not take her out to dinner and whatnot. Let's go. Why are you so angry? I'm not angry. I'm a happy man. I'm a happy man tonight. Colin, why are you so angry? I'm trying to get into the Mind Stone. I'm calling Thanos tonight. I'm using the Infinity Gauntlet to get into the Mind Stone. And I said a mind is a terrible thing to waste, right? And that's why God didn't give Negroes with any, because God was very sparingly, when he handed out the mind, right? See, like I said, the mind's a terrible thing to waste. That's why Pierre is a freaking idiot, He says, I hate Africans, I do love Frenchie and I do love Africans, but I said, Africans are Africans, African Americans are African Americans. Simple as that. We can all love each other, but don't tell me I gotta be you. No, that's the problem right there. You guys want me to become you. No, I'm sorry. That's not my reality. Africa's not my reality, I could go over there and visit, I'll have a good time, man. It's like, you go over there, you have a good time and everything. But at some point in time, I want to go back to my beautiful life that I have over here, and with my family and my business, everything like that, So the bottom line is this, the idea that we're going to create this Wakanda and all this kind of stuff, that's not going to happen. That's not reality, We dealt with reality the other day, and whatnot. Tonight we're dealing with the mind. And like I said, the mind's a terrible thing to waste, As Eric Adams, I don't know who Eric Adams is. Eric Adams, like I said, the mind. Does Eric Adams seem African American to you? He basically opened the freaking country up to Haitians and Venezuelans and everything like that, and basically tell Black America shit on Black America. Black America built New York City. Now we're basically being pushed out by all these migrants, these useless migrants and everything like that, Who's a victimhood, Chukwu, who's a victimhood? Africans don't get all this code. Africans are the biggest victims on the planet. Are you kidding me? And Baruti, Broody, you need to address this and stop trying to address me. He said Africans are the biggest victim. Why do you think Africans go all over the world getting people's student visas all over the world? Every time you see an African, why is Africans messed up? Oh, because of colonialism and exploitation by white people. They're stealing our resources and everything. Africans are the biggest victimhood in the freaking world. What are you talking about? Africans, all Africans do is talk about greed. Why do you think they come to America? Because they freaking are victim, the victim mindset. So Chukwu, you can shut the hell up. You're a freaking clown. And like I said, and I can't wait till dollar bill comes on the night to deal with your fucking ass, And Baruti says, Kali, if you don't see yourself as an African. No, I don't see myself as an African. Why would I do that, I say like this. I'm an African American, right? If we're black, we're black African American. I'm a different group. In other words, basically, just like you have Zimbabweans, right? You have Namibians, you have South Africans, you have Nigerians, everything. I'm African American. I am not an African, period. No. You guys, if I'm going to build something, I'm building something with my own people. This is my tribe. This is my nation right here. That's who I want to build with. I have no intention of trying to become one of you people. I don't know you. I don't want to know you. But if you want to join our community and you want to assimilate with us, that's fine. But somebody like Chuko could never do it because he's a liar. You know, he basically hang us out there talking we're victims and everything. But Africans are the biggest victims on the freaking planet. Why do you think that Africans are all over the world living in everybody else's country? You know, claiming asylum. The Africans are the biggest asylum-seeking people in the world. You know. Frenchie's coming for dollar bill tonight. Woo! And Big Black. I'm glad I'm not on the chop. I cleared myself. Frenchie's not mad at me, bro. Y'all better watch it, man. Frenchie's coming for y'all tonight, bro. You know, so Chukwa, come on, with the victimhood. What is Africans with their stupid asylum seeking shit, you know? You going over there, Africans basically, every last single African country begs for foreign aid and whatnot, you know? It's like, but yet we're the victims. Do you guys see how you see yourself? Now, I hate embarrassing people, right? Because we're all, I believe we're all family and everything like that. But when you guys come for us and whatnot, and I say something like that and hurt your feelings, understand where it's coming from. You see, Frenchie, this guy said something, we're victims and everything like that, right? And I just threw it back at him. I said, well, who basically begs the international community for handouts and everything? Africa is the biggest begging platform in the world, you know? But they come for us all the time like we're begging and everything. We don't get shit from this country, you know? So, like I said, man, people, when you come for us and whatnot, hey, look, and I hit you, you get hit back, you get pimp slap, whatnot, don't say nothing.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill. Remember that song? Who sung that? Man. Dollar bill.
That? Jimmy Spicer.
Jimmy Spicer, yeah. Dollar bill. That's going way back, man. That's your time period, man. Jimmy Spicer.
Yeah, that's my period,
man. That's your time period, man.
That's my day.
I want to sing, man. I just remember that song. That was like one of the first hip hop songs I ever heard. Dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. Jimmy Spicer, you know.
Jimmy Spicer. Now I can't believe that my girl Frenchie, I defended her the other day. The fellows were trying to gang up on her and they were trying to trying to talk to her. I said, no, don't treat my sister that way. Don't do it that way. And now she's angry with me because I said some things to Chukwe, who claims to be half African American.
He ain't no half African American. That's bullshit.
So Frenchie, you can address me. I'm always going to be nice and courteous to you. But just remember, I wasn't attacking the Nigerian side of him. I was attacking his African American side that he claims that his mother's an African American. Now she's a Bohemian, and all of this fantasy
stuff like this,
that he tries to tell us.
You see Elvis trying to say that my wife has a Liberian. Isabel was disrespectful. Yo, look, let me tell you something. How these women, the Congo women, think of these names. They just call them the boy. They see you like people like Elvis as boys. They don't see them as men. They just call them boys all the time. You're a boy in that country, Elvis. And women
I don't understand, Elvis. He's usually above board. He must have got angry about something that you said.
Yeah, angry because I'm telling the truth, man. I'm getting into the mind tonight, the mind of the Negro and whatnot. The mind's a terrible thing to waste.
So we'll let him get up there and explain himself. And I want to definitely see my beautiful sister Frenchie tonight. And she can tell me why she wants to address my vile comments that I said to that vile young man, Chuku.
So I think Africans are very self-conscious when you talk about shit slinging.
Yeah,
we got to do something about the sanitation part of Africa. We got to get that together, man. Let me tell you something, folks. When you build civilization, the first thing you build is where you eat, where you shit. Where the shit's gonna go.
And you don't shit where you.
Yeah, look, one should never shit where they eat, and most importantly, you never shit where I eat.
And you know who taught me that, man?
Right now, in all civilization, you gotta get that shit out. Where you eat and where you shit.
The funny thing is, I remember going to college in the 80s with this Haitian sister. Like I tell you, I have no smoke for Haitians. I love
Oh
my
boy, here
Haitian
we go.
people.
Here we go. Again,
And
again. I'm gonna let Frenchie on in a minute.
come on, girl.
Hey, let's go.
Uh,
Oh, boy, here we go. Here we go. She was waiting
I
for this,
can't
boy.
wait. She's waiting for me.
She was waiting for this, boy. Woo!
And I remember we were in college and this guy was trying to talk to her and she just kept ignoring him. So finally she turned back and she said to him, I don't eat where I shit. He was so embarrassed, man. He stopped trying to rap to her.
Well, that's how it is
Yeah.
too. Like what you call it, when I go and do business right, I don't
Uh-huh.
shit where I eat. I don't eat where shit where I eat. When I'm making money and doing business and whatnot, I keep my shit out of that. I shit and eat in two different places.
There
Problem
you
is
go.
Negroes don't know how to separate the two. You never shit where you eat. You eat somebody where your money's coming from. You leave that shit professional. That's basically be professional.
That's
No
right.
fucking bullshit. And I learned that a long time. You know who I got that from? Tony Soprano. You
There you
know,
go.
he's like, "Yeah, I don't shit where I eat. I don't eat where I don't shit where I eat. In other words,
Oh, here
basically,
she is. Let's yield to the sister
to
so
the
she can
Queen,
tell me all.
Frenchie, what's going on, sister? Give it to us, Black Americans. When I give it to us, we deserve it.
Bring the pain.
We were
Oh
bad
dear.
boys the other night.
Yeah, you were. I was angrier yesterday, but I'm much more calmer today, to be honest with you. I was fuming. I was not happy at
Wow.
all with the way that things were handled in the last live stream. I think it's
Let me ask you a
incredibly,
question, Frenchie.
yeah.
My thing about that show was this. I talked about the reality stone tonight, the mind stone. I said, reality is, people have this thing where Black people in general, they have two different phases. There's fantasy and reality. I said to Black America, right? This reality is you're never going to get reparations, right? White people are never going to apologize. That's just reality. And the bottom line is you're never going to have this kumbaya white America and stuff like that. Never going to accept you. That's reality. Africans, I said, this is controversial, have created this thing online where they basically, are completely ignoring all the real problems in Africa. They really ignore so like they never talk about the real serious problems in Africa, and they have Black Americans thinking Africa is this perfect place and everything. That's not reality. And they're coming to America, and they all got like $100,000 in the bank. They all got degrees and everything like that, and they're doing so well. And why Black people in America are always complaining there's no such thing as racism. Look how that's not reality. And I had to play. I said, and then this idea that Africa is the future. I said that's one thing that we have to get rid of. That's why I disagree with Dinah Samir. Africa is the future. No, Africa is not, because the bottom line, Africans didn't make it the future. I've been working on it for 35 years, and all the stuff I said decades ago when I said by now it should have been taking root. Right now, instead of my blessings coming from America, it should have been Africa. But we had all the means. That college educated Black people in America from the 90s said, look, let's help build Africa, let's build a trade and everything like that. But all that fell on deaf ears. And the bottom line is now the continent, right, it's like going through certain changes. You got the highest number of people leaving the continent. Like it's a shame. That's the reality. Extreme poverty and just it's reality. I said there's a fantasy, the Wakanda, and then there's reality. So we think about what I said. I said there's fantasy, because Black Americans get caught up in that too. We think there's a Wakanda waiting for us in Africa. You know it too, Frenchie.
Give it to me,
Well,
Frenchie.
look, Carla, I don't entirely disagree with what you're saying. I don't. I'm not here to say
Well, I know you didn't. I just wanted to hear
to,
your point of view. Because you got sense.
yeah,
You understand where I'm coming from. I said
I
fantasy
do.
and reality, and Black people in Africa and America, right? We don't deal with reality because the bottom line, reality is very hard. We believe in fact. That's why you think people could talk in superlatives and vague and abstract and whatnot. They talk about hope and change, like Barack Obama. Hope and change and everything. You was Dollar Bill. You was caught up in Barack Obama's bullshit, right? Wasn't you? I was caught up in it. I admit it.
Yeah, I initially endorsed him, but I
Look,
only
I've
would have
lost him
done it
twice, man.
because of
I've
his
lost him
wife.
twice.
If he
But
was
now I
married to a
realize,
white
man, that was
woman,
all
forget about
fantasy.
it.
We're gonna change America. We're gonna do all stuff like that. Hope and change everything. And I'm like, damn, I got played. That wasn't reality. Reality is, America was not ready for Barack Obama. And so that's reality. Like I said, Donald Trump is reality.
Come on, Frenchie, get me, girl. I know you're waiting, trying to decide how you're gonna approach it. It's okay. I'm ready.
Well, I'm not. Well, I mean, I
Just tell me
was
how you feel, sis.
extremely, yeah, I was extremely upset with the live stream that I heard the other day. I mean, it's one thing
What exactly did we
to,
say? Like I said, we were just like I said. Me personally, I was just responding to a lot of stuff I was hearing saying in the chat room. There's a lot of people. This is what I'm talking about, Frenchie. There's a lot of people who come in the chat room. They start bringing out these statistics. Studies show that Black Americans. Where do you get these statistics from? It's nothing in real life. Black people in America are not doing bad. They're not. you know. And so the bottom line is, despite what Truco said, he always got this advice for Black America, and we're like, yo, our reality is still better than most people on the planet. That's what we're talking about. And people kept getting triggered. No, Black. So what are we supposed to do? Say I want to trade places with Nigerians? No. What are we supposed to do? Basically say I want to be a Senegalese? No, it don't work like that. No Black person in America, no Black American want to trade places with anybody else. As simple as that. Do you think I want the Haitians reality in America? No. It's like we got a lot of problems. I admit we have problems. So is white America. Certain segments of white America got a problem. But all these guys do is sit online all day talking about how bad Black America got it and everything like that. So they created an alternative reality, and I just brought it back to what really is. I said most Black people in America work hard. They end up sending their kids to college. Though we have a low marriage rate, and when that most Black people end up in long-term relationships and marriage and everything. And people overestimate marriage in America. When that marriage in America is falling across the board, not just for Black people, And just because people aren't married, that doesn't mean that both parents aren't in the child's life and support. That's another thing they do. 29% marriage rate. That means kids, they make it
And
seem like,
I'm ready here today because I've got the Pew Research to
okay,
shut
go
down
ahead.
some of these lies. But I gotta wait. Our sister, I know she's been, she's very
No, I was trying to tell Frenchie we have to
yeah.
basically clear this up because people have been creating this echo chamber online. They only like people at Truco. They got all these so-called statistics and problems and everything. They created this alternative Black America. What for? I had no idea. They're not helping us when they're bearing false witness against
But
us.
you know what? You know what's going on? According to the Pew Research, and I'm not going to get it because I want to talk to the sister first and let her say what she wants to say. Not only is our income rising in Black America, right, which is contradictory to the ADOS FBA people. The
Yeah,
median income for Black
too.
U.S. household is now $50,000 a year. And a third of Black U.S. households earn $75,000 or more.
That's
In
more than any place in the
2022.
world. Less than 10% of the world population make more than $30,000 a year.
Yeah.
10%. That means the majority of people in Asia, Africa, and Arabia don't even make $30,000 a year.
So
That's the majority.
among the Black U.S. household in 2022, 49 earned less than 50,000, while 51 made 50,000 or more. And a third of Black households, which is 34%, earned $75,000 or more, including 22% that made $100,000 or more. Not only are, despite all of the things that we cry about on the internet, are we making more money than we did before? Actually, our population is going up too. So the U.S. population, Black population, has
Hold on,
grown.
Dollar, let me stop you right there.
Yes,
Truco says there's another lie. He says median income for Black America by 2050. They release these statistics that
I'm
Yvette
reading.
Carnell
I'm
will
reading.
say.
Yeah, that's some
If we don't say
BS.
what you call these people like Paige said, that's Black immigrants. So in other words, Black immigrants will take credit for 45. There's only like 2 million of you, right?
Maybe
But we're
3
talking about
million.
45 million people, 50 million people. So
Exactly.
the bottom of they would love to think that they would like I said, they created their alternative reality, which
In
is different from all right and
2022,
everything. They got
There were
education. We're just doing so bad. That's not the reality. I live in a professional
let me
world.
tell them the reality. In 2022, there were 5.1 million foreign-born Black Americans, about 11% of the U.S. Black population, only 11%. And this increased in 2000 when from 2000 2.4 or 7% among the Black population were foreign born. So they make up, okay, a very small percentage of of Black America. Okay, only 11%. Okay, so that is another lie. And if you don't believe me, you can go to the Pew Research Center.
You would think there was like a third or half the population, you know?
No, see these are lies, innuendos that people try to make themselves look better. Okay, so not only is our incomes rising, okay, our population has grown by 32% from 2000 to 2022 years. We are growing by 32%.
That's good. So despite all the people talking about how abortion is wiping us out and all this kind of stupid stuff they keep talking about, everything, they keep putting all these talking points out there, and basically nobody challenges them, you know, because you got these black misery merchants when woe is me and all stuff like that, you know.
So now let me break down the population.
Chukwo, we're ready to eat this motherfucker alive.
Let's up the population. Now, only 12%.
You ready for Chukwo? You ready for Chukwo?
Oh yeah, I've been ready, born ready. But I'm gonna let the sister get me
scared.
first.
You dropped off.
But after I finish this, I'm gonna shut up and let her talk. Ages 65 plus are 5.7 million, which is 12% of the population. Ages 45 to 64 are the largest. Well, not the largest. Second largest is 22%.
Yeah, how many of us basically earn Medicare? You know what? That's the thing. Medicare is a wealth. Life insurance is a wealth. 401k is a wealth. We got all that. When you have Medicare, MedSup, everything, and you got literally billions of dollars to the you can contribute billions of dollars to the healthcare thing. Black America got it going on because most of us.
And I got to tell my brother Baruti, he's got his figures wrong. The largest population of Black people in America is in the New York and Newark, New Jersey area.
Yeah, New
which
York
is 3.6. The largest. He keeps telling me it's down south.
No, it's not.
That is not true. 7%, which is the largest, okay, is in the New York, New Jersey area.
Now look at French. I want Frenchy to address this. He goes, government dependency is not a flex. Well, how see we after everything we just said, how are we on government dependency? See how these guys they basically Chukwo is nothing but a black African neo-Nazi. You know, he hates Black America.
I can also prove.
Look, Frenchie, this is what I'm talking about. When you don't like a group of people, you always spread propaganda against them. You know, founded, unfounded, whatnot. Why would he even say something like that? Government dependency is not a flex. When Black people are not on the government dependency, what is he talking about?
Yeah,
in his fantasy world, that's where we are because he hates us. He wants to believe that.
If he is half African American, I can imagine that his mother didn't have anything that she could say in a Nigerian dominated household where she probably was made to feel inferior by his probably closeted father.
No, I said Medicare is not welfare. Medicare is something you earn. Does he understand that? Medicare is what you earn when you work 10 quarters. That's 10 years. And you pay into it. There's Medicare Part A, where after 10 years, 40 quarters, you earn Medicare Part A. When you turn 65, you work, right? And then you elect the Part B, which you pay a premium, you know, and then you have to get Part D, which is prescription drug coverage, right? Medicare is not welfare. You pay into that, you know? So it's something you're entitled to when you earn that, you know? So the bottom line, you got don't even know what they're talking about. I'm not talking about Medicaid. I'm talking about Medicare. And Medicare is really, really good as far as like, you know, if you got the right coverage, you can go worldwide with your coverage and everything like that. You know, that's a real good flex. You got I could sell Medicare plans with supplemental plans with that, where you pay nothing out of pocket and you could travel with that, go around the world and whatnot. Do you know what that is? If somebody could live in like Belize or whatnot and have his bills paid for, and then, no, Medicaid, Medicaid is way for welfare and low income people. Medicare is for everybody who works. Everybody who works is what you call thing. It's ask about the incarceration rate. It's all about tell him about how the incarceration rate is actually going down. How private prisons been going out of business because black
Listen,
incarceration rate's been
I'm
falling.
not. I'm. He's a self-deprecating, self-hating Negro, and he
This is a
doesn't
she.
believe.
This is a she.
It's a shame. He's trying to run shade on me, and she can talk about incarceration rate all she wants to. Page. She can talk about incarceration rate. Okay, all she wants to. But I'm going to shut up for a second, Frenchie. Could you please? I'm very interested in hearing what made you angry.
All we're doing is Frenchie is setting the record straight. That's all we're doing. And you have to understand, you can't be mad at us for that. We have a right to defend ourselves and our people.
Well, she's angry with me because maybe I said something to Chukwu, and I noticed that some people, even Elvis, he felt some type of way when I said what I had to say. But I'm sure if they hear hot things that are much worse about us, none of these things
Well,
that
that's
they're
what I'm
talking
saying.
about.
They say worse things about us, but I don't admit you, Dalba. You know what I think it is? I think people they admire us so much, and they worship us that they expect us to be. We're still human. We got feelings, and they expect us to be like, okay, we say it about y'all, but y'all Black Americans, y'all should be able to take it. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I
And
noticed
that's
they
why
get upset.
social media, I had no idea Africans and foreigners were so nasty and so vitriol because we never sit around talking about you people. We never do.
Well, you know what it is? I don't think that maybe some newcome West Indians, but I know people who have been here for many, many years and who have assimilated into the culture. They don't think like that. And I
No.
know people my age that I've grown up with all my life. They're a very different set of people. And maybe so you have recent immigrants who probably have these feelings. And when they get online with other people, and basically the amazing and astonishing thing is people who've never been to America,
They got these feelings towards us and they've never even been here.
never even been to America, don't know an American
Wait, hold on, we'll
at
change up.
all.
Were you listening to a Kaizo show today? I had to go on there and straighten this dude out.
No,
He was giving
I
this
didn't
whole
know.
synopsis about Black America. I said, dude, you don't know shit about us, man. You were freaking Nigeria, man. Probably living in the
No.
UK. You talking about Black America this. If they did this, if they did that and whatnot, studies show that the Black household, dude, shut up, Everybody
Now
got
I'm gonna say this. I want to be
what
fair
we need to
to
do.
I want to be fair to Brother Baruti. Even though it says that, and I know Baruti's going to get on me later on today. Okay, even though it says that it's 17%. Okay, I don't know if they mean dense population, but when they do another chart, they say the South has more. So the majority it says. Now I don't know if this includes Black Americans and every other, even this one includes Black Americans, people who identify themselves as Black as Black from other countries. That the South has 56% and the Northeast is 17%. So that kind of conflicts with the total of U.S. black population being at 3 point. So these okay. I stand corrected. I like to correct myself when I'm incorrect. It says the top 10 metropolitan areas for the U.S. black population in 2022 in that particular year was the New York, New Jersey area. But overall, there are more people in the South. 56%.
Yeah, I mean, it's a single area. New York
Yeah.
has of the largest group of Black people in New York City itself. But you talking about spread throughout the South, there's more people.
Yeah.
But we
So
talk
you
about
got
one in
all the
one
South is
particular state,
56%.
in one particular city or state, it is New York.
And then followed by in the Midwest, Ohio, Chicago, those areas, 17% also. And which is almost 3 times the size of New York in terms of area. And then on California, only 10%.
Yeah, so I thought it was only 6%. California has
Yeah.
the least number. And you got a lot of dudes from California always talking like, dude, man, y'all are irrelevant. Y'all don't move the needle as far as Black culture because Black people don't exist. Black people used to have a presence out there in Compton,
Yeah.
and Watts and everything like that. But over the years, man, everybody just tracked back to the East Coast, man. It's like
The Mexicans have somewhat taken over black culture there.
yeah, so Mexicans have taken over
You
out there.
know,
Black culture. I don't know why black people still messing with California. If I were gonna go live in California, I just try to assimilate with the whites, or just be one
or
of them.
Mexicans or the Hispanic community.
Yeah, so trying to be black in California and everything, nah, it ain't gonna work.
But Frenchie, please tell me. I want to shut up. I'm talking too much. Frenchie, please tell me. I'm interested in knowing what's up. What upset you, and what would you like to say?
Um, yeah. I don't even know where to start now because Carla threw a lot of things at me. So,
Yeah, right. Just
well,
address them. Just what do you think I'm being fair and everything? Like I said, I try to be fair to everybody, but the bottom line is this: if I had more people, if we had more Africans, basically.
Carla, you're gonna go off on a tangent again. Please let me
Okay,
say.
okay, I'm not gonna say anything. Go ahead.
I get it, Carla. I get it. But I do think you give as good as you get sometimes. But for the most part, I'll be fair to you. Like I've said in the chat and I've said in the comment section, sorry, and in the live chat, you mostly respond to the comments you see. That is true for the most part. Okay, so I just want to put that out there. That's what I think about Carla.
Right.
Now, for the previous live stream, there were a few comments that I heard that infuriated me. Firstly, Africans aren't shit slingers. Pardon my French. We're not shit slingers, and we are not savages. My people are not barbaric. So if you've got an issue with someone like Chuku, address Chuku. I mean, I would prefer if you don't attack the person. I would prefer if you just attack their point because there's no need for the ad hominem attacks. But you guys claim this is how men talk. Go
Yeah, I
for
mean,
it. But then
it gets
don't lump
heated.
us all into the ignorant um, ritual that you guys want to spew because
Well,
that's
check
when
this out.
I'm going to come into it and
Let me
say,
say this.
I am not a
Let
shit
me get.
slinger and I'm not a savage. I'm
Let
far
me get this.
from that.
I know. We know
And
you're not. You're very
that's the
civilized. We
comment that but
understand.
that's the comment that Dollar Bill made because he was angry with Chuku and in his
Yeah, check this
tirade
out. When
he
somebody
said
says something, when
you are
somebody basically say something about Tariq Nasheed's ADOS, FBA, and some black people, I don't say nothing because I know you're right. But the thing is, when African, we say something, you have to understand, okay, give us the benefit of the doubt. Carl's not talking about me. He's talking about them. And a certain segment of African culture and everything like that. Like I said, all we're saying is this. When we talk about Mike Olawale and like that, I asked Mike, do you remember that show I asked Mike, what is in your heart? What do you believe in? What do you have to say to the world? And all the guy was like, oh, well, I don't care what people think about me. It's all about money. So in other words, basically, that's a savage. You don't care about nothing but other than just eating. That's why I said I had this dream about him and Zongo eating bushmeat and whatnot. It's like, dude, man, we're human beings. It's like me,
The
I
bush
care
meat
about
man, huh?
Jason, I care about what you think, Frenchie. I care about what you think. I care about how we come across and everything like that. But when somebody does not care about how they appear, what they say, or a relationship, I don't. One thing don't want to do is divide black people from Africa under false pretenses and everything. But people like Zongo and Mike Olawale and Chukwu, these people go on this Afro dumbass channel, and that's what they do. They don't understand the damage they're doing. The damage they're doing when they basically spew all this nonsense and everything like that. So what is your ultimate goal? You guys ask, what's your ultimate goal? What is to well, we're trying. No, you're not trying to help nobody. It's like you're going around somebody talking about somebody's wife and everything like that. Well, she doesn't. You don't go up to nobody and start talking about them behind their back and try to make it seem like whatever they're doing. You keep your mouth shut and everything like that. So you do that. It's like just some a little bit of decorum. It's just like being polite. And when we see that, and also character assassination when Chukwu says stuff about black people being on welfare, it's a lie. But he keeps repeating that. Why? Because that's character assassination. When someone does not care about somebody's character and whatnot, that person is not civilized. A civilized person is careful about their character assassination. Like when Elvis says something like, "My wife got a freaking boyfriend on side." That's low down.
Yeah, that's dirty.
That's dirty. You
That's
don't
dirty
do that.
pool.
There's certain things you
And
don't.
he could.
Lines you
I
don't cross.
tell Elvis, don't say things to you he wouldn't say in your face,
That's what I'm saying. Because you know, if you said it in my face, I'll break it. You know.
because
You
that
know.
makes men fight. So let me address the issue. I said to him, and I'm not backing down from it. It's not an indictment on your people, because I said that African Americans who act like savages are savages also.
And we always call them out.
So what does that mean? A savage, right, takes the form of a noun. It means a brutal person.
Puff Daddy,
Okay,
P
when it's a
Diddy is a
verb,
savage.
it means to attack ferociously. Okay, to act in an uncivilized and violent way. That's what savages do.
And you
Does
can
that
have
mean
words. Your word. You don't have to do it physically. Your words are savage. You know, some way you come at people, and the words you say that could be savagery. You know what I'm saying,
so?
Frenchie?
When I came and I uh said some things to St. James, I came in and I apologized because I said what I said was savage and uncivilized. Okay, and so if I was to be a devil advocate and take you by your word and say, well, you know, if I pull out my DNA and my DNA says X, Y, and Z from Nigeria, and Nigerians sold me into slavery, I would say that your people are savage because that what they have done to me and my family. A savage act of and then for people to get on Twitter and to get it and tell people and be proud that they were slave owners,
Yeah, which one? Afro Dumbass said he's proud of that.
right? They're proud of it. So if people, so I know when they're African Americans who act like savages, right? Who refuse to do anything when it's supposed to be in the law. When they do, when they kill their children because they peed on them
Hey, Dollar,
or
let me ask you a question. You know what's savage? You got a growing number of so-called African Americans who are trying to defend Diddy by trying to
yeah,
bring in Hugh Hefner. That's
those are
savage.
savage acts.
See, we call
And so we can't
call
say,
out Black Americans when they act savages.
so we cannot say that Africans can stand the moral high ground on savagery, because there's savage people in America who do savage, uncivilized things. They kill their mothers, they kill their sons and daughters. They do uncivilized and savage things, and we call them out. We're not going to sit back and say because they're African American, they don't come from savage people. No, that's not true.
And I hate the ADOS FBA types, right?
Okay.
Who basically, like me, Dollar Bill and I are Black American success, right? But they'll sit there and tether themselves to us to about, look what we did. No, the people who think like us are successful. The people who sit there and talk that ADOS FBA are nothing but bums, you know?
Let's see, look at this.
You
See,
know?
look at this woman right here. She's supposed to be a woman, right? And she says African Americans are generally at higher risk for heart disease, stroke, all Black people, and even in Africa. But you know the difference? Because some places are so poor, they don't
They don't
even
get
know.
tested. They don't get die from
They don't get
preventable
tested.
diseases.
Okay. So I want her to know that I make sure I get tested.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And do not worry, because even if we were to get any of these diseases, we're in the country that has the best healthcare in the Western world. Maybe there's places in Asia that are much better.
No. I studied
Maybe
it.
I'm just saying
Nobody else
maybe.
got the best healthcare in the world. We're not the cheapest, but we got the best doctors.
So do you understand what I mean when I said about savage? And I have to address the other thing about shit slingers. It emanated from the conversation that I had with Zongo when I proved to him that it was a Ghanaian man that was going around in the Bronx slapping people with feces. So his retort was he must have learned that behavior, okay,
from us
in America, from Americans.
And so we
And
went
so
out
what
there.
I
We went and
did,
showed them the video.
exactly, the video showed that people in Ghana, where he's from, okay, go routinely sit down, okay, and defecate on the beach, and they have to use their hands to clean their behinds. right?
I know it's embarrassing talking about it, but
See,
this.
we all have to own up to what happens in our communities.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. So no one can sit up and say, I'm better than you. I don't do this. We don't do that. That is a lie. It happens in Africa. It happens in the Caribbean. It happens here in America. Being a savage, okay, and acting to your primordial ways is not indicative of just any one place where black people live. We do savage things to each other. We kill each other, okay, and then we let our
I
colonizers
think
roam free.
the hip hop culture right now is savagery.
Yeah,
I
Charleston
think
White talks about it.
yeah,
He said
Charleston
that
White talks about it. We're savages, in America.
that
I
is
admit that. I
that
admit it.
exactly. So I don't want to hear. And you know what? We learned that savagery from what happened to us in Africa, and then the white people that they sold us to, the Scott Irish, was
Yeah.
some of the most savage people on the planet.
Hmm.
Does that answer your question,
People from the British Isles, the most savage people that ever lived. They're the ones who enslaved us.
sister? Am I answering that, or you need to tell me some more about my vile stuff?
And the
I mean,
bottom
it
line,
doesn't.
this is a tough conversation, and I don't like having it. But the bottom line, we can't let go. This what's going on, Frenchie, is that since we got all this muck going on in America between black and white and everything, all our laundry and dirty linen is out the street. Everybody looking at our dirty laundry, right? And everybody saying, pointing the finger at our dirty laundry, right? Not and hiding their dirty laundry and everything. And we're trying to tell you, you got dirty laundry too. Everybody got dirty laundry. And so the
Nobody's
bottom
hands
line,
are clean.
everybody always like puts dirt. Like I said, look, you got paid, you got those features in prison. They go finding dirty laundry on black people and everything, put it out there and say that's who you are. When I see what our dirty laundry is and our dirt is not who we are. And the bottom
People
line is
in
this:
Memphis, Tennessee, are shooting each other down, killing one another for no reason, acting like savages and criminals, and doing all kinds of savage things to other African Americans.
see,
That is
has another
barbarity.
problem,
That is
right?
savage.
Has another problem. He goes, what? She goes, what dirty laundry? We clean out. No, in other words, basically, like we're not cleaning up our mess and everything. You guys showcase our dirty laundry like you guys don't have shit. If you guys clean up your dirty laundry, then why are you over here? Why are you in this country? We're not begging. Why your country in Africa, wherever you're from, uses U.S. foreign aid? Why you guys got to come over here on visas and everything like that just to live and everything? See, when people have their dirt and everything like that, they want to make like their shit doesn't stink. We used to always call it, you act like your shit doesn't stink. And a lot of Africans and foreigners act like their shit doesn't stink. No, we can smell it.
But go ahead, sister, please let her get a chance
People
to
are like,
say
what
something.
dirty laundry? Yeah, everybody got dirty laundry. Everybody got dirt on them and everything like that. But what dirty laundry?
See, they only want to talk to us.
Black immigrant
There's
is just
50
perfect.
million of us. So
The African immigrant is perfect, whatnot. So they have a right to come over here and just point out dirty laundry out and whatnot, and for their own amusement and stuff like that. Oh, Black American this, Black American that, and then we hit back. They hit back. We hit back. They get upset. Oh, how can you guys talk like that?
We didn't know you felt like that. Why are you so angry with us?
Chukwo, you'll see what he got to say. Watch every stereotype he comes up with.
Well, let the sister speak. She still didn't get an opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Between French and Chukwo, one of y'all go.
Okay, Chukwu, please. Just give me a few minutes, please.
Okay.
Okay. So, no, sorry, Dollar Bill.
Yes,
I noticed you mentioned Zongo and Zongo's comments, and then how you guys had to go and prove to him that his people were practicing open defecation in the
True.
beaches. Okay. Firstly, what did that have to do with Chukwu, and also what did that have to do with Africans as a whole? Because your comment was you are shit slingers. That's what you said, not to Chukwu in particular. You made a very blanket statement, so that's why I'm addressing you today, because I don't understand how you lumped us all into that. Not every single
Absolutely.
African country practices, open
Absolutely.
defecation.
You know why I
Um,
did that? And I'm gonna let you finish talk. The reason I did that is because they lump us all in one thing. So when they say things like Chuku was saying to me about baby mamas and all of this divisive stuff, I just did exactly what he does, exactly what Zongo does. When they put on shows and call us the blacks and don't say African Americans, okay, and don't give us our proper respect. So it wasn't for you. This was a testosterone thing. I was going after him because he's trying to use every type of stereotype known. This is what he does. He believes in it. If he claims, we don't believe him, that he's half African American, that's the half of him that he despises. Probably the uh same way his father felt about his mother. Okay. And so he hates half of himself. If that is true, we really don't believe it's
Objection.
true.
This is hearsay. You don't know me, sir.
I don't care to know you. I'm still talking to the sister. I'm responding to her. Okay,
He
I don't
said
care to know
he
you.
said objection.
I don't
Hearsay.
care to know you. I'm
That's
talking to the
courtroom
sister,
talk.
and because I care about what she thinks and what she feels, because I respect her as a sister. I have no respect for you.
Likewise.
And I have Nigerian ancestry too. And I have no respect for you, Chuku, because you bit the hand that fed you. You
Baba
know?
Junior Dollar Bill, what's up?
What's up, my brother?
What's up, brother?
Sister,
Baba Tuna Kala and Baba Junior Dollar Bill. What's up, guys?
I don't think so. I don't.
yeah, you got to do
Man,
the
I was
right thing.
suicidal for a whole day, man.
You were wrong, brother. You got to
Look,
apologize.
man, yeah, I actually came out to apologize. Kala, I have a reason for saying that, but I think on the grand scheme of things, I want to apologize to you for saying that.
Oh,
But I
good.
want to tell you, yeah, I want to tell you, Kala. Let's be honest. If I had an uncle your age, dating somebody 25 years younger, living in a different country, that would be my thought process. It's on you. You made a decision. You're gonna live with it. But I know our people. Even though you think they don't date, native guys, but
Yeah,
there's countless.
I know my wife, bro. I know my wife. It's like I said. The bottom line is this: I don't. But one thing is, I don't date whores. I don't date freaking type of women I date. If you, someone called me a woman, they
You
know,
ever, you ever been you ever been cheated on, Colin?
huh?
You ever got cheated on before?
No.
But listen,
Okay.
hell, let me stop this for a second. Just apologize and let's leave. Let's see. Let me tell you what happens. People say something about someone, and then we take it personally and you go on an attack. And so
No, no,
instead
no,
of
no.
us,
My
no, no,
my
no,
response my response was not
just listen
anything
for a
that he
second.
said that I took personally.
But listen, I told you before, and I don't know if I spoke to St. James. There are rules of engagement. And a lot of times people don't want to, and I am, you know what? I'm a person that does it a lot, right? I do it a lot. But there's rules. Like you guys have some type
Rule.
of relationship.
You
And
don't
so
follow.
you like each other. I don't like Chuku. Don't ever want to like him.
I don't like
Don't
you.
want to be his
So
friends.
you don't have to. You don't have to.
Okay. And I don't have no respect for him for
You're
the
an old
simple
fool
fact
on the
that
internet.
he claims that he's half of my lineage of
Here's
African
here's
American.
the irony. When I say
Right?
I'm Black American, he says, "No, you're not. You're not one." But when I say I'm Igbo, then he says, "Why don't you claim your Black American side? It's heads I win, tails you lose."
No,
I
you
say
anchor
Igbo.
yourself in being an
Igbo.
Igbo.
I am Igbo.
Stay
Yes,
in your
yes,
Igbo-ness.
I
Stop
am.
telling people because you hate your mother. You hate your mother's
I
people.
love my mother.
Otherwise, no, you don't love your
It's
mother.
the most sweetest
You
woman.
don't love your mother to
You don't
you is
know.
just the vessel that you came through. And because of that, that's
You are
fine.
projecting your
You
insecurity.
believe she's inferior.
You
You
are
you
projecting
believe that
your
she's inferior
insecurity.
and you don't
My,
like your
my
own
mother
mother.
built two
You need
two schools in
therapy.
Nigeria. My mother
You
built
need
two schools
therapy,
in
bro.
Nigeria. She
You
helps
need
people in
therapy.
Nigeria.
That's why,
They
you know
love me.
what? You're a mixed nut. You're just like these white folks
You
who are
are
half black
projecting
and
your
half white.
insecurity.
You're
You're
a mixed
Dollar,
nut.
dollar bill, dollar bill. I mean, come on.
No, I'm being honest.
I said something out of pocket. I'm going to apologize to Carla.
I will never
I've already
apologize
apologized.
to
would
Chuku.
appreciate
What I'm saying is,
now.
let's respect each other. We have different views, and when we're out of pocket, sometimes we take
I
a
have
step
no
back.
Elvis,
respect.
let me say this. Let
Let's
me
let him
say this.
speak.
Yo, you guys give me 1 minute to say it like this. My whole thing is, like I said, I don't mind honest discussion about things that go on in Black America. We can sit here all day, and I can tell you about the problems. But what his problem with Chuko is, he doesn't put it in context. There are some Black people in certain segments of Black America that's fucking up and doing stuff like this. We understand that, but he makes it seem like Black America, like every time you look at a Black person in America, they're about to pull a cape, they're about to rob somebody, or trying to scheme for some welfare and everything. I'm not gonna let people talk about my people like that, because I'm like this. I used to be on that, Pan-African, and I realized if a lot of Pan-Africanism and Africa worship is just self-hate. We hate ourselves and everything. And before, we used to always try to be white and everything. Now we use Africa as an escape. I'm not Black American. Black Americans do this. We believe in the negative stereotypes about our own race and whatnot. So we escape to Africa and everything like that. So we don't bother defending ourselves. And then when I look at it, it's like, wait a minute. I come from a family that's really well. I have many generations of success. I'm around Black people all the time that's professional, do everything like that. I don't know not every Black woman I have is a baby mama and everything like that. I know people that's doing what they have to do, going to school, everything like that. I know like that. So why am I keep lying and make it seem like our community people are so irredeemable?
Yeah, but Carla, you have to agree. Like we all agree. Some of the things that you say, like Frenchie was saying, if it's true for some Africans. That in my country, people go on the beach and shit there. People go in the back of
I
their
know, but yeah,
communities and
hold
shit
on.
there.
What I'm saying is,
So
hold on. What I'm
it's not
saying
the
is,
same for all
hold on.
Africans. So
What I'm saying is that you got to put it in context, right? Put it in context.
and
You know,
that's why I said to Chuku, I said you can't just generalize it. But some of
Right.
the things that he's saying are factual in terms of some pockets of information
What he
on some of
does
these
is
things.
he hasn't
But don't
lived
just
it.
generalize it. There are
He hasn't
successful
lived
African
it.
Americans. There are poor
He
African
hasn't lived it.
Americans.
He hasn't
We
lived it.
we
All
both
he
know that.
does is
I have
white
lived it. I live it every day.
supremacist
I live
talking
it every
points.
day. Okay. Calling Africans shit slingers and savages is not a white supremacist talking point. We're bringing
Now
up
I
the
called you a shit
shit
slinger
mother
and a
rate
savage.
is white
nah,
supremacy.
that's not white supremacists. That's us, man. That's the way a lot of Black people are starting to see Africans, unfortunately. And look at this comment, Colin. When was the last time you were involved in a credit card scam? I've never committed a crime in my life. I have a clean
Crazy.
record. So why is somebody projecting criminality on me? You see what I'm talking about?
This is probably a white woman.
It's called.
I don't
Look,
even believe she's a
check this
sister.
out, Elvis. This is what I'm talking about. A savage, like what Dollar Bill was just saying, violent and everything. You can be violent with your words and your outlook on somebody. That's a violent comment,
Kyla, don't be too sensitive on it. Don't be too sensitive on it
Hold on,
You
that's a
because
cannot
you
violent.
dish it out. You dish it out, and they're
Look,
dishing it back to you.
you
character
can't call people
assassination. Character
slingers and
assassination. When you
sensitive.
assassinate somebody's
You
character
can't
and their
Alan.
good name and everything, that means you are not civilized.
So if it's
Yeah,
incivility,
Kyla, you say
Look at
some
this
despicable
garbage, this
things about
guy.
Africans on this
Like what?
platform. You
Like
Look
know
at
what I
what?
mean?
this
And
guy.
Tell me,
we
He's
struggle with
got
it.
something
no,
about
tell me what
African
individuals. I
American
say
wealth
stuff.
may
I say stuff
fall
about
below zero.
what I think Africans
Frenchie just came on
Africans do.
here.
I'll never,
Frenchie
hold on,
just
I'll never basically say called. Have you ever heard me call Michael Olamale a 419 criminal? No, because I don't know him. Do I
Even though
call
we
Zongo a
know,
criminal? No.
even though we know people like Zongo frauded the government to get
oh man.
green
Well,
card.
I don't know that. I'm
Y'all
not
leave
gonna say it.
Zongo alone. The
No,
point is when we say crazy things on the platform, other people can say crazy things in
can I
the
say
comments.
something? Can I say something to you? See, this is why I don't like Chukwe. If you look in the back chat, he's talking
His name
about
is Chuku.
whatever I call that nigga. You look in the back chat, he has this thing. I just finished reading to him. Okay, what the Pew said about the facts about African Americans, about the median income for Black U.S. households has risen in 22 years to $50,000. If he's so smart, he should know statistics.
Dollar bill,
Okay,
that's not a lot. That's not a lot, bro.
okay, I'm reading
Because
it.
remember, that's a household. It could be a couple together.
Yeah,
It could be a man and a wife
but
and an entire family.
you know that most of us, okay, less than 30%, maybe 30% of us, okay, are married.
Dollar Bill is used to being in an echo chamber. He's not used to pushback.
So anyway,
So
I'm reading.
I want to know. I don't know.
I'm
What is the
reading from
this?
the
So we should
Pew.
just round Black people up and kill. Let's say a dollar bill is off by like a couple of things. So Black Americans should be rounded up, Chuko, and be killed.
Who
What should
said
happen to
anything
us?
about I'm black? I'm a
Hold
black.
on, hold on. But the way you talk about it's like we're just irredeemable. So what if we have a low marriage rate? So what?
I'm saying that low marriage rate is the reason
So
for all
what?
this
So what?
dysfunction.
We have a low marriage rate. What is that?
It's
So what is that?
Despite that, in
it's the
22
reason for
years,
all the dysfunction
it
in the
is
No,
black.
hold on. That's
risen.
just not
Nobody
problem.
wants to
You got
address it.
still people.
Nobody wants to.
So look, I know people
It's
that
white
got
supremacy
single
to address
mothers,
the low
and they got
marriage
kids
rate.
that come out
It's
here.
white
All right,
supremacy.
guys. Frenchie wants to speak. Let her speak.
You
Frenchie
know,
wants to speak. She's asking for a turn politely. Let her speak.
he got a white man's talking points. Just because we got single mothers, you got single mothers out there with college degrees and everything, doing rocking, doing their thing. What are you talking about? I'm sick of these people
Savages
denigrating us,
and shit
because
slingers, white supremacy talking points too. Savages and shit slingers.
no, a
That's white
savage is
supremacy.
somebody.
Oh,
A
that
savage
bothers
is
you,
not
huh?
Go
what you
ahead.
are.
But
A
you
savage is
call
Go
how
you
you
asked me
act.
how many baby
You know,
mamas. But you see,
truthful.
you
A
asked me how many
savage is your
baby
act.
mamas that I have.
That's what I
I
said. Chuka, when you come on these platforms, when you're in the comment section, don't just go all out. Because sometimes you say things that is offensive. And
and
these
you
guys can
cry
say
about it.
offensive things back. If you want to be cordial, back and forth.
Okay, I'm cordial. I do tit for tat. So that's it.
Well,
I'm
you
at your
can't
You come
win.
out with these generalizations and whatnot. Like, what the hell are you talking about? I live in Black America every day. I deal with Black professionals.
Where do you
They're
think I
great
live?
people. Whatnot. What are you talking about?
Who
I
knows
look
where
at
you live?
somebody Chuko. That's garbage. You sound like
You
you're in the
sound like
gutter.
Zongo. Always talk. Listen, if I told this idiot, okay, that my house is worth almost $1 million, he's gonna tell me, how could that be possible if you live in the
No,
Bronx?
that's not-
Well,
you assume to know me. You
idiot,
don't know anything about me or my
I
life.
don't
Chuku,
care nothing about you in your life.
look, dollar bill. I don't like this. It's become so personal between you and Chuku. Don't let these conversations become personal where every
Listen,
time the person comes on the platform, you
Chuku,
attack them.
listen, Chuku
Right?
needs to be attacked because he comes up with all of this BS. No one is gonna
Yes.
sit up here and listen to his bull sugar.
You
No
don't
one.
have any tolerance for
Okay.
Chuku, you
I
know,
have
me and
no
Kyla will get
tolerance
in
for bullshit.
arguments, but after the next day, we can come back and talk like
I
regular
have no
guys.
tolerance for
Let it be
bullshit.
like that. You
Okay,
guys
cool.
will have a bad day. The next day, let it be
I
done.
don't think so. I think you know what? If
It's
he
up to
is
him.
if he is half American, half African American, then half of him is a traitor. So I could never
We're not in
deal with that.
Dollar bill. Listen here.
We're not in
You
this.
told me about Dark Migo that you wanted to hear him out. He has some pain. He has some frustrations. I was too harsh on him. Give that
Uh-huh.
same grace to Chuku. If he's half African Americans, maybe he's
Wait,
coming from a
you know what?
place of hurt.
No, he
Give
has
him
no
that
hurt.
grace.
He claims that he comes from the perfect family, that his father's a doctor and his
No,
mother's from
he didn't
Tuskegee.
claim that. You know,
So
having
what kind
financial
so
success doesn't mean you have
so
emotional success
what kind
in
of
your family.
pain what kind of pain could that
That's why
arrogant
you have
prick
to.
have?
That's how you have to listen to him and let him
He's a
speak. Maybe he can tell you. Give him like a
I doubt.
minute. Let him speak for a minute at least. Go ahead, Chuku. Make your points.
Well, I don't have any point to make at this time. Well, what? Okay, here's the issue I have with Dollar Bill. I cannot say 3 words before he cuts me off, and then here comes Kala, and then here comes Dollar Bill. So either we're going to have a discussion, or
Or we
we're
let
not.
you
We
have it,
will
but
have a
okay,
discussion,
but
but we don't
you
need
gotta
you to
make your
have one.
point and let us respond to it. You keep rumbling on, you filibuster, you keep rumbling
I
on, and
filibuster.
then if we don't address it right then and there, you move on to something else, and we gotta say, like that's that Nakmizi tactics, right? You'll make a point, right? But when we get ready to respond, a triggering point, then we get ready to jump on it, right? You want to move this pivot to something else real quick, you know? That's the filibustering, you know.
Okay, so for instance, when I mentioned that the limit of Black power is white guilt, and I try to explain that yeah, white people do have guilt for slavery and Jim Crow, but they also have fear of being called a racist. This is why they do things like give money to BLM and form D.
BLM was by some Africans.
Let me say this, right? Let me say this.
Those were
I don't mean
Africans.
to interrupt you, but let me tell you something. What you're doing right now is
I was
you're
trying to
basically
explain my
you're saying that
trying to
you're half
explain my point.
African American, half Nigerian. But I know for a fact that the matter is, you could tell me the truth. I know the truth. You have an awful lot of white friends.
Do I have an awful? No, I don't actually.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No,
Yes,
I
you
don't.
do. You
I,
listen to a lot of right wing
I don't.
conservative
I don't.
radio and stuff like that,
Now
you know, and
you
you
are
see,
projecting.
hold on, you see the world through their point of view.
I'm conservative. My conservatism is rooted
Yeah,
in my
and your
religion.
conservative is based on being a white conservative because white
No,
people
based on being an
no
African.
white
It's
people
based
take
on my
no
African identity.
responsibility on
No, no,
everything. You know,
it's
they
based
basically
on it's
gave
based on
themselves
being an
40
African.
years of affirmative action,
You're not an
40
African.
years
You're
of
a
entitlement and
Half-African.
everything. Do you understand that they had
Half-African.
a handout?
Y'all
If you're
need to
telling the
chill
truth.
out on
They had the
Chuku,
whole
bro. Y'all need to
GI
chill
Bill.
out on him,
They
man.
were way
Y'all
ahead
attack
of
him
us
too
a long
much.
time.
Like attack him on the dude, man. Let him speak. Give him a chance. Give him a
So he's
breather,
just
man.
basically telling half truth. He's basically
That's
what
what he
Truco
does.
is
Tell
doing, and
half
I gotta
truth.
say this. Truco, what he's
You don't
doing is
like any
basically
differing
trying to
opinions.
hold
You
us to a
don't have any
standard that
tolerance for any
white
differing
people were given
anything.
land, they were given
Somebody
everything they get.
differs
They
with
had a
you is
leg up in the society
white
from day
supremacy.
one. What are you
What?
talking about?
Say that again.
I said white people have always had land that they weren't persecuted. They were actually free in this country. They got bank loans. They built this country sea to shining sea because they were part. They were franchised. We were disenfranchised all the way up into the 1960s. What are you
And
talking about?
marginalized.
I'm agreeing with you. I
I'm
don't
saying,
think
so what's there
No,
to
you
talk
said
about?
we are victims. Isn't that what you said, Chuku?
right, but I think that what is happening.
Why are we discussing white people's guilt? You're the only black person that's come up here and has talked about white people.
Because
Collar,
that's the dynamic.
no, that's not the dynamic here.
You see,
That
you
is
don't
not
even
the
let me
dynamic.
speak.
I didn't say. See,
You
the problem is with
now here
Negroes
comes the
like you.
filibuster.
You
Listen
know
to
the
the
problems
filibuster
with you
and
is
red herrings
you
that come
can't
out of it.
live without
Listen to
white
how the
people, and
goalpost
that's
is
the African
shifted.
part of you.
Now
You
when I
can't
try to
live.
come back
White
to my
people are your
main point,
masters.
here we go.
White
We got
people
the
are your
projection, right?
masters.
So we got the
Nobody came up
projection,
here and talked
and we
about
got the
white people.
gaslighting.
I've been
And
in here
when
many
I try to get
shows,
to my
and
point,
where
you
no
have
one is
people
talking
on the
about
other
white
side
people's
talk
guilt
about
or
white
white
supremacy talking.
fragility. We're not
Now,
interested in
okay,
what white people think.
okay, so Dollar
We're
Bill, he's
talking
gonna
black
get off
people.
this feminine energy
Black
off his chest,
people.
right? But then when it comes
Talk
time,
about black people.
all right, let me
Talk
explain.
black to me. Don't tell me
Okay,
about white people.
all right. So, but so you have to understand the dynamic in
I don't
America.
want to understand nothing about white people. Talk black to me. Since you claim you have African American, don't
So
tell me about
you're
white
not going to
people.
tell me what I'm going to talk about. That's
Well,
what you're.
I don't want to hear about crackers. Talk black to me.
Well,
I don't
that's
need to
the
know about
reason.
white
It's
people's
because
guilt didn't get me my diploma.
white
White
people were the
people's
ones
guilt
you
didn't
were.
get me my degree.
You were
White people's
Willie
guilt.
Lynch.
White people didn't build my
Brother.
insurance agency
They
to the
didn't,
top of the state.
exactly. White people didn't come and get me up every morning so I could do my job. It was black people.
Okay,
My black
who owes you
mother, my
reparations?
black father,
who
my
is
black
owed
family, my
who
black
owes
culture.
reparations?
I don't. You see how you
Who's
talk? This is why we don't like this dumb nigga.
So you won't let
We
me
didn't.
talk.
No, we're not talking about reparations.
I'm trying to say. Okay,
We don't
but
want to hear about what white people are talking about.
I'm not.
We don't care.
Okay, but
Like your Uncle
this is
Tom African
this
ass.
identity of
Right where
grievance.
you were.
This is
Carlo,
the
can you reset, please?
What?
Tired of you, man. I'm tired of you
Okay,
coming
now
here.
hold up. Now let me say this, right? Chuko, you made a point about grievance, right?
right.
You think? Hold up. Do you think Black America have a legitimate grievance? Do white people still commemorate the bombing of Pearl Harbor? Right? Yeah, isn't that a grievance? Just a couple of weeks ago, we celebrated what? The 23rd anniversary of what? 9/11. Is that a grievance? Observation? Because we made observation about what happened to our ancestors in this country when that is that a grievance?
Yeah, Chuku, I disagree with you on the point that,
You
about the grievance thing. I think
allowed to
slavery
lay,
is a terrible thing and should never be forgotten.
I
So I
haven't
don't think,
been allowed
yeah.
to lay my point.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So okay, so it's not a good strategy to take upon yourself an identity of grievance and entitlement just so that you can convince the government to take responsibility for uplifting you. Is what
So
I'm saying.
what are you talking about?
Okay,
What
so for instance,
Chuku, are you a big fan of
how do you
Thomas
think about
Sowell?
he gets
He's
to something like that?
insane.
I'm not relying on the government to
Chuku, are you a big fan of Thomas Sowell?
not a big fan. I'm more of a Shelby Steele.
I
Yeah,
know.
because I heard Thomas Sowell
I
say
know
say
you
this
have
exact
things
thing
like that
before.
shit, right? You're like to do anything to try to go against black people about what we should be entitled to and what we shouldn't be entitled to.
I'm just
So
saying
when
it's
you
not a
hear
good
the
strategy.
self-hating, self-deprecating Negroes like these
I don't
individuals,
trust it. Here's the
you
thing
come
about
in
me. I
here and
don't
you
trust the government.
spew.
I
You
don't
come
trust the
here and
government.
you
That's
spew.
one thing.
Did I? Did,
One
did
of the
I?
benefits of
Does
coming from a
anybody
shithole
has
country is
Kala ever
don't
come
trust
up
the
here and said any of those things that we're entitled? Has he showed a show? In fact, he spoke out against reparations. But I think you're the one who comes up here constantly trying to say the same things over and over and over
No,
again.
I'm
And then
never
when we
allowed
get triggered because you say the
you
same
get
things,
triggered instantly.
talk
You get
black, talk
because
black to
you've
us.
never heard these
Talk
ideas.
black.
That's why
No,
I
I've
think you
never
get so
heard.
triggered.
I've been reading books before you were before you were sicking on your mom's tatas. Okay? Talk black to us.
I appreciate out your mouth. Let's
Okay?
keep my mom out your mouth. Let's start there.
You know what? I just listen. You know what? Why don't you just let other people talk and you shut up? How about that? I'll shut up if
Okay,
you
that's
shut up
I
because
mean,
nobody wants to hear
dollar
you.
bill. Come on, man.
I don't
You
like
get in your
this dude,
bag and you
man.
start personally attacking the man. Don't do that,
No,
man.
you know what it is? Because he's
Come on.
personally attacking us. And you
Nah,
don't
he's
see it because he's
generalizing.
not
It's not
no,
personal. It's
yeah,
not on
it
your
is a
mom or your
personal.
dad or your
It's
sister.
no,
You're
that's not
talking
what I
about his
said.
parents
I
now.
didn't say nothing about all I said was it's an expression, it's an idiomatic expression. What I said to him before he was born, that means when his mother was weaning him off of his breast,
Here we
like every
long
other
with
every other mammal, okay, in society, that's not personal. Okay, I don't know his mother's name or anything.
but
Is
you
he
keep
not a
bringing her up.
mammal?
How
Are
about
you
this?
not a mammal? Are
Let's
you not a
leave her out.
mammal?
Let's
Do
leave her
all
out of this.
mammals have? Do all female mammals have mammary glands? Do they have that?
Dollar bill. When I was out
So
of
what?
pocket with Carla, I came in and I
That has
apologized, man.
nothing. That's
Don't talk about his
that has.
mom. Don't talk
I
about his
didn't say nothing
parentage.
about his mother. Are you listening or you're not listening?
You said when he was sucking on his mom,
Let's just
TTs
move
or
on.
something like
Let's just move
that.
Everything.
on
Don't
from
say
this.
that.
I understand what Dollar Bill's saying, but let's just move on from this. We're not getting any
Yeah,
place, you
you act
know.
like
Yeah,
this
let's not do that.
personal.
Let's move on.
Move on from this and whatnot. You
Yeah.
understand?
Alan.
Well, he's not talking about your mother. Dollar Bill didn't mean nothing to buy, but just let's move on from that. You
Yeah,
know,
he's so
I just want my
sensitive.
whole point is the fact that Truco is like you cannot look at Black America. We're real people, and like pull out
I'm
a
a
book
real
and say,
person.
I got the answers to generalize 45 million people with 45 million
I'm not
different backgrounds,
generalizing 45 million.
45 million stories. My story is not the same thing as a Black man across the street. We got two different stories,
Look,
two different
Chuku,
circumstances.
let me give you advice. You don't have to
Kids,
listen
we
to
are
me.
all sitting there.
But
Other
when you come on these platforms, try to build bridges. Don't do more to widen the divide. Try to build bridges. That's my advice to you.
Build a bridge. How can I build a bridge with somebody who's insulting me and my family? How do you
And
build
you
that?
insult all our families.
yeah,
You
you
can't
when
see
you
it.
get up on here and start talking about how we're having grievances, we're doing this. Yeah, you know, I look, I like I said, I asked Dollar Bill. I said all the Christmas dinners, Thanksgiving dinners. Did you go to Flushing Meadow Park when you was a kid, Dollar Bill?
No, I didn't go to Flushing Meadows. No,
Where'd you
but
go? Where'd you
I've
go?
been
We
out
used to go
there.
to Flushing Meadow because we're in Queens. You know, we
We
love that.
we used to go up to
Yeah.
Peg Lake Bates, upstate.
Okay,
We used to go up to Ride, New York.
okay.
And so Peg Lake Bates had his own place up there.
Have you ever been to Anthony Wayne Park?
No.
That's right off the Palisades, right there in New York. New
I've
York
been
part
to
of Palisades
what's that
Parkway.
place on the
All right.
But anyway,
FDR?
what I'm trying to say is when we did those things and whatnot, and the
Mhm.
food, everything's out there. Who
Yes,
provided that? Was that white people
our
welfare?
family. We
Was that
provided it
Black men
ourselves.
who fed us and whatnot? Who brought home?
You guys are going back again to the olden days. You remember in Flushing,
No,
Queens?
I'm
No,
just
but
trying to
it's
make
not
a
that.
point, right?
You
Because
remember
we
in
have a
Staten
whole life.
Island?
Look, we have a whole life in America that we've been taking care of ourselves all this time, and then we got somebody come over here who don't know us, like Chuko, he dropped off, that don't know us, and basically
Good.
trying to tell us we got grievance, all this like that, because he reads it from white people.
Or
You
these
know,
one white people
that's the
like Thomas
problem we
Sowell.
have. That's why
Dollar bill. You push a couple people off the
we make it
platforms, and I
progress
don't
here.
think that's good for engagement. We can talk about things. There may be hot moments, and you guys could, have a little,
You know what?
heated conversation,
You
but
know what
then
it
let it
is.
go afterwards. Don't let
But
it be a target where
but you
every
know
time you encounter this guy, you got to attack him. Don't do that, man. That's
you
beneath
know
you.
no, it's not.
Alan.
Go ahead. Frenchie.
Kala, do you want an echo chamber or do you want diversity in
I
thought?
want
Because I'm
diversity.
so confused.
Like
You've
I said,
said
I let everyone
numerous
speak.
times.
I let
Okay,
everyone.
so then why not let Chuku finish? Like,
Okay,
for
he did.
goodness
You know,
sake, if you
we
don't
let him
agree with
finish,
what
but
he
he's
said,
saying, hold
then
on,
respond back. But this tag
hold on,
teaming
he
has
said,
got to
look, we
stop.
let
It's
him. I
frustrating.
let him say what he got to say. But I'm saying like that. You got to clarify. You got to when you make a statement like that, you got to back it up. You can't just say black people are grievance. Who are you talking about? You know, have
And
you hold on? When he says that, right? If you come on this platform, right, and you say grievance, that means you must have heard me say it at one time that we like this. I'm not one of those grievance Negroes that be on YouTube. I believe in taking personal responsibility and everything. So why would he come on this platform and tell me about that?
but
That's why I get pissed off.
the same way Dollar Bill said, he's not speaking about all Africans. He's just speaking to people that are quote unquote like Chuku. It's the same way he's doing the same thing. He's not talking about you. He's not making it personal to
No,
you.
that's the difference. He's not. He is. He's talking about all
Who's the
African
other? Who's
Americans.
the other
No, he
person on the
isn't.
panel?
Yes,
He
he
isn't.
is.
No,
He
he
is,
isn't. He's
sister.
never said all.
Sister,
I've
yes,
never
he
heard him
did.
Oh
say
yeah,
But
he
all.
he's,
did.
but
He
he's,
might-
he didn't
I-
say, I'm
Who's
talking to
who's the
you,
other
Dollar
person
Bill.
on the panel? Is that
he
Dave?
makes
Yeah, Elvis, yeah, it's me.
yeah,
Yeah.
Dave
Oh,
I'm
heard
at
okay.
that.
work, man. So I'm
You know,
just laying
he's
low. I'm
making a
listening.
generalization about you black men. He don't say certain segments of Black America. He said, "Oh, like this." He makes it seem like for 60 years we were just sitting back doing absolutely nothing. He ignores all the success and leaps and bounds and make it seem like Black America is a problem in America. We're just sitting back. We're just a bunch of deadbeats doing nothing. That's the story.
Do you see the
When
back
people come
chat,
in like that,
Frenchie?
they're not being just
Frenchie, do you
genuine.
see the back chat?
Yes, I
Do you
do.
see under the private chat,
hmm
under what his
hmm
name? Do you see what he has up under there? It says the topics African American wealth may fall to zero. I just read the Pew Institute research from the last 20 years that shows that African American wealth, okay, the median wealth, okay, has almost doubled, as at least increased by 32%. I also read to him, and I put it in there in the back chat. If you want, anybody wants to copy it, okay, there is a fact sheet that shows that not only are we doing better, we're also producing more people in this country. These are not things that people are talking about. What they want to do is create this theory of a permanent underclass. So you don't see, I don't think you understand. So when you say to me, I'm attacking him, no, it is his passive aggressive attacking African Americans. He's not doing it in a vociferous way. He's passively, aggressively attacking us. So when I said I talk to individuals, I don't get out here and spew things about all Africans. I don't do that. He's spewing stuff about African Americans. That's the difference.
Frenchie, one of the
That's not true.
propagandists
You've
of
made
one of
comments about African women as well, and it was a sweeping generalization saying
Oh,
that we love white men.
will
You
we
have
like?
done that,
Will
Dollar
we like?
Bill, so that's untrue.
But did I say? Is that untrue for real?
Yes, it is.
So okay, are you trying to say
Are you able to quantify? Because Carla, you speak about stats all the time. Are you able to quantify the statement that you made?
that African women marry white men and don't in this country and don't marry African American men?
No, that's not what you said. You made it seem like
Mm-hmm.
we just love white men. We're obsessed with them. We
most women in the
worship
world are
them.
white men. Most women, Asian,
That's not what I said.
they
I'm
all
gonna
look
repeat.
No,
like
I
Yes,
said you
no, no,
made it
no,
seem.
no,
I said
no,
you made
no,
it
no,
seem,
no.
and that's how
Now,
it
I
came
love you,
across.
sister. I
And
love you,
just now, when you were
sister. But
speaking
that's
to
not what I said.
Chuku, you said that's the African in you. That's the African in you. So
Yeah.
I'm confused here. Is
Okay. Let me
is
tell
it
you.
just me that's
Let me
hearing
no,
this, or
no. Let me tell you what I said, and this is a fact. I said in New York City, okay, and I've been told this by other African women that when they try to have a conversation or want to deal with African American men, they are ostracized by Africans, most likely Nigerians in this country. His response, or the other guy's response, was, well, a lot of Africans, Nigerians marry African Americans. And I said, yes, they do. I said, but it's the men marrying the women, not the women who are marrying the men. Those are facts. And everyone knows that. That's not a lie. That
Carla,
is
can
not a
you
lie.
rewind the tape? Can you rewind the tape? Because
That's not a lie.
I'm not referring to that though. I'm specifically referring to the statement you made about African women preferring white men. Carla, can you rewind the tape so
Well, you
we
don't
can
have
all
to
hear
do that.
it?
You can put it on YouTube and ask the same
It is
question.
on YouTube, but I'm asking Carla to play it. It is on
I don't know how
YouTube.
to do that. Where's what you talking about from the other day show?
Is it not true?
Carla,
Let me ask you the question. Let me ask you a
Is
question.
it from the other show? I
Oh,
don't remember all
no,
that.
no.
You know.
You know what? Listen, this is good. Okay, you live in the UK, right? Hello?
yes, I do.
Okay. You live in the UK. Do you have
There's
relatives
a
that
lot
live?
of interracial stuff going up in
Do you
there.
have relatives that live in the United States?
Relatives that live in the United States.
Do you have relatives or friends that live in the United States?
Friends, yes.
You have some friends. Do you know any of them that are married to African American men? And let me, before you answer that question, do you know any that are married to white men?
Well, I should say friend. My best friend is African American.
That's not
Lives
what
in
I'm saying, sis.
Texas.
I'm not saying that you're racist or anything. I'm trying to
No, no, no.
explain
I
to you,
mean, doesn't
are
date
the
black
women that you
people. That's what
know,
I wanted to say.
yeah,
Yeah.
the women that you know that live in America, if they don't date and marry other Africans, who do they marry?
If they don't date or marry other Africans,
Who do they marry?
I'm confused because the African women that I know are married to African men.
Okay, in England, where you're from, or whatever part
Okay.
of the UK,
England.
England, are most of those women that marry outside of their ethnic group, who are they married to?
Other Africans.
Who are married outside of their African group, outside of their ethnic group? Who are they
Yes,
married
other
to?
Africans.
Other Africans, okay. Those who are
Yes.
not married to other Africans, who are they married to?
White people.
Yes. So I didn't just make a sweeping situation, but
I mean, who else is left?
my observation is, and I need people to prove me wrong. I live in one of the areas where most Africans come to America. The number one place I believe is New York City, followed by Houston and other areas in the United States. And I'm going to tell you, in my observation of all of the years that I've known Africans, and I've heard other Africans say the same thing, that even men, if they were to take their African American wife or husband back home, they would get more backlash than if they married to a white person. This is not something that I said because I believe that African women love white men, okay? But I do believe that Africans worship white people. Yeah, I do believe that. That I do believe. You would be correct if I said that, because I truly believe that.
Chuko clearly worship white people. He has all
Okay.
their talking points. He
And
got all
so
their talking points down to a
I
thing.
told you, out of all the Africans, and I know a lot of Nigerians, okay, a lot of them. Out of most of the Nigerians that I know are married to Africans, right? But those who are not married, just like in your country, to them are not married to African Americans. All of the time that I've been here in America, which is all of my life, and the people that I know in very large African communities, I only knew one guy who met and married his wife. She's an African in this country. It just doesn't happen. And when the young lady told me why it doesn't happen, okay, I don't want to have to start interviewing people in America, putting it on my YouTube and showing that African women don't date African American men in this country. This is a fact. It's not a lie. I can't, people, it's just like if I was to tell you that basketball players and football players in America prefer black women. When I tell you that's not true. These guys get a little money and they prefer to marry a white woman or somebody who's darn near looks like they could be white. There are other people who marry black people, but it's few far and in between. These are facts.
That wasn't my argument,
You
though.
see your
I
girl
was merely
Paige? Who wants
referring.
to date a convict? That's what she said.
The words hold the
I mean,
everything.
Paige is a black woman. She's probably an African woman, and you made a sweeping generalization about African women.
Yeah, but
She's now
Christian, hold on.
responding. What
Why
do you
hold on?
guys
Why
want from these
Somebody
people?
prove to
You
me
can't.
that I'm lying.
What you should be doing, right, is like
Oh,
you expect us to take the moral high ground. What you should be doing is saying, look, I don't like the fact that you make it a general guy. You should be timing her out on that stuff, you know? And that'll show us that, okay, well, but you guys let and almost like we're being sneak this. You know, we let stuff go and whatnot when the people say stuff and whatnot. So okay, so I'm saying, okay, well, Frenchie believes that. She didn't time her out.
Carla, I remove really bad comments that people make about you
Yeah, but hold on. I know I don't care about me personally. I'm just talking
and
about
your
stuff like
wife
this. Hold on, check this out.
I
Check this
removed
out.
those
Somebody
comments.
says, "Who wants to date a convict?" You know, and she should have been timed out for that. You know, I mean,
Carla,
we're gonna
if
have a
you
decent
want me to be,
conversation.
if you want me to, if you want me to be the
Be
dictator,
honest.
because
Oh yeah, well, let's
let
say
me
no.
be
What I'm
honest, because
saying
if
is,
you want me to be
hold
the
on, I'm saying like this.
dictator,
You know,
Dollar
I
bill.
don't just leave,
Dollar
I
bill.
don't just leave comments like what Paige has put on. I don't just leave those comments up there. You've
but
got people
some
like
comments
Dark
are beyond the
Migo,
pale.
you've got people like Muck Muck who make disgusting comments. Also, I leave them too,
Yeah, yeah. What you
because if
call
I was
yes,
to
you know,
delete just one,
handling
I'd have to
too,
delete
handling
everyone.
who is this?
I'd have to
Dollar
delete
bill.
everyone at that
If
point.
look, if you got a discernment,
Dollar
you think
bill.
it's wrong what somebody
Let the
say.
sister talk,
You know,
brother. Let the
delete the
sister
comment. I
talk.
don't care who it is. I don't care if they're African American, African, whatever, like that. Some things are beyond the pale. You know, if somebody says something in that comment section, you know, you gotta say, look, we gotta have a decorum. You know, I'm like this. You know, there's certain things I don't say that's beyond the pale. When who wants to date a convict? You know, it's like, look, we cannot get to the point where basically when people think of African and Black Americans as criminals. You know, where'd that come from? You know, that's not an African thing. That's a white man's thing. That shows that.
Dollar
Carla,
bill. You
Carla,
have a
you remember
preference in
when they
women,
were all
right?
complaining about being blocked in comments, etc., etc.
Brother, let us speak, please.
So when we do things, they complain, and then you say you want diversity in thought, etc., etc. So what do you
Yeah,
want the
but the
moderators
bottom
to
line,
do? Do you
that's
want us to block
diversity of thought.
everyone?
Oh, diversity in thought, but the bottom line, it got to be within the bounds of being
But you know
civilized.
what? I like that she's expressing her how she truly feels. Because see, when I say these things, right? Could you please mute yourself, brother?
Elvis,
I've
man,
been
come on.
making a sandwich in the middle of the night. Listen, I do these things and I say some of these things because I really want dialogue. I really would like to talk about those things that are uncomfortable. Okay, when we talk about it, when we talk about people, African American women, okay, who prefer a zaddy, okay, because they don't want to marry, okay, African American men or even African men. They prefer to marry white people. I say it all the time. You understand? Anything that I say about African women or African men, I'm saying the same thing about African American people in general.
Yeah, we all the time get on
Well, if
Black
you're
African
allowed to say
Americans.
things about African people in general and
I'm an
black
African
African
person.
American women and African American, sorry, women in general, then Chuku is also allowed to come here and make generalizations. If you guys are saying you can do it, so can he.
Yeah,
You have to
and
be
you know
fair
what?
across the board, and
And
you
you know
can't get
what?
mad at him when he does it,
And you know
because
what?
then that would make you
My thing,
hypocrites.
my thing is, instead of him spewing stuff that he's saying that he's not experienced,
Right.
if someone wants to prove me wrong about what I say, okay, about African men who come to this country and marry African American women, as opposed to African
You know something? I don't even
women
care
who
about that
marry.
because I don't.
No,
Those women are grown women,
but you
and
know,
they know
but you
what they're
know,
getting into.
but you
You
know
know.
what it, but
So
you know what it lends to? The mindset. It lends to the mindset of people who will tell you we're attacking you, who will tell you we're doing this and that to you. And when people say, you know, they don't like us, right? They see these things too. They see these things. Okay. So I don't want to hear somebody say, oh, I like African American. I was married to an African American woman, and so do people from the Ku Klux Klan. That's how I feel. It's a cop out.
Yeah, that right there. My personal thing is like this. It's all about the stereotypes. Why is it that people traffic in stereotypes? Like what I don't get is this. This is I never could understand is this. We always, when you talk about stereotypes, you take the lowest common denominator of somebody. Lowest common denominator. When I come up here and everything like that, I talk about Liberia, I talk about Ghana, I talk about Africa, and I talk about the beauty of African history. I've done it so many times on this show. And so I still basically, I'm a sort of a pan-Africanist. I want to see the best of our race. I don't have any ill will towards anybody, right? And so therefore, if somebody comes up here and they're whatever part of Africa where they're from, I don't, as long as what you say within bounds of being civilized and brotherly, we could talk, right? But then there's some people like the Mike Olawale's, right? He just basically got this, what's the point? Because, I'm a Yoruba, whatever the hell, whatever that means. And we're never going to get together. And they act like they got some big treasure in Nigeria that they don't want us to be part of. And when I told him, I don't give a shit about your going to your country, he was shocked. He was hurt. He said, what do you mean you don't want to come to my, no, I don't. I don't need to come to Nigeria. I don't need to come to Lagos and look at your mansion. I don't want to come to your, he gets shocked. He said, he acts like he had some bargain chip with me. When I said, no, and when Dollar Bill said the other day, no, I don't want to go to Africa, and we had to let people know that stuff. If we're going to respect each other, and you show me the good side of you and stuff like that, and I show you the good side of Black America. If I was showing the bad side of Black America, I wouldn't hold against somebody who don't want nothing to do with Black America. But I think every day I talk about the good side of Black America, the story of the African American. I talk about our history and everything. And it's exciting. The story of Black America is very exciting. And I talk about the good things in Black America, the stuff we're doing and everything. And I distance myself from the negativity.
Can I say something, Colin?
I condemn Diddy. I condemn what's going on in Memphis with this young Dolph. I condemn the Sexy Reds. I condemn the Megan Thee Stallions and all this kind of stuff like that. I condemn that stuff. So you cannot put that on me, And
Colin, can I say something?
Africans is this. So let me say this. They do not think it's necessary to condemn the nonsense that goes on the continent and what they represent to the world. That's the problem. That's the difference.
Can I say something, Colin?
That's not true, Colin, because
I have never seen
Africans that speak.
I have never.
Okay, maybe you don't.
Every time I see an African, they never ever. Afrodamas should be sitting there talking about the problems on the continent and Gambia. The Gambia has a sex trade and everything like that. Does he talk about that? No.
He always talk about the blacks.
The blacks.
Can I say
that's
something?
Anecdotal. That's one person. Why are you guys so fixated on him?
All these people follow him.
He does not have a big platform.
He
doesn't have a big platform.
So when we
and so is Zongo,
Frenchie,
and so is Mike Olawande.
Also, I don't like the fact that some of the things spill over from other platforms and everything. But I hear this guy on other platforms, and he be going in. He says a lot of vile stuff that's full of
probably
hate.
Don't hear what he says.
You don't hear what he says.
Americans. Can I say something for a second?
So for the bottom line, we have a right to defend ourselves.
Could you show something for a minute?
Of course you do.
Could you show something for a minute, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
You
can do it. You can't do it.
The sister asked me.
You can present it, Dollar Bill.
No. I put it in the back chat. All you got to do is put it.
All right.
I'm sorry.
If it's anecdotal, there's no point showing anecdotal
it's not anecdotal. It addresses exactly what you asked me. Okay, about.
I've seen this video.
So it addresses, sister, exactly what you said. You asked me to do, and so I'm giving the receipts.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Give the sister the receipts because she says I'm making sweeping indictments of African women and how they feel about African Americans and African American men.
That's not what I said. Do you see what I mean, Kala, when I say people just love lying on my name? I clearly stated that he spoke about African women worshipping and loving white men. That's what I came here to address. Not about African American men or African American women. Like, stick to what I'm saying.
That's two different topics. This guy right here, what's his name? Fungo. This guy always goes around Willie Fungo. I call him Fungus.
Okay, so what's your name?
He used to be on Dice Show, and now he goes around.
And what do you do?
Every conversation is about
Like
what do you think about Black America. He's a Nigerian.
artist.
It's like, Dad, why are we in
That's
the
what
topic
I
of
do in
conversation?
the
Well,
daily life.
Everybody's
let's hear what he has to
what
say.
do you know about Black Americans?
Black Americans people. Actually, I don't like them. They are.
Last year, I released a video that broke the internet asking Rwandan women what they think about Black Americans. The content was quite a hit, both in the US and in Rwanda. So today, I'm releasing part 2. New ladies, new questions,
People
new
that
drama.
think about this, we talk about going over to the continent.
Rwandan women say this about Black Americans. Okay, so who am I speaking with?
My name is Lorraine. I'm Rwandese. I'm a student. Hi, my name is Lorraine. I'm Tony. I'm Rwandese. I'm a student.
And so, what do you know about Black Americans?
What I know is that they are black, and most of them they're born in America, and it's one of the minor but big racial, racial what do we call that?
Minority groups, ethnic groups. Okay.
Black Americans people, I don't like them because they take lots of drugs. They do fucking job. I don't like them.
They do what?
They fuck a lot. I don't like.
And Rwandans don't fuck.
They don't like they don't like it. Yeah.
I don't believe you.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so who am I here with?
Kelia. Eme.
Okay, and what do you guys do?
I'm a student also.
And so, what do you guys think about Black Americans?
I think they are hot and I don't know.
Is that just you, or do you believe that most Rwandans don't like to have sex?
That's most of them, like the Rwandans. I know my friends, my family.
So what do I think about them? Ooh, I think they are strong, resilient, and sometimes egoistical. And that's it, really. That's what I think.
But have you met any Black Americans in real life?
No, like in the movies. I didn't meet them. One of them.
Okay, but how do you know that the movie is telling you the truth?
Like the movies. Likely they play the real life stories. They play real life stories.
Let's ask about the differences between Rwandan culture and African American culture.
if you've ever dreamed of owning an apartment complex and you live near one of these cities, then you've got to see the same ad that I saw 3 years ago. It was for a master class that came to my area. I now own 11.
Now, what do you think about the Black American culture?
Fucked up. I'm sorry. Is it is it like okay, the fucked up humanity group that's Black Americans. Yeah. And I actually feel bad for saying that. It's true. It's true. I know it's true.
Yo, Willie Fungus
Now,
is a
why do you believe
Nigerian
that?
dude.
Because
Willie
they
Fungus is a
mostly
Nigerian.
don't belong where they are.
I had run-ins with him on Dinosaur
They're
years ago.
Americans. We all know they're Americans. They know they're Americans, but they don't belong there because they are minor. One for that, they are minor, and the racism and everything. They don't belong there actually, so they belong here and they are not here. So they are fucked up.
How is it that people are going to tell us
So
where
you
we
think
belong?
Black Americans should return to Africa?
They shouldn't. That would be bad. That
Oh,
would be
no, we don't
bad.
belong
That
in
would be the
America,
end of
but we shouldn't
Africa.
return to Africa. These
What?
people want us to have nothing. They want us to be in the Atlantic Ocean.
What do you guys think is the difference between the Black American culture and the Rwandan culture?
I don't think there is any different. Do you think there is? Too many.
Yeah, this is a
We are
place that
so
had
different.
800,000 people
We are so
killed in a
different.
genocide.
Like,
They passed a
okay,
judgment on us
let me see.
about
Like,
being violent.
we as a people, we are shy, we are timid. We Rwandans, Black Americans, they are not. They put their business out there. We don't do that here.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah, for me, I say they are the same. You are, we are.
Okay, but you said they're fucked up in America, but you don't want them to return to Africa. So what do they do?
Do we want to be fucked up in Africa? We don't. We don't. We just want them to fuck up, and then they should like think. They should be. They should know what they should do instead of like being wise, trying to belong, trying to victimize everything. I'm black. I'm for black people, but you guys should stop.
Okay, but let's be a little bit specific, right? When you say they're fucked up, what exactly do you mean by that?
Let me put this right. The black people, they all belong to Africa. They come from Africa. They don't belong to Africa. They came from Africa. So I think they're trying to blend, be the Americans. They're trying to belong so bad that they try in different things which are not good.
Like what?
The culture thing, the Americans doing what Americans, victimizing their blackness, like they are black for what black. We are black. They know. Everyone knows they are black.
Some Rwandans have an inward-facing culture where they focus on working within their group instead of outsiders. To them, the African American fixation on racism and mainstream acceptance might look strange and counterproductive. The conversation begins to take a more negative tone.
Okay, they take a lot of drugs, but Rwandans don't. They they are they are not likely into it. Most young people of Rwandans are like nowadays learning to take it, but they are not like Black Americans people. Yeah.
They are the drug dealers. They are the killers. They are not sticking together. So I think you guys are fucked up. I'm sorry. I do.
Now, do you get that from movies and TV, or do you have real life experience with Black Americans?
Actually, we have families in Africa who, when they are either by being my immigrants, so we know people, our cousins, our families, they are there. They are trying to be Americans. They're Americans by the nationality. The originality, they are Rwandese. They are Congolese. They are
Yeah.
Burundians. We know them. We see them.
Yeah.
And movies, no, actually, I don't think movies are real.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that you get your opinions from the relatives who live in the United States. They tell you these things about Black Americans.
Yeah, I watch documentaries too. I watch many like things. I read I see everything. Social media has become like the world has become so little. You know what's going on. You know what's happening everywhere. Where?
Okay, but what's the difference between the Black American culture and the Rwandan culture?
Oh, we have culture, guys. We have culture. We have culture. So the children moving out of their parents' house at 18, you don't even know what you're doing. You don't know what you're supposed to do. That's bad.
I
First
agree
of
with
all,
you
that's
on that
bad.
one, yeah.
Eh? And then the draggings, the drugs, the depression, the things, all the bad stuff is an America and by black people. Why are you depressed? Why are you so sad? Why is the people changing? Like our generation, people are so much changing. People are going to drugs, people are sex addicts, people are doing what and what. All that you will find a black face everywhere.
But it
That's
sounds
why.
like Rwandans have some of the same problems as Black Americans.
Oh, that's not big. They're not big. Actually, they are from people. I'm sorry. There are people from America coming here and telling our youth, taking youth money, sending money, doing that stuff. I think we are in peer pressure of our relatives living abroad or black
Oh, okay.
Americans living abroad. Yeah.
Do you consider Black Americans to be Africans?
No, they are not Africans. Yeah, they are like
Amen to that.
Black American. So it's like they are born in America. They are not born in Africa. But I think like we have the same spirit, the same color. So yeah, I don't think they are Africans. I think they are Americans.
Mm. But they have the roots from here, so they are African American, more like.
No, for you to be an African, you have to be born in Africa. Yeah, so they are not born in Africa. That's why they are not Africans.
But they have their roots here, like their ancestors came from here.
Yeah, but okay, let me ask you something.
Okay.
How can I say that you are Rwandan? How can I tell that you are Rwandan?
Before Contrave, I had tried a bunch of fad diets, little short-term things that never really seemed to last for me. My doctor handed me the Contrave pamphlets that was in his office, and I
Okay, touche.
But if a Rwandan is born in Uganda, are they not Rwandan?
Uh-huh.
They are, they are Ugandans because they are born in Ugandans. They might be maybe hierarchical Rwandans, but you can call a person Rwandan because he's born in Rwanda. I think, yeah, for me.
No, no. But okay. But I feel like they are African. To me, they are African.
Okay, so where do you guys get most of your information about Black Americans from?
Internet, right?
It's the social media, I think. Yeah, most of the information we get it's from social media. So probably we are wrong and we don't know them.
But so have you ever met a Black American?
Sometimes, yes.
And what was your impression?
They were inviting, I might say. Like they are friendly. And we are not friendly. We us Gwendans. So for us to be friendly, we have to know you. But them, they're friendly to everybody. So it's kind of intriguing.
Okay. Do you think more Black Americans should come to African countries like Rwanda?
Yeah, they should. To me, they should know their roots, where they're coming from. So they should visit sometimes to see the Africa we know. Maybe if it's the same Africa they know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what about you? Do you think Black Americans should visit African countries like Rwanda?
Yes,
Mhm.
because like I want them to come in Rwanda and see, like in Africa, to see their root, to see where they're coming from, and also because we knew them from social media, they might know us from social medias too. And I think people like Black Americans or other people that doesn't live in Africa, they think like Africa is about maybe hunting, those kind of stuffs. So I just want them to come and see, like they look for themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, have you ever met a Black American in real life?
Yeah, I did.
And what was the impression you had?
Actually, they have like an open mind. Like yeah, it's easy to talk to them. It's easy that like they understand, which we don't do here, like in Africa.
From what I can see, the Rwandans who have actually met Black Americans have a much more positive impression than those who got their information from the media. Let's talk to another lady who demonstrates the transformational impact of firsthand experience.
The way I think about the Black American people, at first I used to think about them like I used to think that they are bad people, they are selfish, but now I realize that they are good people, polite, they are friendly, social. Yeah.
Okay, so why did you think they were bad before?
Yeah, like when I was still young, I used to hear people like saying that Black American people they are bad, they don't like other people, they are selfish. But after that, I realized that they're not bad people.
Okay, have you met many Black Americans here in Rwanda?
Yeah, I met them once upon a time. I was somewhere with my friends, and then I met them. They come to us, they talk to us goodly, they are friendly. So I saw that the way I used to think about them are not true.
Okay, now would you ever date a Black American?
No, no, no.
Why?
I wouldn't date out of my culture. Actually, yeah.
Okay, would you ever date a Black American?
Now it can depend. Like if I met him and we convince one another, um, we can go on. Me, I don't have any problem with them.
So, would you ever date a Black American?
No, I can't. I can't.
Why?
Because of their culture, uh, their behaviors. I can't. I can't resist it.
Now, what if the guy was rich?
No, I'm trying to be rich. I'm trying to be rich. So I don't care. I don't care about money. I don't.
No, but what if this guy didn't have that culture that you don't like? Like, what if he was different?
I don't like them actually. All of them. I don't like them.
Would you ever date a Black American?
Yeah, I can. Because like as I told you, they have an open mind. So I don't want complications. Yeah.
Yeah. It depends on the person I'm meeting. Yeah, if we have the same values and we connect, we vibe, yeah, I can date them. Yeah.
Now, if you had to pick between a Black American man and a Rwandan man, which one would you pick?
Oh God, my people are going to hate me, but I'm choosing the Black American. I mean, we as a people, especially our guys, they're another topic. Let's keep it for another day.
What I can say, American people, to those who think they are bad, they are not bad, because when you have never met a person, you can never know the true color of him.
Thanks for watching. While some of the opinions here might be offensive, they provide valuable insights into how social media culture shapes perceptions about African Americans around the world. I'll see you in the next video.
Oh, yeah.
Carla, give
As long
your
as we run it back.
Carla, tell them about the fair usage.
What did you say, Dollar Bill?
Yeah, tell them about that. The video that you just viewed was for fair usage and
Fair
for
usage,
educational purpose.
Willie Fungo's video. I call him Willie Fungus. I used to battle with him on Dynasty Show years ago. But now he travels Africa doing this thing. He knows. Look, what gets me is this: Willie Fungus was a failed YouTuber back when he was living in America, right? And he was talking about Dynasty Show. Now he goes to Africa, right? And the bottom line, if he was talking about African issues, he would get no viewership. But when you start talking about go to Africa and you start talking about African Americans, that pushes the algorithm up. So a lot of these people make their money online. Like you got to do Evan from Kenya. All this guy does is talk about Black Americans, African Americans. Like, dude, you're in Kenya. What the fuck do we got to do with Kenya? Why are we on your mind 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Leave us the fuck alone, man. Jeez. Yeah, he goes around too asking people, what do you think about Black Americans? What do you think about African Americans? Well, I think blah, blah, blah. And the people say the most ignorant shit, man. I'm like, God dang, man. So the bottom line is we the Black America, we're not living in the Cosby era. When Black America, because we had people like Cosby, we had the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, stuff like that out there. And we had the shows like Miami Vice out there. The image of Black America in the 80s was good, global image of Black America. But over the last 20 years and whatnot, Black American image just basically for money and everything. These people that put out this garbage about us and everything, these people that make it seem like we're only drug dealers and baby fathers and all stuff like this, all this ghetto ass culture that's representing Black America has damaged our image around the world, And so when people like Chukwu come on the scene, right, he's going on the stereotypes of the last 20 years, which is not true.
But the
It's
last
like
20
reality,
years,
there's a matrix. There's like a reality. There's what people out there, like what they think about Black America is not reality.
but what
That's
I
what I
just
said.
read to him, the Pew Research that shows that African Americans' incomes are rising. I showed him that they're being more populous. Okay. All of these things that I'm showing him, he says, no, it's not you, it's immigrants. They have it, I could not, I'm sorry, Frenchie, quantify or qualify the statements that I made about African women and their response. Because every time I try to do it, when I put up African, white people, for some reason, they don't differentiate. Okay, when I say African, they put up Black, so they don't differentiate. But the Pew Institute will tell you, it broke it down if you want to copy and paste that in the back chat. I hope I didn't misrepresent. I think you said some dissatisfaction that I misrepresented what you said, but I could not quantify or qualify that information. No one's done that type of research, so these are only my observations. So I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend you or misinterpret what you said.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, there's a gap between, like I said, the only thing separating Africa is the mind. We have a different mind. We see the world differently. I don't know if that can ever be bridged. You see how these girls were talking like, well, they talk about race so much. We have a mind that's programmed because after 400 years of what's going through, people have no idea what we went through in this, because psychological torment we went through in this country for 400 years. Whatnot,
but it's amazing. What's amazing to me,
amazing
Colin?
that we survived this shit.
It's amazing how people that the biggest voices, the loudest voices, are people who live in England, people who live in Africa, who've never, ever met an African American one time in their entire life. And they're so consumed with their negative stereotypes about us. It's incredible.
Yeah, one thing we don't do is go around talk about negativity of other groups of people. We just don't do it. These, and
Yes, you do,
that
Colin.
white
Yes,
people.
you do.
Hold
Okay,
up.
let us speak. Let us speak, Colin.
Okay, let me say this, Frenchie. When somebody comes up and says Nigeria is a 419, you would not be on my show if somebody says Nigeria. I know for a fact that the matter is the majority of Nigerians are good people. Hardworking, good people. I know that. I know that because I respect humanity. I understand that the majority of white. I'm saying like the people say, "Carl, I'll make pan-Africans." Like that. Look, I would be a hypocrite and a liar if I tell you that I thought the white man was a devil and they're out to get us. No, I knew some beautiful white people who were down to earth, who did me good. I would not be where I am if I thought like that. You know, I know if you go to Japan, but remember back in the time, Dollar Bill, when they had the 50th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, they tried to smear Japan with this Japan's racist stuff. Remember that?
Yes,
Because America was selling Japanese Sambo dolls and everything, and they got popular in Japan. And so they basically, New York Times did a thing. Japanese have said with black people, like, we're ready to freaking start buying American cars because Japanese. Remember that?
Yes.
Remember that? And then a lot of African Americans say, you know something, let's go to Japan, find out the truth. Find out the Japanese are the most down-to-earth people in the world. Out of all the Asians, they're the most down-to-earth. And they love African American culture. You know? They were like, yeah, they know about sweet potato pie. They know about this
double Dutch.
And so they know about
jazz music.
They start showing Japanese
hip
kids
hop,
doing hip hop, b-boy, and stuff like this. So we had it all wrong. We jumped to conclusions. We were ready to attack these people. And the bottom line is this: we negative images are put out there by the world, you know, and people suck that up. But we understand that the Japanese are good people, you know. Everybody else, there's good people in every culture, because most of it's misunderstanding. I would never basically say take a group of people and say Nigerians are bad, South Africans are bad, you know. South Africa, never do that. I would say individuals are bad. You know, I think I'll say Mike Olawale is a bad person. You know, I may
Chukwu's
say
a bad person.
Yeah, Chukwu is a bad person. I'll never basically say Nigerians. I'll be out of line because one is I'm Nigerian. You know, I got Nigerian blood in me.
You know what they don't understand, and I think this is what I think happens. If they hear me saying something to a Nigerian and they're Nigerian, they get so offended, but they don't get offended by what the Nigerians say to me.
That's what I don't understand. I don't understand that at all. You know, it's all right for them to talk about us, but when we say something like this, oh, you guys got to be like, they expect us to be above it, like a virtual signaling.
If you look on Chukwu, if you look at what Chukwu has been saying before he even got on, to speak, look at all of his comments and the negative comments that he said. And these are things that he truly believes in his heart. And he wants us to believe that his mother's an African American. And so my response to him, and this wasn't personal, then she must have taught you how to hate half of yourself. Obviously, she had nothing to say, in their marriage. And that's an observation. Because if she did, she would have told you something about pride, about being an African American. You have nothing
Let me answer this.
being an African American.
When did I ever say Nigerians are bad? I never said that. You know, I said I would not want to. I don't want to move to Nigeria. I said like this: you guys got a lot of problems there. That you're fixing a mansion and you living on mud roads and with no sewer systems. I say that's bad. I look at Makoko and say, I don't care if you have a mansion next to Makoko. I don't want to go there. You know, you guys Nigeria has a lot of problems. Don't mean I don't love Nigeria in general. You guys are human beings. You're my fellow human being. Forget you're African. Forget you're black. It's my job as a person to love you regardless of what you are.
Nam said that I was xenophobic. Isn't that what you said, Nam? But you never get up because I believe you're probably a white man. You never come up and represent yourself. So you said I was xenophobic. It's this type of ridiculous. It's this paternalism that Africans feel that we are somehow lost people.
I know, and I can't stand that. Hey, did you see that? I told you, I said, look, I'm Gullah Geechee from Florida, South Carolina, and Georgia, and I'm Atlantic Creole from Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, the Chesapeake Bay area, Atlantic Creole. Those are the two African Americans groups that I am. You know, I am not a lost person. I know my heritage. I go to genealogy. I can trace my ancestors back many generations. I know who I was and everything like that. We're not lost people. You're not doing us a favor by saying, oh, these lost people.
So,
our culture changed over the
years. How many
many
times did Cuckoo talk about slave and slave? See, she doesn't see it. It mean these things don't mean anything to Frenchie, right? Because that's not her history of here in the Americas. So she thinks those are not vile things. but she can
you
say
don't just dismiss somebody's history and everything.
you
These are
dismiss the
people I love.
history.
You know, my
He wants us
grandparents
to
worked
believe
hard and whatnot. All the
that
fun we
he's
had.
an African American, but he's calling us slaves and all kinds of stuff in the chat before he even came up. But that's okay.
We have a slave culture and all that stuff. Why am I gonna do my ancestors were slaves. So what? I'm proud of that. You know, they
Exactly.
came out of
They want to
slavery, right?
shame
You know,
us. They
they
want
want
to
to shame us
shame
for our
us.
history. You know, you never do that. You never shame somebody with their culture and their history. You
So
don't do
they
that.
feel we're gonna shame you. You're lost. You don't know who you are. I have said, and I will repeat to say, that Africans will solve their own problems on the continent. We are not the saviors of Africa. And yes, I'm saying it, Baruti. We don't need Africa, and Africa doesn't need us.
Now, if we can get together on a different level, that comes up. Maybe the next
That's
generation,
different. Out of mutual respect,
mutual
that's
respect
fine.
on that.
But
But
we're not
obviously,
those
right
kind of
now,
people.
it's not working. You know, it's not working. The pan-African thing is dead. You know, that just does not work. It doesn't work for us. You know, it works for Africans for the most part because they get to we get to be their whipping boy and whatnot. Like we're
Oh
stupid.
yeah, I think you know what I think is displaced aggression and anger. But I believe that instead of them dealing with the white man, they want to dismiss it and come at us
I know they don't have
because
no smoke for the white man. No more
we're
smoke.
black like them. So you want me to tell you you're in another country, you've never been to America, but you have all of this smoke for African Americans. Oh, look at this! Look at this one right here, showing her behind. All FBA communities are riddled with gangs, drugs, murder, hoes on the street, Fudo
See,
stamps.
they create their own reality of
Let
Black
me ask you a
America.
question. Let me ask Diablo the question. I can go online right now and show you African countries that are riddled with gangs, that are taking drugs,
And
that
what
are
about all the
murdering their own
African women that are
people,
prostituting in Italy
that are
right now?
prostituting, okay, in Europe and in Africa and other African countries. And and they're begging, and they don't have food stamps. I can show you that, Diablo. You see, since you want to be the devil, this is what I'm talking about. But what if I come out and I start saying these things? I'm being vile. These are the things that these people have on their mind about African Americans.
Yeah,
And
and
we
the bottom line
supposed to
is,
sit down
bottom
and
line is,
take it.
I've been looking. That's about my fault is I've been watching. I was on Dynasty Show for years, and I've basically been listening to this stuff for years. I'm like, yeah, how can if I'm going to be talking about Pan African and everything, and I'm looking at the comment section, I'm just seeing this vile hatred towards our people, and I'm like, and then I start dwelling into that same hatred. I began hating myself as African American. At one time, I was hating myself as an African American.
Oh yeah, because
I was hating myself. I was saying,
they
wait a
have
minute.
these platforms. We are the only people that have platforms for Africans to come on and talk about our own people. They don't have any platforms where they sit down, okay, and allow us to express ourselves. Do you think they'll say, "Oh, you're not being fair"? Do you think you could get in the air on the Afridama show?
No,
And you could come in there and
I
talk
don't even
about
bother
how
going on there.
Africans. But I'm just asking, do you think that you could go over there and say the things about Africans that they say about us on African American platforms? Name me one.
No,
I'll be willing to
Kaizo's
hear
show.
it.
Kaizo, I go up there because Kaizo is in the UK. Yeah, he said he had enough of Africa. He's funny. I like Kaizo. I could
But
talk
I'm
to
just
Kaizo.
saying,
Kaizo's
I
somebody I
don't
can
know
relate
Kaizo.
to.
You gotta put his thing in there. I don't know him.
Oh, Kaizorian, yeah, he does a good show.
Yeah, I don't know him.
Kaizorian's a good show, man. But the
But
bottom line, because I was on the show today.
I
I
don't know
was
him.
and Chuko's in the chat room and whatnot, talking this way. Oh, Carl's about to go in. The
Yeah.
bottom line, this one guy, Chuko's buddy, was in there talking to smack. I got there and gave him a beat down and whatnot, Like,
And you know what it is? See, what happens is people try to pull the purity thing on us, as if they weren't colonialized, as if Africa doesn't have a history of colonialization. It's just mind-boggling. It is mind-boggling. But you see how people like Diablo are saying these things? about begging and so on. I just read to her that the median income for African Americans is 50 or $55,000 a year. Right? And so now I'm a liar. Now the Pew.
Yeah, they want to believe that. I don't know what they get out of thinking black people in America. Our reality is different, you know.
You know what it is? I got it. It took me a long time, Carla, to see it. Because when you have the mind of a pan-Africanist, you know, I'm like divesting of all this nonsense.
Hey, did you see O'Shea's last video? I should find
No.
it. He said basically, I think Pan-African was over. I live in Uganda and everything, but the bottom line, the straight blackness, we're not gaining nothing from this Pan-African. So he said, I see it. I guess I wasn't when I read that show. Are we losing interest in Africa? He came up with a show. A couple. I don't know if he got it because he was listening to this, but he just said the same thing. He said, "Look, man, it's not working. It's just the relationship is not working anymore on a global scale."
Now,
Anymore.
now you know what we got to. You know what I don't like. You know what? Even though I don't like her, you got to admit she was telling the truth.
Who was this?
Yvette Carnell.
Yeah, she was telling the truth about a lot of stuff.
She told the truth when she said that Pan-Africanism is dead. And people got up in arms, right? And my response to them was, you know what? At least her talking about it might bring some of it to life.
Open the conversation up. Instead of people saying, what could we do to repair this and everything? People doubled down in that shit, that, Black America is at the bottom. In other words, this is how it is in both America and in Africa. Black America is supposed to be the underclass in the Pan-African world and the so-called POC, people of color. We're the underclass in the POC world, And so we're the underclass. We're the foot soldiers and everything. We just go, like Luke Major said, they need people to guide them and whatnot, I said, okay. He said, well, Black America got a lot of money and stuff like that, but they just need people to control them because we're too stupid. Like I said,
we need a scammer like him. We need a scammer
like him and whatnot, I
think in my own life,
I gotta bring that up again because the bottom line is, people gotta realize that shit ain't over yet, that Luke Major shit, that shit's still not over. It's been 4 years.
Let me tell you something, Carla. You should see, if you would look at my place right now, I've got about 40, maybe 50 pieces of African art that I cannot wait to sell. I can't wait to sell because you know what? There has to be something in the minds of us that we would ignore our history here in America.
Exactly what I'm saying.
That we will allow people to shame us, not knowing our rich history and our rich culture here in America.
I'm watching some of these videos about us going to Harlem and whatnot, the Great Migration and everything like that. I'm like, wow, it's amazing, what we did to the industrial, help build this country's industries and everything like that. And the times we had, the jazz scene and whatnot and everything. Well, in Black America, man, we did contribute so much to this country and had such a beautiful life in here and whatnot, And
I didn't even want to put up this kid, Frasha Travels, who writes, why African women go for white men. It's like tons of them. It's tons of these things. Listen, I know people who go to the continent. So, I mean, when people say to me, oh, you're making a sweeping indictment. Really? Am I really? Maybe you should just put them up and show the receipts and let them see it. How I know a white guy who goes to Kenya, and what he tells me is there's this area where they don't even let black men in. It's just for white men.
Mombasa.
For white men and their black women.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I seen that.
So, I mean, what are you saying?
Imagine that, man. Somebody coming to your country, abusing your women and whatnot, and you I'm like, just dude, man. I don't care how much money somebody brings you. Some things are just not for sale. Your women are not supposed to be for sale. That's one thing I do love about Liberia. In Liberia, you do not see no white guys with black girls. You just don't see it. Because they don't have that colonial history. That's one thing I do give about
Here we
Liberia.
go
You never.
again. Apart from
No, I'm just
anecdotal
serious.
evidence, do
I
you
never
guys
been
have
to any.
anything
I never been
else?
to. I never
Well,
been
you
Because
to
know
like.
what?
as far as I'm concerned,
I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
let your FBA side come out. Let it out tonight. Let us all know how you
What
truly feel
FBA?
No,
about
I'm saying
Africans.
no. I'm
You've
saying
been
like this,
doing that for the last few
Frenchie.
shows
What
anyway, so
what
you might as well let it
FBA?
all out now. Show us how you
Frenchie, I'm
truly
not.
feel
I'm
about
not
us.
hating. I'm not
What
FBA.
FBA?
Why don't you do that? Because
I'm
you're
saying.
spewing their talking points.
No,
So
hold on.
continue.
I'm saying. You know,
Stay in
for a fact.
America if you feel that way. If you don't like
Now, hold on.
continental
Fact of the
Africans, stay
matter
in
is this.
America.
Fact of the matter is
We're not
That makes
begging
they
you
no
to
are.
come to the continent.
that
Stay
makes no
there.
sense. That makes no sense.
No, stay there. Stay there.
It makes no sense.
You know what I'm saying? Because I go
Stay
to the
there.
continent. You
If
know,
we
my
All
wife
see
you
the
lives
have
thing
to
there.
is,
show is anecdotal evidence. You showed a video
it,
where there was some black guy interviewing. How many women was he even interviewing? Less than 10 women he was interviewing. Always showcasing
Yeah,
this.
look,
These
we have no problem
anecdotal
with what they were
evidences.
saying.
No, it's
Frenchie,
anecdotal.
we
It's
understand
anecdotal. And
that.
if you're
We
an
understand.
academic, you know that you don't use anecdotal evidence
what I
to prove a
said to
point for
you,
the majority. You don't
what I
do
What we're
that.
said to
saying was
you,
this.
Academics
that
don't do
those are
that.
my
That was a
It's
observations.
being
sample size of the fact
disingenuous
that.
at best. That's
Check
what
us
it's
out.
being.
Check us out, hey, Frenchie. The thing is,
And
what
I'm
we're
not like
saying is,
Elvis. I'm not going to sit there and let you guys talk trash about us and not have anyone defend us because
well,
Elvis
who
wants to
What did
be
I
one of you
us?
say?
Are
guys.
we black
I'm
What
people?
going to
did
We
I
all
defend.
say?
black.
I'm going to defend Africans. Yes,
What
I
did I
will.
what did
We're
I
Africans
say
too, aren't
about
we? Black
Africans?
people. We're not talking about Africa. We're talking about black people in general.
When I said to you, did you not hear me
Carla,
say
I'm not even referring to you. I'm speaking to Dollar
no?
Bill.
Okay, sister, let me ask you a question. Did you not hear me talk about African American men who are professional basketball players, professional football players, guys who make more money than the average African American male, okay, who are going out and prefer white women? Did you hear me say that?
That's the
You are
truth.
speaking about a minority of people.
No, you talking
You were
about the.
speaking
I would
about a
say
No, I
minority of
didn't say
people.
that.
The majority of black Americans are married to black Americans.
but
that
the
is
rich
true.
ones are.
But what
The
I'm
rich
talking
ones.
about, rich black
And
men.
they're a minority. Are the rich ones the majority of the minority? Do we not go by the majority when we
No,
make statements? Do we not?
but did you not hear me castigate against them and say the same things I'm saying about Africans who marry white people? Did I not have the same victorol for them, or did I let them pass?
Yeah, we
Just
we,
answer
we
my
hold
question.
African Americans accountable.
Hold on 1 second. Did I not say bad things about them?
I think you're disingenuous because the last conversation you had with Chuku, you had the opportunity to bring African Americans into the discussion and speak about the things that they
Do
do
you
when you were
understand
arguing
what
with Chuku, and
I
you
will
did not
talk
do
with
that, but you
you?
did it now. So I think it's
I will talk
disingenuous.
with I will talk.
About Chuko.
No,
Let me say this about
hold
Chuko.
on a second,
The
Carla.
problem is that
You're speaking
Chuko
about
is
me.
he's using superlatives and generalization. You cannot have a conversation with someone who uses generalization, superlatives, not backed up by any fact. He's basically doing like this one lady said, FBA committed riddle with gangs, murders, holes on it. That's basically what Chuko's saying. You can't have an intelligent conversation when somebody basically comes at, and that's their position, you know? And so I gotta sit there and what you're doing when they say, Frenchie, I don't know if you got it in your culture, we say I'm not gonna dignify that with a response.
That's gaslighting.
You know what I'm saying? Dignify something with a response. You know, so we
Listen,
respond to that. You
I
give
had a
it a dignity, you
conversation with
breathe
you,
life into it.
and I spoke to you because you're a person that's a respectful person, and I've done my best. Have I not tried to be respectful to you? Have I been disrespectful to you, sister? Hello?
I think what you call Frenchie needs to go on Afro Dumbass channel and
I don't need to go on. I don't need to go on. I don't need to go on his channel,
the first
especially
thing
the way
that
you've been speaking
what I'm
about
saying is
him.
hear what
If he's
people say. He's coming over here trying to be on his best behavior.
the first thing that you think is that because we are from America, we're not Africans. We don't have the right to talk about Africans.
I never see. Do you see what I mean,
Because you
Carla?
just
And you see
said,
why I get mad? When did I say that you have no
I'm
right
going
to
to
speak about
defend
Africans? I
Africans.
never said that.
Because when you say I have
You
the
guys need
right,
to stop misquoting me. It's frustrating. If you're going to quote me correctly.
when you say,
Don't misrepresent what I said. I never said
what I'm
that you
asking,
can't speak about African issues. I said if you
Somebody came
don't
up
like
here,
continental Africans, stay in America. That's what I
Frenchie,
said.
we don't
Frenchie,
like
hold on.
continental
When
Africans.
Chantel comes up here and she talks shit about Africans, I'm the first one to defend Africans, right?
So yeah, what makes you think that
Well,
we don't
we
like
know we
Shan-
defend
Africans?
oh,
Africans.
come on, Chantel. Chantel doesn't really speak crap about Africans. What she really does is go at you, Kala. She doesn't really speak about Africans, really.
Well, she said a lot of stuff. She
Well,
because
she
I
comes at
her,
me
that's
too.
why.
She comes at me too. But let me ask you a question. What makes you think that I hate
And
Africans?
also,
no, I want to hear her question.
Hold on, Ben Yusuf, right? He said, "What you know the vile stuff he says about Africans? He says they ain't us and whatnot.
So let me ask you that, Frenchie.
I condemn
That's
that.
not true because the last time he was spewing his crap, you guys were like, "I understand the brother. I understand
what
where
did I
he's coming
understand?
from."
I
That's what
understand the brother.
you were all coddling
I
him.
said that.
I understand the brother.
No,
I get where
Elvis,
he's
I need
coming
some help.
from
Ben was
with this
talking.
Pan-African stuff.
I told Ben.
Kala,
that
pull the
the
clip.
bottom line-
Please
I
pull
told-
the clip.
hold on, I told
Pull
Ben.
the clip.
I said that.
Pull the clip.
I told Ben
Kala,
that
pull the clip.
time with that reparation
That's not
stuff
the person that I
and
said.
also like that. I don't know what you're talking about. I never defended Ben on anything.
Could you help us out here? Because that's not what I said to that brother. I said Dark Migo when he came there. I said let him speak. He was angry with me. He was calling me names, and Elvis came to my defense. He called my daughter a whore and all kinds of negative things. So I said, I can see that he's operating out of hatred. He's operating out of fear. I can sense that he's angry about something. So I wanted to get down to why he's angry. But I know what Chukwu's problem is. See, I think the problem is you don't like the fact that I address Chukwu the way he does, but you don't see the subtleness, okay, and his aggression toward me. You see my outer display, but you don't see his passive aggressive. If you look back, you'll see he makes all kinds of references to slavery. He talks about white fragility. He talks about reparations. None of the things
He
that
talks
we
about grievance. He goes about grievance. Those
we
are white
believe in.
supremacist propaganda talking points against Black America. Let me tell you something, Frenchie. In this country, right, the white man rules us through propaganda, right? Black people can live it. Let me give you an example. Let me tell you about the St. Louis riots of let's move back the Atlanta riots of the early century. Remember after the Great Compromise with Booker T. Washington and the Atlanta riot. You know how Atlanta riots happened? The Black community was doing well, prospering among themselves, right? And then what happened was in the white media, the same thing what happened in Wilmington. They'll print stories about Black men having sex with white women, Black men going out of town. They'll have pictures up there of Black men kissing white women and stuff like that. None of it was true. But it's because people believed it, right? When some incident happened, like in Tulsa and Wilmington and everything, all it takes is like one incident, and then the white mobs come in and burn our cities to the ground. Why? And why did it happen? Because of propaganda. We know when somebody is doing propaganda, they're not trying to have a conversation. They're spewing propaganda against us. I know when somebody's trying to make war against us and somebody's having a discussion. Elvis can have a discussion with us and whatnot. I had other people that have a discussion, even Zongo, but this Chukwu guy.
Sometimes Zongo.
But the bottom line is this. But when somebody's basically just come out with a generalization like this, all FBA or basically what Chukwu does is my mother was a talented temp. What he's basically saying, Black people ain't shit, and his mother is the exception. The Black people, that's propaganda.
And if she was such a talented 10th, my response to him was, why would she marry a Nigerian? Because you would have to know who the talented 10th are and to know that they don't like dark-skinned people, that they want to be white folks. Why would she? See, you probably thought I said, why would she marry a Nigerian, thinking that maybe Nigerians aren't good enough for her, right? That's not what I was talking. You would have to know, okay, within the culture what I'm talking about. If these people were light and bright and wanted to pass for white, why would they marry the antithesis of someone in another country?
And that doesn't even make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. And Diablo, learn how to spell food. There's no photo stamps. Food stamps. Okay, learn how to spell.
Yeah, good evening, panel. Good evening, caller. Good evening, Dollar. I was dissecting what
What's
you
up, bro?
guys were saying, man. I'm going into the mind stone. The topic is the mind, right?
Yeah.
You know, the mind, especially I feel like the African American mind and the average continental African mind is two different minds.
Yeah.
I will say we're more analytical, and growing up for me, I will say I was involved in my parents and my uncles, they always taught me critical thinking and analyzation. Before I do anything, I have to be critical about it and I have to analyze the situation. Even if if I'm talking about somebody, I can't just talk about them. I got to analyze them and I got to do research and critical thinking and figure out the person. A lot of our people, we don't do that with each other. We don't like to figure out each other, especially the African on the continent. They just emotional, you
Let's
know.
make blanket statements and
Yeah,
Well,
whatnot.
D,
just
can I
make
ask you a
blanket.
question? Can
Yeah,
I ask you a question? And maybe
yeah,
you can clear this up for me.
yeah,
Your mother's a Liberian, right?
yeah.
Let me ask you a question. And I want you to be completely honest.
Okay.
And maybe because she's from Liberia and they have a different thing going on.
Mhm.
Now, I know you must have known other continental Africans from
Yeah.
different areas.
Mhm.
Now, and this is highly personal. You don't have to answer it.
Yeah.
Do you think she married an African American, right?
Yeah.
How many of your mother's sisters, aunts, or cousins married African Americans? And if they did, what do you think they said to your mom when she said she wanted to marry an African American?
I don't. I want to. I mean, you
Have you
got.
ever had that discussion with your mom?
I never had that discussion. You see, my mother. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, Dollar. Let me tell you something. Let me be
Just
honest with you. Let me just tell you something. My mother is more culturally African American than
Yeah.
Liberian. I'm gonna be
yes.
honest
Liberians are
with you.
different. They're not like other
Let
people.
me
They're
be
culturally
my
they're
mom's
more African American culturally.
my mom's she came here in the 70s. You
Right.
feel me? She came here in the 70s. So you got to think about it. She came here in the 70s. She been in America and she's culturally more African American than Liberian. You
Right.
understand me? Because especially too, growing up in Liberia, she was mainly around the Congo people. You
Right.
understand me? So
Right.
she's more culturally and socially African American. She
Like
been
what's
in
going like
America
hold like
most.
my wife
Think
Isabella.
about it. Think
Check this
about
out.
it.
My wife
My mom.
Isabella, her
Yeah.
family in Rhode Island, they're more African American than I am.
And
Right.
all my aunties and uncles, they more culturally African American. I'm not gonna
Okay.
lie to you. They integrated into the system. You
I know a
understand
lot
me?
of Caribbean families that are just the same.
Yeah, they integrate. So like most of her friends, they'll either marry another African from Liberia, another
Hmm.
Liberian, or they'll marry an African American. I didn't really see, or they marry another African, maybe a Nigerian or Ghanaian or something like that.
Right.
But I never seen them with, especially I'm talking about in the Liberian community. I ain't
Uh-huh.
never really seen the squirreling thing too much. You see it, you got squirrelers.
Yeah,
You'll see
Yeah.
it,
when I was
but
over there was one white
they
guy. I
got
was like, "What the hell are
squirrelers,
you
but
doing here?" He was out there
they got
What
hanging
can I
out
ask
squirrelers.
you?
with us.
What let,
It's like who
can,
invited this white guy?
can we ask Elvis
I
the
said,
same
"Get
thing?
him out of here before Bavani gets
Is
here."
Elvis there?
Yeah, Elvis here. Elvis is quiet tonight, man.
Elvis, I want to ask you a question. Elvis,
Elvis, you fall asleep?
Yeah, he out, so he
he
out.
probably
But
ate that peanut butter and jelly
but for
sandwich.
me, the Mind Stone. Kyle's talking about the Mind Stone. Like, I
Uh-huh.
mean, we got to use our minds better. Like, for it's kind of disappointing at this day and age. We having these discussions. Like, I thought we would have been moving
No, I think it's
past.
a good thing. I think it's a
I
good
mean,
thing.
it's a good thing, but it's like, damn, like I thought the African mind would have grown and mature enough
No, it
to
has.
know what it is, at
You
this point in juncture.
well, you
That
know
we
what it
need
is?
to merge with each other. We need to work
But
together.
I don't
We need
I
to,
don't believe
you
that it's going
know,
to be that possible. And I'm gonna
yeah.
tell you why. I think what happens and is a lot of fear on the other side. It might sound strange to some people, but it's a lot of fear on the other side. And when I observe those Africans, continental Africans that know how to adapt, that know they can still be themselves, they can still have their culture, but they know how to adapt and deal with African Americans. Those second and third generation people become very successful because they're able to have their culture, retain their names, and so forth, but they understand African American culture. I see them all the time on the internet. They're involved with finance. They're involved with various things. The only thing that you know that they're different from us is their last name, right?
Yeah.
And so those people are able to deal. I think there's a lot of people who are first and second generation, and I can see a lot of them are angry because, like Aunt Nam, they're trapped. They're trapped in the reality of here are these people that you have all these negative thoughts about, right? And you're living amongst them. And so the mindset, from what my observation is, here you are, like it's like you're outside of the fish tank looking in. And finally you get in the fish tank. And all your responses, they're this, they're that, they're this. You know? So we weren't brought up like that. We weren't brought up that we were looking downward to Africa. White people had all kinds of negative things. They had Tarzan. They had all of these different nasty negative things. They had all kind of commercials with African kids.
We used to get
with
into
flies.
fights.
I remember they used to show cartoons with the pot boil and the Africans. They'd be in the jungle.
Funny cartoon.
Yeah.
They depicted them as cannibals and so on and so forth.
Got
And we
pot.
all understood that was bull crap, right?
And not only that, Dollar Bill, we understood they were talking about us.
Exactly.
If you talk, that's the difference between our mind and their mind. Hold on. When they see white people talking about us, they don't see themselves.
Because
we
they don't
know white
see
people
us.
when they talk about Africa. Like if a white person come up to me and start talking about Nigeria and everything like that, we get defensive. Because wait, how you know?
They sneak talking about us. They really sneak talking.
You know what it is? One day I had a conversation.
African mind doesn't think like that.
One day I had a conversation, guys, with a Puerto Rican. And, I'm always the kind of person that always saw my Africanness in everything. And I point out to them how they eat African food and this and this and that. And their response is, well, nobody likes you. Even Africans don't like you.
They always say that shit.
Right? And I used to think in my thinking growing up that they were lying. But when I hear a lot of these people talk, and when you really get down to it, really they don't like us. And I would hate to say that, but it's true. You have people who come from a different part of the world who look at movies, who look at, and when they, not the people, well, I will say a lot of them that don't like you are ones who live here. Maybe almost like a prerequisite for getting your citizenship is you got to hate African Americans. Right? And that's not just African.
That's Chinese. When you come over here, you gotta hate or shit on. You gotta have some. Every country gotta have that one group of people that everybody has to hate. That's how you join the club. You hate African Americans. They taught the Irish how to hate us. They taught the Chinese how to hate us. The Germans, the Italians. Everybody comes over here hating us. They don't even know why. Then they give us them reasons to hate us. And then when we take all those things away, they'll still find some reason to hate us. They'll find some reason to forget. And let's say black people solve all their problems tomorrow, right? They're gonna find some other way to say, blah blah blah, black people.
You know what happened? I think when people like Aunt Kathy came out and she started spewing her hatred and all this stuff, it started to really trigger them off. And so a lot of them started responding. This is before Tariq Nasheed and all of this stuff, especially in the Gambia. There was one particular woman, I forgot her name. And she started talking all these things about African Americans and coming to the Gambia and this and that. So one day she reveals who her boyfriend was, this white dude. and
Who are
she talked.
happy?
No. There's this Gambian girl. She live in the UK, and she
You talking
started
about,
talking about.
you're not talking about that Julia, right? No.
No, not her. It's a dark skinned girl, but they all knew each other because I used to follow. And one day she got on there and was talking about her white boyfriend, how he left her, and I got on there, man, and I was just blasting her. I said, look at you. You got all of this hatred and disdain for this one lady who says one thing about you guys, that you hate all African Americans. And look at how this white boy is treating you. And you got nerve to put it on the internet
And
and
you
be
ever see
crying.
that dollar bill where you see an African man or woman that's married to a white person in the UK, and they're so anti-Black American?
I've never been to America.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh yeah, the Black American, like this one, especially in Liberia, right? You got these people that be going to Liberia, white people, white trash, that go to Liberia, marry a native person and whatnot, right? And then they live overseas, and they'll sit there and be like having this conversation about, Liberia would have been better off if the Swedes would have colonized it, and also like this, and they turn them against their own Black people and everything. Like, it's just a mess, man.
Now,
The
all of
African
this time,
mind,
I was being accused of hating people. Now, one time that I say the T word, the one time that I say go back to Africa, the one part that I say that I hate African people. Now, one time that I said, so I've been called a cotton picker, I've been called a baby daddy, my daughter's been called a whore, all of these things. And what sticks in the mind of Africans is that I said you came from a shithole country and you was flinging shit. Forget about I've been called a slave, a cotton picker. All those are okay. I'm supposed to get over that. I'm a slave. I'm a cotton picker. My daughter's a whore. I live in the ghetto. All of those things.
I mean, it's crazy. That comes from a lack of growth of the mind. Like I said earlier, we shouldn't have. The African mind shouldn't have grown and graduated from that thought process.
It hasn't. You know why? Because it's about regurgitation of knowledge. It's not about analysis.
Exactly. We go back
not
to
reading
critical
books. That's the
thinking
point.
and
That's
analysis.
the whole thing about. You notice how every one of those girls, I think, say they got it from social media. Not that they studied us by reading encyclopedias, books, and a library and stuff like that. If they would have known about us, like I learned about Africa through reading books, and stuff like that. I didn't learn about Africa.
And what I'm saying is, and the things that I'm saying, Africans have been saying this. This is not what I'm getting from. This is not what I'm getting because I came up with it. This is what other Africans who've been raised in the West, okay, the system that they learn in Africa is the British system. The system that they learn in the Caribbean is the British system, and they swear by the education of their colonializers.
Yeah.
Which has no basis on critical or analytical thinking.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with intelligence. But what I did say is low emotional intelligence. And when I put that out, they couldn't, it's unrefutable. If you got a system where women are saying they go to college, that they're being exploited, okay, by their professors, that they can't get an education without somebody trying to come on to them. These same women are being ridiculed. These same women are being lied on. Am I saying something that's a lie? Does that mean I hate African people? If I say in certain parts in Kenya, if a woman beats up a man who's been abusing her, that the community says they will come out against her because he's the man. Am I lying? Am I saying something? See, I can talk about Black America all day. I can talk about kids in the street, kids running around without their mother, without their father and parental guidance. I can talk about the LGBTQ community and how it's influenced our community. Kala can talk about the the lack of a father in the household, nobody got nothing to say. It's all good. Because when we talk about the dysfunctionality of African Americans in this community, we're all in agreement. But as soon as I say something about what happens in Africa or what Africans do, how dare you talk as if I don't have nothing to say about people, okay, who are from my own ethnic groups. I can't say anything about them because,
But yeah,
go ahead.
go on. No, go on, Carla,
Unlike
go on.
Chuku, who sits up here in denial of one half of himself, he can say whatever, and I'm supposed to sit here while he spews all of these white talking points, okay, and say nothing.
Propaganda.
I mean,
right?
I think.
Oh, so it's propaganda when it's towards you guys. I see.
No, it's propaganda.
Toward us guys.
I think it comes from shame. I think it comes from
I
shame too,
think,
Dollar.
Frenchie, you have to analyze that. When you say toward you guys, what does that mean? Think about
You
when
guys
you
on the
said,
panel.
I don't like
You
French.
guys on the
I don't like
panel.
propaganda
I'm
towards
talking to you
Africans
guys, am I
either.
not?
yes, but I'm trying
So
to
it's
say,
you guys.
oh, so it's our
Oh
fault.
no, what I'm saying is this though, Frenchie. This is what I'm
No,
saying.
no, I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm
No, what I'm
saying
saying is,
that when
Frenchie,
it's towards you,
let
it's
me put it to you like this,
propaganda.
Frenchie. Let me put it to you like this. The thing is with when you start talking about propaganda, like I said, I don't have no problem with an honest discussion about things, but when he make a generalization about this is what the white racists do, right? And like I told you a minute ago, right? When the white racists go up against black, there are no decent black men. Like, let me give you an example. There's one white guy with, like you said, a white guy who's not racist. He said, "Well, I went over to the black part of town, Mister Such and Such." You call him Mister? Yeah, he's a very important man in his community. He's a pastor. He's a builder. Blah blah blah. And then you give him respect. Why? Because they recognize his position in that society. He don't believe in this stereotype that just because he's a black man, he's a boy. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is the propaganda, what racists use propaganda. They make it seem like all black men are buffoons, they're clowns, they're lazy, all the dehumanizing stuff. That's what Chukwo's doing. He's engaging in dehumanizing behavior with stereotypes and stuff like that. That's dehumanizing. That's beyond the pale.
Because
So
I don't
when you
believe that he's really
rehumanize
half
kids, you
African
can do whatever you
American.
want to somebody.
And if he is, it's even worse because it's obvious that he grew up in a repressive household and his mother had no say-so in anything, because especially with his Nigerian father probably telling her how lucky she is to have a doctor. It's obvious.
And the bottom line is this, and I don't, something. I see I have a different take on that. I think Chukwu is just using this Nigerian thing as an escape because, like a lot of so-called pan-Africanists, I have to look right now. I hated myself. I hated being black. That's one thing. Years ago, I hated being black, right? And the bottom line, I changed my name, everything like that. I found Africa as a convenient way how to escape from my reality of blackness in America. And that's what it is. That's all negativity about Black America. When I remember one time back in the 90s, right? When I decided to change my name and everything, I wanted to become pro-Black African one night. My family used to come down from New York and my family down here. They used to go visit slave plantations, right, in North Carolina. And you could meet the people who used to own the plantation, your slave owners. They used to get together. And I said, I never went to one. I hated it. They said, oh, yeah.
What?
Stuff like that. They have those still going on today.
Yeah, I know they have them going on, but they used to go over there and be chilling.
Yeah, and the bottom line, and I hated it. And then you know why? Because I was ashamed.
Yeah,
I was ashamed of slavery. Then it dawned on me, right? One day it just hit me. I said, look, my ancestors they were taken in bondage. And the bottom line, they did what they had to do. And they're looking down on me from heaven like, why are you ashamed of me? We did what we had to do. It's up to you to redeem our names and whatnot. Don't be ashamed of what you are. And I've made my mind. I'm not going to be ashamed of what I am. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that for Africa. I'm not going to do that for like that. My ancestors bled in the soil of this country in America. I'm going to redeem them. I'm going to stand up for them.
They will defend their right to be their ethnic group. And if we say we're African Americans, that means that we're FBAs or we're ADOS. I never said that.
Yeah.
I
I'm
never
African
said
American.
I'm an
FBA
African
AFA,
American.
you're just hatred for Africa.
Okay, I belong to the Gullah Geechee people of South Carolina.
I'm
That's
Gullah
what I
Geechee and
anchor
Creole.
myself in. I'm anchoring myself
Mhm.
in that. And there's nothing wrong with that. You have the right to be an Igbo. You have the right to be a Hausa. You have the right to be a crew. You have a right to be whatever you are.
In them
Why?
days of black people throwing their ethnicity away just to become a pan-African. I'm not going to become
Yeah.
a Yoruba. I'm
I'm
not
not
going to do it.
changing my name. I'm
I'm
not
sorry I
changing.
changed my name too.
I am proud of my family name, and I'm not gonna let other people shame me and tell me it's my grandfather's, my great great grandfather's name, and you know what? And I'm not gonna anchor myself in a fantasy because that's what I used to do. I didn't dislike myself, but I kept saying, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I should stop even calling myself an African. Maybe I should just, I'm an African American. No, I'm not an African. That doesn't mean I have anything against Africans. That doesn't mean I hate Africans. All right.
Yeah, bottom line, I realize
And
now
and, and
I'm
they want to
African.
take
African
and they want
American.
to
You know what
take
African
African
American
American
is our
away from us
mind.
too,
Our
Dollar.
African American
Oh,
mind
yeah.
is
People
they
like
want
Zongo
to
want to
take
take
that
that
away
away from
too.
us. People who in the
he
FBA
said Zongo
community,
said we should bow down and humble ourselves. Did we imagine being
we're not
humble to
bowing down.
Zongo?
Those bowing down days are over.
I ain't bowing down to no
We
one.
got a
Sorry.
$30 trillion economy. We got to step up to the plate,
We gotta
do
grab a piece of the action
get
right
us our
there.
piece of action, marry ourselves, African American women, okay? And we need to reclaim our values, right? I don't even have a problem if we want to learn, okay, whatever we want to learn from Africa. We will
Or
take
go to
useful,
get an African wife and bring her over here and let her be a part of our culture. You know, I don't have
take
no
what's
problem with that.
useful and eat the meat and spit out the bones.
Take what's useful and get away what's unuseful, like Bruce Lee always said.
Yeah.
You understand? We have got to stop this nonsense. We don't even need to be arguing with Africans. What we need to be doing is talking about finances, talking about family, talking about those type of things that are productive, that's going to take us into the next millennia. I'm glad that more people are having babies. We need to use that opportunity to teach those babies how to read, to let people like P. Diddy be a cautionary tale of what can happen to you if you allow yourself to be denigrated,
And the
if you allow
Shannon
yourself,
Sharp clown, he's gonna be up next. You watch. He's
yeah,
gonna fuck up next.
we need to stop worshiping celebrities
Exactly.
and acting like celebrities are God. Worship the people who come home every day to work a 9 to 5, that put a meal on the table,
That
that send
construction
their
guy and
children.
whatnot, the guy that drives UPS, that's a hero.
Exactly. And so we need to reclaim our family values that we had in the 70s when we were successful, okay, with our
We're
people.
happy people.
We were happy. We had industry. We had our own
We had
places.
recreation. We had everything.
We had papers. We had radio stations. We had television stations
And we
because
had each other. We had each other, you know?
exactly. And the rest of the world was influenced. People are angry and upset about that. Okay, because we're saying we're our own people. No disrespect to you, because we spent our lives thinking about Africa, but Africa didn't spend 5 minutes thinking about us.
And them days are
Yeah.
over.
They have moved on from us in so many ways. And when they get to America, they show us.
Yeah, the bottom
Right?
line, and I say like this, you know something? I used to be upset with that, but I realize now Africa has to make deals with the Chinese, the Russians, and everything. They gotta feed their own people, you know. So they can't
Yes, and
worry
that's
about that.
fine. They're our family and we love them. I don't believe in hatred. I don't believe in fighting anybody or Everybody has the right as a human being, right? Let's live up to what this Constitution is supposed to be, right? And if we live by those things, even though the white man's not living by them, when there's an injustice, we have to be able to fight those injustices.
Check this out. Here's my good brother Bob Jones. This is what I disagree. I'll never become you, dude. We're living here in America. I don't know what you mean by American, but I live here in the United States. You know.
Well, you know what?
I'll never take up the idea of a former master.
Think
no
about
longer
this.
African will be America. No longer African, but no. What are we then? Like I said, I had the idea of building our own nation because becoming African people.
They don't want us to be nothing.
They don't want us. So in other words, we're here in America. So we
because
have to
Africans have showed me unequivocally they don't think that we're African.
Yeah,
they don't. They have. If you notice that all of these people have one thing in common, they will let you know off the bat, you're not African.
Blacks, we're the blacks.
We're the blacks. In their mind, we're the blacks. Fine. I don't have to fight people.
So let's make the best of it, you know.
I'm Gullah Geechee. Like I said, like I told Brother Baruti, if the children want to learn, you want to teach them an African language, I don't mind Swahili and we can do English. We can teach our children just so we'll be able to talk about something that other people don't know what we're talking about. That's fine. And if you want to deal with Africa, to visit Africa, to enjoy Africa, that's beautiful too. If you want to choose you a wife in Africa, that's beautiful too. If you can't find a sister here, or you can go to the Caribbean.
Sitting around in misery waiting for Africa to deliver us and some
exactly. I refuse to be trying to prove to people that I'm somebody. I'm not going to do it for crackers, and I'm not going to do it for black people either. I'm not going to pander to anyone. They stand on their shield and they're proud of themselves. We're proud of ourselves. Yeah, we're proud of what
Kala, are you going to stop talking about Africans then?
No, we're not. We don't talk about it. When I could do my show, here comes the African showing up, and I gotta respond. You know, for the most part, when I start my show, I'm talking about stuff in general. You know, if some Chinese showed up on my show, I'd be like, hey, look, you know, I'm gonna say some stuff you ain't gonna like, because anybody that call the show. Just so happens it's only black people and Africans that call this show. If some Puerto Ricans call this show, the conversation will switch towards them. I can give it to anybody.
We'll stop talking about Africans when Africans stop talking about us.
Kala, so you've never made shows specifically to speak about Africans or black immigrants. You've never done that?
I have yet to do a show
on black immigrants.
Africans in the title and the headline. Never did.
On black immigrants, Kala?
The mind's a terrible thing to waste. I'm talking about Black America show. It just so happens
you've had 2 shows on black immigrants, Kala.
What?
You've had 2 shows on black immigrants.
Immigration is something that is happening right now.
No, when I talk about immigration, all immigration, because immigration is changing the face of America. I did a show called The Dark Side of Immigration. Immigration is changing America.
No, I didn't say immigration. I said black immigrants, and specifically where you've spoken about the quote unquote success. You've had 2 shows on that.
Oh yeah, okay. What I'm saying is this though. This is all I'm saying, Frenchie. Take this for heart. I'm saying that there's a propaganda being going on used by white supremacists, right? White supremacists will say, oh, there's no racism. Look how great. They'll say the reality is when they add the numbers up and everything. We had an incident. You want me to play a video where a bunch of African immigrants died in the Bronx because they didn't have any heat. You remember that, Dollar Bill?
Oh yeah,
I remember that.
They died because they didn't have no heat and whatnot. And they come to find out also they're from the Gambia, Senegal. So Africans are really doing bad in New York City, really bad.
There was an African guy
going on
who was written in America,
like Africans are just
warehouse
all over the place, and Black Americans are just doing nothing and whatnot. That's because white people want all the opportunity for themselves. They know we're coming for the bag. We're coming for them. We're coming for their jobs. We're coming for their position, right? So they want to slow us down by making it seem like, oh, Black people just complain and everything. No, because like I said, if you read The Great Gatsby, the white man knows the Black man's coming for his shit. Ain't a matter of time with Wall Street and all this shit, you know?
Yeah.
They know that, you know, it's gonna happen.
But
you know?
Frenchie, can I ask you a question? Why do you feel that we shouldn't say anything about Africans when Africans who have never even been to America got plenty to say about us?
Again, that's not what I said. You keep misquoting me, and I don't know why you keep doing it. It's getting really frustrating now.
Well, say it again.
It's not
Then.
what I said.
Well, please
I
straighten it out.
asked Carlo a question. I said, "Are you going to stop talking about Africans?"
No, I'm saying like this. If it's black people, right? I deal with black people, right? Black issues, right? And part of black issues right now, we're more of a global people. We're not just black in America. We're black all over the world. So all over, when we do with social media, it used to be a time, Fredgie, where black people, before social media, we could shut ourselves off and whatever like that. Social media has African, like on my timeline on YouTube, right? African content pops up on my YouTube channel. And my TikTok, right? I don't really know where it came from, right? Most of my TikTok content are African TikTokers, you know. And I don't do Twitter anymore. Facebook, same thing. So I deal with a lot of content that's coming from Nigerians, Liberians, and Ghanaians, and South Africans, everything like that. So I'm swarmed by just as much African content. And now check us out. As I do African American. So therefore, when something crosses my mind, right, and I know it's affecting the black community or the black world, I'm going to talk about it. You know, so it's not like I'm basically talking about. You know, something. I'm sitting on my couch all day and whatnot. You know, something. Tonight I'm going to talk about Africans. No, it's usually something that basically thing. And there's an algorithm is based on what you consume. Yeah, I consume a lot of African content. You know, my wife's African, right? And basically, I'm still interested in the African continent. So therefore, what I consume most of the time is African content and African American content, you know, around the pan-African world.
Could you put up Baruti's comment about Ubuntu, please?
Oh, this is so annoying with this Ubuntu. God dang. African people should study Ubuntu. It's Ubuntu, does it got a bank, an investment bank, you know, that I don't know about? Does Ubuntu got $1 billion worth of line of credit that we could build infrastructure? You know, does Ubuntu own all the mines and farms and manufacturing? What does Ubuntu got? You know, that I got to be beholden to it? Not a damn thing. You know, network, interconnect, build positive. What's this positive relationship? The bottom line is, I've been waiting for Africans. Like, let me tell you, so I was talking about my Liberian partner last night, right? And he's a miracle Liberian Congo man, right? He's back in Ghana. And we both said the same thing. You know something? We're sick and tired of, and we've been waiting for years for something to pop off in Liberia and Africa, right? Nothing can. I know how many times I come across so-called investors, right? I'm a billionaire and everything. If you knew all the networks I'm a part of and everything like that, people coming. I got Mr. Rosenthal. He's like, yo, Carl, you're great. Okay, I love Mr. Rosenthal and everything like that, but I still haven't got that $1 million he promised me, you know?
Can I ask Frenchie a question?
So the bottom line is, yeah, I'm deeply involved in the continent, you know? And I get a BAO organization. I'm involved in several different countries in Africa, more than what you know. And the bottom line is this: I'm saying something in Africa got to become real soon. You know, it's got to become real. You know, because right now we're going. And I'm going to cut you off, Taldo. But right now we're going into.
Do you think
Africa is coming into its own? It's on the rise in a way, right? And on this rise, you see more and more how Africans are challenging the West online, everything. They say the West this, West that. Well, we're living in the West. I live in the United States. You know, why would I'm going to put myself in danger? You know, and stuff like that. Where do we fit in the? Africa has never gave us a path to citizenship, a path to anything. So therefore, we're stuck in a situation where if we start going hard for Africa, we could put ourselves in danger in America. So that has to be clear going forward in the future. I wish Africa the best of luck. Like when the congressman said we should bomb Niger, and you said that cause messed up. I'm like, look, that's not my fight. I'm not going to get on my platform or any other platform and be like, yeah, we should rally, because next I got the FBI knocking on my door, and it will happen. You know, the FBI will come there and knock on my door, kick my door in, arrest me for terrorism and whatever like that. And then okay, is any African country gonna bail me out, whatever like that? No, because we have Africans don't even recognize that we exist. So
You know,
I'm
the
saying
funny thing is,
Pan-Africanism is becoming dangerous for Black America.
can I say this something?
Yeah, good.
It's amazing. I don't know. People want to look at us, talk about us, how we're not this and how we're not that. And it occurred to me because I saw a sister today. She did a whole thing, African American sister who lives in Dominican Republic in Punta Cana. She did a whole show to explain that she does not believe that African Americans believe that Haitian people are eating dogs and cats. And it's amazing. I just don't know what people want from us. You know, I don't really understand when people say they really want unity. I don't think they really want unity.
You know, they want our compliance. They want us to shut up and go along whatever you talk
To
about.
go along and get along.
Go along to get along.
I don't see it. She'll say, people will say, "Oh, you're spewing this and you're spewing that." Every time when people said that R. Kathy was disrespecting African people in their country, people like us agreed 100%.
Yeah, we came after her. How dare you go to their country and
Right?
just talk down on those people? You know, I was very critical with her with that.
But even though we know a lot of what she was saying was true,
Yeah, the way you gotta say it. You can't
but it's the way
disrespect
you
somebody in
say
your own
things.
house.
But I see people on this chat and in shows like Afri Dumbest that would make her seem innocuous. How they have such hate and disdain for African American people. Unbelievable. Right? Unbelievable. But everything that you guys said that she shouldn't say, how disrespectful she was, people do it here. You just need to look in the chat and hear people like Ross Moyes, okay? All of the blacks, the this and that. If I would have come out and have had a derogatory name for them, would they take me serious? We don't dream of names of a name. We have no names for Africans, continental Africans.
And we never had time to sit back and think of how can we basically hurt Africans' feelings by calling them names. You know, it's just freaking stupid because we talk about Africa, we talk about ourselves.
Yeah, dollar bill.
Yep. What's up?
What's up? Look, I wanted to ask you a question because
Bro, I would ask you questions. You asleep.
yeah, but you was talking about African women and their preference when it comes to dating African American men. That's
No,
why I wanted to
that's not what I said.
hold
What
on,
I
hold on for a second.
no, that's not what
I
I'm saying.
said I wanted to ask you a question. Let me ask the
Okay, go ahead. I'm
question.
sorry. Go ahead, bro.
So, do you have a preference? If so, what is your preference in women?
I'm gonna answer that with something that's really true. I remember I was about 17 years old, and I was a friend of this brother who's now deceased, a brother Muhammad. And he used to live on my block. He was a tailor. And one day I ran into the house, just talking, because I like to be around the brothers. At that time they were from Nigeria and different places, and from Ghana, and they all lived together in one place on my block. Not the block I live on now, but the block where the first house my family brought in 1980. I was about 17 years old. So I used to go there and have these conversations with the brother. And I met one of the brothers there, a Muslim brother, and he asked me the same question that you asked me. And so I went on to explain the kind of woman that I wanted, her complexion, her hair, her size, and all of that. And the brother said to me, "You need to like the woman that likes you." So my preference is not so much a particular phenotype, but my preference is a person who's a good person, who's an intelligent and a caring person, a person who likes me for me. And I am not perfect. So I can't sit up here and say what my preference is. I like women, okay, with all of those qualities. And I don't think that someone who's short, tall, or fat, or any of those things that I hear on this thing is any less than, okay, because of whatever they look like. Because it's the person that you're dealing with, right? And see, I know a lot of people will think that, oh, this person is a particular size or shape, they're better. They're not. Everything deals with the person that you're dealing with. So I hope I answered that question. The
Oh,
individual. And I learned that from some African brothers.
all right. So thank you for that answer, right?
Hmm.
And I want to say this because you was talking to Dave and you was asking him if his mom, family, if she had to deal with an African American, if her family maybe shunned her, told her to stay away from his dad, since he said that his dad is an African American.
Right.
And I'm telling you, in my community, right?
Hmm.
I seen it maybe once or twice where maybe a Liberian lady married to an African American man. And let me tell you this, you'll be surprised. Maybe because it's New York, it's a metropolitan city, it's a lot of mixture. But in most of these communities, most African Americans are not coming looking for African sisters. You know, you see it maybe with the
How you
males
know
that,
that?
because I'm a part of these communities, right?
But
And I
are you
grew up.
are you, are you saying so what you're saying is that you do not believe that an African American man, for the most part, finds African women from the continent desirable. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not in their hearts, but I'm telling
I'm
you,
just asking you a question.
that's pretty much what I'm saying. But I'm saying I'm not in their hearts because
No, you're
you
not in their heart. I'm just asking your observation.
yeah, that's what I'm saying from my
I
observation. That's
think
what
you're
I'm telling you,
wrong.
and that's what
What's
I'm
that
saying.
sister's
You
name?
you
Lupia?
live.
What's that
Hold on,
sister's name? Lupia from the Black
Lupita,
Panther?
yeah, Lupita and Nyong'o. But I'm listen to what I'm saying to you,
A
right?
lot of brothers think she's beautiful from America.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You live in New York, right? You live in a
I'm from New
metropolitan
York.
city,
Yeah, from New
right?
York.
So my point here is, in other cities, you might think it's one way, but it might be the reverse. Where most African Americans are probably looking for somebody who are African American. Believe it or not, it's only human nature for most people to gravitate towards their own kind, quote unquote. Now you have race, but you have culture. And a lot of people like their culture in terms of their women. You might see a couple
I
brothers
think
that
you're a
might
little
go
wrong.
outside
I
of
think
it.
you're a
Wait,
little
hold on,
wrong about
yo,
African American
Elvis.
men.
That's you men, right? You know what's going on in immigrant community? Because I know, right? A lot of women tell me they're so sick and tired. They come over here, and then men think they got it. Like it's going. This not just you guys. The Asians are doing the same thing. Do you know Asians have the highest number of interracial? That like 60% of all Asian women marry either white or black men. When not Asian men have the least likely to marry an Asian woman, right? Because a lot of these guys, like now, let me put an example about Indians, right? Indians, the women have no choice. Check it out. When I was in college, right, I used to like this Indian girl, right? Like a dark
Kyla,
girl
what
called.
percentage of African American males you think are married to non
Hold on,
African
let me
American
say,
women?
let me finish my story. Anyway, I had this one Indian girl, Al. She was cute. She was real pretty. She had real long black hair. She was gorgeous, right? Me and this friggin' white guy liked her, right? We were like both liked her, right? And we worked. Me and Al's worked together at this restaurant called Friendly's Diner. Anyway, her father. She told me her father didn't like this white guy, Phil. Man, I call him Phil the Shrill. Anyway, the bottom line is this: I think, and I know she liked me. You know, she liked me. Her father probably would prefer me, you know, because I was black. You know, than this white guy. She hate. I said Phil told me her father hates me because I'm white, whatever, like that. You know, her father went. Do you know one time I said she was gone for a semester, right? I told the story before. She was gone for a semester. And then I saw her in the next semester, like in January. I said, Allie, what's going on? She said, oh, I'm married now. I go, what? I'm married to his name is Dr. Such and Such. My father ran. Her father got her the hell out of here, and that's how they had no choice in it. And this guy was like in his.
That's what I'm saying, Colin. You're an African American.
Oh,
You
hold on.
you live in that community.
What I'm
Most
saying,
African Americans are
most
married to other
yeah, look,
African Americans.
look,
Not
I admit
true.
I have no power over what African Americans
Can
women
I
do.
say, Colin? Let me
I have
explain
no
because
power.
let
You
me
know,
answer
and
this question.
African immigrants gotta understand. You really have no power either. You're
That's what
stuck.
I wanted. That's why I'm asking
No, but
Colin, so
that's
he
not.
could tell me what. Hold on, Dollar, but your experience might be
That's
different.
not. That's not
Colin,
the whole truth.
from your observation, are most African American men marry outside of their race or people
Well, in
from
my
their
hold on,
ethnicity?
in my estimation, right where I live at and stuff like that. Okay, you got a lot of black men who marry Filipinos. Black and Filipinos go here. We don't have a large number of Africans living in Virginia like that, to make the thing. But I tell you what, when you do see an African girl and she goes to college, she looks cute and everything. Trust me, there's dudes trying to get with her. You know, trust me, there's dudes that. Hey, but with African girls, you got to put in a little bit more work. Why? Because you got to meet their father, you got to meet their family. And so if you're not in the family and stuff like that, and her family is not, a lot of black brothers in America, man, unless there's serious relationship. Like I said, I hate to sound stereotypical, but a lot of our brothers, man, they don't understand the damage they do when they go out there and they're just trying to. We don't know how to separate. Okay, somebody that's a jump off, right? And somebody that's going to be your wife, your woman, your girl, whatever like that, you want to get serious with. We don't know how to make that distinction. You
Well, I
know,
did. Let me just say. Let me
I did. I
respond.
do. I learned how to do that.
I did. Let me respond. First of all, I live in a very um. So when I say these things, Frenchie doesn't understand because maybe she doesn't know New York. So I live in probably one of the most diverse black communities, okay, in America. And so I've dated women, I've dated Haitian women, I've dated Jamaican women, I've dated women from various Caribbean islands, okay, right here in America. And I did it at a young age, starting out like 18, 19 years old. And it's because I've lived amongst people from different cultures since I was 15 years old. So when I say these things, I don't say these things because I'm just throwing some stuff up on the wall and I'm trying to see if they're going to catch. I say these things from my observation, right? So most African American men, if it depending on their education, okay, and depending where they are in the social ladder, usually marry outside of their ethnic group, right? They marry other black people, but they usually marry outside of the other. That's why you got Chukus are African, right? So this is not unknown. We do not always marry within our ethnic group. And the reason is because in the South, usually the women who are in the South tend to be more educated, have more education than the women here in North, seem to be more culturally rounded. They cook, they clean, they have those Southern cultures, especially if you're a person like me who's a first generation, okay, African American from the South. I would click more with somebody who's from the South because they have those ideas. But the whole thing is, there aren't many. You have to go and import you a woman from the South and bring her to New York. Where would I find that here in America, in New York?
Yeah, these women, the black women up north, man, they're so.
I'm going to find a
Did
Caribbean,
you marry an African American or a Caribbean woman?
African American.
All right.
Yeah.
That's very rare to find an African American woman economically and everything that's going to sell. It's not like a generation ago it was good, but nowadays African American women are foregoing marriage and whatnot. They got very high standards of everything. Not saying they got like that, but they just societies they wrapped up in society and their careers
Like
and
my
everything.
daughter, she's 33 years old and she has a boyfriend now. But she's in the weekend, she goes to school for her doctorate.
Yeah, so
And
it's
I'm talking to her about marriage and stuff like that. And she doesn't even know if she's that much interested. And I'm
that's
like,
that.
yo, he's
You
a
think
nice
about that.
guy.
32 years old. My parents were married at 19.
Yeah. She's not interested in that because she's into her career. She's making over 6 figures, and she's looking to make $250,000 a year. She likes to travel. She likes to go out to restaurants. She likes to do whatever she wants to do.
She like that lifestyle.
That's it.
Lifestyle, like Marcus Garvey said. He said the black mind. He said we're gonna drink the poisons of modern civilization. That's what he was talking about. He said success in America is killing. So when somebody Chuko come up here, it's success in America that's hurting Black America. Because when we're poor.
First of all, can I say something?
Value.
This guy, what is this guy's name? Is Rob Moyce?
Yeah.
First of all, I'm not even going to tell you who I dated, but I will say that the Haitian woman that I dated, she was Haitian and she was Costa Rican, and she married a former prime minister, okay, of Haiti. So not only did I date a Haitian woman, I dated up. And she spoke French, Spanish, and Italian. Okay? So don't try to play me, bro, because I have friends and family in the Haitian community. All right? So you can Olawandi, you can talk all that stuff. Ramos, you can talk, and I've dated Jamaican women too. I dated the woman that used to be the Ribena girl years ago. So you got the wrong brother. I've been dating women from different cultures since I was 19 years old. I'm from New York. I'm sorry, I digress.
Yeah. So, like I said, this whole thing, like I said, Black America is a victim of his own success. Right now, you got people moving into lucrative careers and everything. Marriage and family and stuff like that are put on hold. But sometimes women still get pregnant and they have kids. And so, what they don't want to say when they say there's 70% of Black women are single mothers. Some of those single mothers are making 6 figures. Did they ever get that? Not all single mothers are living in the projects. See the stereotype when I tell you about dangers of propaganda and stereotypes?
Yeah, they don't realize that some of these women
so you
are
got
making $250,000 a year.
Two parents are poor and they can't support their family, even with two people in the household. It's not a guarantee that your house is going to turn out good. So, but they got all this propaganda towards us, like they're gonna solve our problems and everything.
See, like Ramos, he said he respect my pimping. Nah, brother, I'm not pimping, man. I listen. I respect people. People respect me. And that's just the way it is. Regardless of who you think I am on the internet, people respect me. And I've helped a lot of people, and I still will help a lot of people. A lot of continental Africans. See, I don't see the stuff you guys see. I see the black face. See, that's the difference between me and Kala and a lot of people. We don't have time to be doing all that nonsense. When we see a black face, we run to that black face to help that black face because we see family. We don't have time to go, oh, are you from this tribe?
That's what ADOS FBA does.
We don't do that.
You take that ADOS FBA, right? This is what they do. You say, oh, he's a good person, but I found out that he's from the Caribbean. That's stupid stuff like that. That's the stuff I will never tolerate. You people like, Carl, how can you get with Bomani? He's from Jamaica. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? That's ADOS FBA. That's not being proud of what you are. That's being racist and prejudiced and all the vile stuff that's not us. And when you talk like that, you're not a real African American.
I love black people. I love black people.
We have a natural love for your own race.
I don't care where they come from, okay, or what they do. And to be honest with you, I even love Pookie and Ray Rays. I love me some Pookie and Ray Rays.
Yeah, I'll be the role model.
I'm not gonna be the Pookie and Ray Ray, but to say I don't know some good Pookie and Ray Rays, I'll be a liar. I know some Pookie and Ray Rays that would take their shirt off for me. I know some people who would die for me, and they're Pookie and Ray Rays. Everyone has their own experience in life. I could have ended up being a Pookie or a Ray Ray if I didn't have certain circumstances and people didn't look out for me. right? So that's why I always look out for people. And I see a black face, I'm not gonna say, I'm not talking to him because he's from another country. I'm not gonna talk, he might get over, might do better than me. See, that's the fetus, that's the kind of person that's self-hatred. I don't self-hate myself. So you ask me, I think African women are beautiful women. I think Frenchie's a beautiful woman. Okay. And Chantel, she ain't that bad until she don't talk. So she open up her mouth, then there's some issues. Okay. I love beautiful black people.
Dollar Bill, have you ever dated an African woman?
There was one sister I told you I liked. She was a Nigerian, and she's the one that told me about her family and how they act toward her. And then there was this one girl I liked in college. This sister, Fiona. She was from South Africa. But I would if I was single, I wouldn't be adverse. I think they're beautiful people, beautiful sisters.
I tell you what, man. When I was 19, I worked in New Jersey, in Ramsey, New Jersey. And there was this one Nigerian girl worked there. I wanted her, man, but she wanted no parts of me, boy. You know, she was cute, man, but she was like real sweet, real cute one. But I was like, man, she wanted no parts. But I was like, man, that'd be my perfect girlfriend, man. She was like nice and small, petite, how I like them. But she was like really cute, but she was not really into me that much, you know. Then I had this other Nigerian girl.
Kyla, find somebody your own size, man.
Even size. I'm small now. You know, I was always skinny, bro. When I was 19, guess what? I was only 170 pounds. You know, I only gained weight when I moved to Virginia. Now I'm getting right back there. I would be down to like 170, 180 soon. You know, I was when I was 19. That was I was my perfect weight and everything. I was like 170. I was real skinny and everything like that. You know, I was working at this place called Bradley's in New Jersey, off Route 17. Have you been up there, Belleville, Ramsey, New Jersey? Have you been up to Ramsey? So I
I
was
know
there.
Ramsey, Colin. I know Ramsey.
You know Ramsey? I worked
Hmm.
there. A nice area with rich people, all rich white people that live there, you know. And my
Yeah,
father's job wasn't too far from there in Oakland, you know.
yeah, Jersey's a money state, man.
Yeah, he has
Jersey's a
money up
money
there.
state.
That
Yeah.
part of North Jersey, money up there.
Yeah,
And then
money.
so,
Okay.
so and then you got Rockland County right there. Oh man, it was a beautiful time period, man. You know, Rockland County, you know, oh my God, man, those are the fun time. Nyack, Spring Valley, and all that stuff like that, you know. My old stomping grounds, upstate New York, you know, New Jersey, North Jersey. You know, but yeah, so yeah, so, like I said, years ago, there was in Norfolk State, there was this Nigerian girl, man, another Nigerian girl. She was like, but she was into like ballers, man, you know. She was like in the ballers. I just realized found real quick, man. I had my little Ford Tempo, and dude pull up and whatnot. Some niggas pull up with rims, like 22-inch rims and whatnot. I was like, oh, I see how it is. You may be Nigerian, but she was one of them, you know what I'm talking about? She was into thugs, you know? I was like, you ain't no real Nigerian.
Ford Tempo ain't gonna cut it, Kyla. Ford Tempo ain't gonna cut it,
It
dog.
was a nice car, it was brand new. But the bottom line is she was into dudes that had the Benzes and the 22-inch rims and whatnot. I was proud of what I had, man. My car, I had my little $200 a month car payment. My car was like burgundy, you know. It was shining, looked like it was brand new and whatnot, you know. But the bottom line is, you know, that wasn't her thing. I said, look, I'm not gonna go out there and become a drug dealer just to impress no females, you
Yeah,
know. It's like, yo, look, this is what I can afford. This is I am. You can't accept me for what I am and everything like that. You should feel ashamed you won't drive around me because I got a Ford Tempo. You know, you got this nigga pulling up in this, you know, niggas have these long ass cars and whatnot. They be Lexuses and whatnot. They be like, you know, 4 doors and they're like real long. They got the 22-inch rims and whatnot, you know. Motherfuckers, man, probably don't even change the oil, but their rims are more than the whole car and whatnot, you know. But it is what it is, you know. So I'm like, hey, look, I'm not gonna go out here and sell dope and get and become a dope boy to fucking oppress females. I never did it. You know, refuse to do it.
So I'm sorry that Frenchie, that I made you angry and you're upset with me. And
Kyla, I wanna ask you a question. You and Dollar Bill quickly.
sure.
Somebody just wrote in the comment section. We as black men need to stop holding ourselves to the standard of white man's success. So, what should be the model for black men's success
Bottom line,
for the black race?
unfortunately, but this is why
Success.
this is the problem thing is we basically black women are gonna doesn't women don't see it like that. A woman will kick you in the friggin' head. They're not gonna pull you up and be like, you know something, blah blah blah. They see the white guys balling out of control. They see the white guys playing golf, and they're like this. Let me give you an example. My one girlfriend before I got with Isabella, right? One day I was sitting on the couch, right? And then she just started staring at me like with this disgust on her face, right? And I was like, "Ben, what's going on? What's going on?" She's looking at me like I'm like at work. And she like basically like, "This is what I'm stuck with." I don't care how women don't want to be with a loser, And so,
That's what I'm saying. What's your definition of success for black men? Should it be
the bottom
different
line,
than
I
that of
think
the white man?
hold up. What I think is every man should carve out a place for himself. I found mine within the insurance business. Now I have a full agency and whatnot. I'm competing with the top agency and whatnot, and I make good money and everything. I found my niche, and everything. I think every black man got to find something, right, and go out of think outside the box and distinguish himself. When you could do that and you're making money and stuff like that, you're just not some ordinary guy. Now, until you do that, right? Yeah, work that UTS job, work that FedEx job, do what you got to do, but always have a plan, and understand that black women don't want to hear about your plans. They want to see the end result, you know? So see your result. They want to see the result, and that's just the truth. There's nothing we can do about it, and that's why when they see black women see white men, there's a lot of times they'll get a white man because they automatically think they see black women are programmed in America to think that that white skin is security, And the only time a black woman, they told me this, the only time a black woman sees a black man with security is when he have a degree. I don't know what that means. The guy could be a dumbass, get fired every day. So long as you got a degree, they're like, okay, it can't be that bad. You're gonna make a little bit of something, But if you ain't got no degree, I don't care what you say, unless you rich, you got to either be rich or have a degree with black women in America. That's the truth. Now, if you're
Do
white,
you do you think you're
or
successful,
have a white
Carla?
kid,
But what
or
but
if
what
you're white,
standards?
if you're white in America, that's just like having a degree to a black woman. That's
Carla,
just the way it is.
Carla, do you think you're successful in America? And if so, what is your standard and have you met that standard?
Well, I am. I'm successful. Like I said, it took me years, but I'm successful.
Or are you making a certain amount of money, like 100,000 a year that you
Yeah, more
consider
than that. Yeah,
successful,
right. And I'm getting
75,000 a
close
year that
to.
you consider
I have an
successful?
agency and it's growing too. Hopefully in another 3 years, I'll be making $1 million. If everything goes the way I plan right now, I'm projected that my agency is going to take in a few $1 million a year, and I'll be like, part owner of that, and so I'll be making like at least $500,000 to $1 million a year. So I like I said, I made it. I made it. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. I stuck with it though, because it's the first time in my life I ever stuck with something. 16 years.
All right. So everybody in the comment, please write in the chat. What's your definition of success for black men? Write it in the
Well, you
chat.
know what? I'm gonna
Dollar
tell
bill,
you
you can go ahead.
what I think about success. I think about not just what I've done monetarily, right? I just also think about what I've done in the lives for people. I think about my family first, how successful I was or am in terms of, raising decent people and being a decent father, being a decent uncle, being a decent friend, and, just trying to lead by example, trying to do the right thing. Um, and so, I make decent money, but I didn't always. I didn't always. I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I don't know what happened, but I didn't always make a lot of money or what over six figures, but I do. But to me, it's not just about me; it's about what I do for other people, and if I can help them, and help them succeed and help them become something, then I can live vicariously through them. So, because what being a successful for me is having a family that admires you and respects you, having people in the community that admire you and respect you for the
Being
work
a role model.
that
Me,
you've
me,
done.
me is being a role model.
And I've been doing that for 30 years, even when I wasn't making nothing, you know. And I felt that, and I still feel that I make a contribution and I've made a contribution. I remember, going to a place one day and this kid that I taught in the seventh grade, she saw me and she said, I'm doing this now and I'm doing that now. And she said, can I have a hug? And I said, sure. And she told me how much I did for her in her life. And for me, that's what it's all about. It's not just about what we get. It's how we can take what we get and help people, okay, to become what they want to become. And so that's success for me. Also, success for me is doing the things that I like to do and traveling and seeing new things, learning new things, talking to people. That's a success for me.
Yeah, being a
What about you,
being a
Frenchie or
role model.
Dave? What about Frenchie or Dave?
And like what MP said, accomplishing your personal goals while maintaining your morals. That's the whole thing. Can you, like I said, you got people who make money, but they compromise their morals and their values. What's the, like I said, what's the man, property man gain the world and lose his soul? I get one thing I will not do. I'm glad I never did sell my soul. Everything I did, I'm proud to say I did it. When I did within the law, I obeyed the law. I did what I had. It wasn't easy.
You know
I
what,
never sold my soul for money or fame, whatever like that.
Colin? It's interesting. You remember the Brand Nubians?
Yeah.
So the brother, I forget his name now.
Grand
He
Pooba?
No, not the Pooba. Pooba was one of my favorites. It's the other guy who used to live and go out with Sinai Lathan. He was part of the Brand Nubians.
Yeah, I can't remember. That's so much
I
media.
can't. Well, anyway. So in the '80s, I was a rapper, and I think I was a really good rapper. But I left early because I went to college, and I kind of like retired like around 18, 19 years old. And man, I really wanted to be a rapper so bad and get success. I was a rapper, but have success
Yeah.
as a rapper. And fast forward maybe 20 or 30 years later,
When
I'm
you're
sitting.
done, you got to drop one of your famous freestyles for us, Dollar Bill.
I don't know about that. You ain't ready. Yeah. So one of the brothers from the Brand Nubian, he came to the school I was teaching at the time, and we were kind of like getting the kids to learn from rappers. It was some kind of program a sister was putting together. And at the end, we just started kicking in, and I told him I used to rap, and some of the people I used to rap with, Grandmaster Flash and all of these guys in the Bronx. And I was there in hip hop, and and I used to do my thing when people used to look to me to rap. And he was like, I heard of you. And when we started talking, you know what he said before he said he had gotten arrested, and it got, he lost his dream. And I said, what was your dream? Because in my mind, this guy lived the life that I wanted to live, in the golden age of hip hop, not this crazy stuff. And he said, you know what, man? He said, I wanted most of all to be a fireman. And he said, when I lost that opportunity, and I was like, a fireman. And I'm saying, you wanted to live the life that I'm living, and I wanted to live the life that you were living. And so it was interesting because at one time as a young kid, I dreamed of, I used to have my rhyme book and I used to get down and do all my routines. And we go to Manhattan and we play in Manhattan, we play in Harlem, okay? And we would do our thing. but we just couldn't crack the code. We couldn't get that record deal. And I just said, man, I'm going to college, man. And I was kind of resentful. I really wanted to do it. In fact, my friends, when I got there, I met a producer who was one of KRS's producers for Boogie Down Productions. And so I hooked my boys up, and we were all going to cut this beat. And I had some guys that I knew from the project, and they were professional musicians, and we were going to do it, right? And one day my buddies called me to the house, guys, and they said, listen, Dollar, they said, we're about to get a record deal, and, this demo looks good, and this is what we want you to do. I said, what's up? He said, you're going to have to drop out of school. I was like, what? It's like, yeah, man, we can't have you going back and forth to school knowing that, we got to be on this place on tour and that place on tour. And I said, you know what, brothers? I wish you well, man. And I bounced, man. I went to school. I went to college to get my degree. And we're cool now. We talk and everything. We're still friends. But I had to make a choice. And I'm glad now I'm talking to this guy who was in a great group, and all of his dream was just to be a normal person with a civil service job like I ended up having. So I just felt that was kind of ironic, Hello? Can y'all hear me? Oh, I ain't talking to myself.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so we all have our dreams and stuff. That wasn't my only dream, but that was one of the, my childhood dreams that I wanted to get out there on the stage, because I was there back in the days, before the golden age of hip hop. And I used to play with a lot of those guys out there, and that was my dream. That's what I really wanted to do. I wanted to be a hip hop star. But, I had to get it. I got another dream, and I really didn't want to end up doing what I'm doing now. It kind of chose me. And that's another story, because life can choose you. Maybe Colin got off. Life can choose you, right? It's not always what you want, but it could be something that you stumble into, or you become so good at it, and you be like, wow, man, I'm really good at this thing. And you go with it. Frenchie, are you successful? And what makes you successful? Hello? Can you hear?
Well, I hear you, Dollar Bill.
Yeah. What about you, bro?
Yeah, I mean, and I think Mystic Dime put a different perspective in my mind, because usually you would think about success to mean, like getting a college degree, getting a good paying job, buying a home, starting a family, making enough money, to afford the things that you want. So I think Mystic Dime saying that we as black men should not hold ourselves to the same standard of success as the white men. I thought maybe that was profound. Maybe we should look at a different way of success, because the way that the white man's success is measured is not entirely in our hands to achieve it, right? The quote unquote American dream that most people seek in this country. So for me, my mother played a big part in my life, right? Because she encouraged me to start a business that I never wanted to start. I was well comfortable working and, having a regular job. And then we started a business together that's doing quite well. And, it's it's good. The income is good. But I think where my biggest success is my personal change or personal, refinement that I made in my life in terms of being more responsible, starting a family, those things that have grounded me. I think I found more happiness within, my kid, my wife, and having the respect of my mom, who I think have seen a different side of me. She always told me, I knew you were smart, but I just, I was never fully applying myself. And I think the fact that she trusts me to take care of pretty much everything with the business, and I'm her, you know, her registered agent. I run after everything. You know, I register all the different things. A couple of homes that she bought. You know, I help her with the process. You know, so just coming into my own in my late 20s and fully realizing, you know, I think for me that's my form of success. But I wish other people could come with a different perspective in terms of how they quantify success. Because for most people, it's getting the big degrees and making a lot of money. For others, it might be like somebody said, keeping your integrity and being able to take care of your family. Maybe it's more on a personal level in terms of having the family and raising the family, even if you're not making the big, you know, the big dollar amounts. So I don't know, but I don't think I'm fully successful. I think I want to do more things, especially back home. It's a couple of things that we're planning to go back home to do, myself and my wife. My mom has already done a few things back home because she's, you know, she's doing well financially. So those kinds of things I think is successful. I think we all look at success through the eyes of money, but I think personally having more personal success can lead to more financial success because I think you become your best self when you're personally successful, be it with your family, you know, your kids, and I think that allows you to really show yourself, and that might bring more financial gains. So I don't know. I want to hear other people's perspective because that really got my mind, you know, spinning in
Yeah,
terms of
it helps, you know. But
defining success.
thank you, brother, for sharing that. And I want to say something, Baruti. He gonna get on me when I said I'm divesting and I'm selling.
You say that Bruce thinks we don't need money. We just need Ubuntu.
No, no. He said that I'm. He talked about me selling my African art. All right, so definitely I'm selling my African art because one, it's become you know, like maybe a good side hustle for me. I was able to buy a couple of nice pieces at good prices, um, and I might be able to. I've been checking it out and checking the condition of some of my stuff, and I realized I got some really really good pieces. I got maybe one or two museum pieces, and I'd like to sell those too. So it doesn't mean that, you know, that I shouldn't sell them. I think I should sell them, and I want to get more African American art depicting my culture, okay, as it is since I've been here in America. So I'm one of those people that I'm instead of reaching beyond, I'm reaching inward, and I don't think that should be a
Yeah,
problem
I think
because
I think more of us are doing that. We're trying to restore, and so we did a lot of soul searching over the last few years. You know, and the bottom line, it's just like I said, as somebody that was a strong Pan African, a pro black and everything, it's kind of hard for me to take this position now. You know, like you said, yeah, we're coming full circle. You know, we have to learn how to love ourselves, man. And the bottom line, it's like I still believe we could be Pan African or not. But when you mix Pan African with toxic, you know what it is. You know what the problem is? Like you probably noticed, Dollar Bill. A
Mhm.
lot of the people who are Pan Africans were anti-black before they became Pan Africans. You ever notice that?
oh yeah,
They were anti-black and whatnot, and they jumped into Pan-Africanism. Like, you know, and they're like, okay, all they did was substitute white supremacy for some African stuff that they, like this. So it's just really what's up, Mystic Nine?
Hey, how are you? Good
Doing
evening,
good.
everybody.
good
Hi.
evening,
Oh,
sis.
oh, I'm glad she came on. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Don?
Hey, everyone. I hope everyone's staying safe in the storm that's coming through. If y'all are in
Well,
the
I'm
area,
up in Virginia. We're safe.
Amen.
okay,
I'm
good.
in the Midwest. I'm praying for you guys down there in the East Coast.
Yeah, yes, it's very rainy. But I guess I felt a sense of obligation to maybe come up and maybe share a little bit of background that statement that I made. I just finished watching season 1 of Them on Amazon Prime. So I guess I'm a little bit more charged up than normal. I just saw the whole series.
Could you
And
tell us about it?
yeah, so this is a great series. Anybody should watch it. It's about a family that moves to Compton in California. Uh-oh. Can you tell me? Okay. From North Carolina. And they were escaping really bad kind of Jim Crow racism over to Compton where they experienced the same thing, and they were being purposely trying to be driven out of their neighborhood by all of their white neighbors. It was a thriller. It was another plot going on at the same time. But what stuck out to me is how none of this would have happened if the Black man would have measured his success in something other than appealing to the success that is modeled around him by white people at the time in the 70s. I know the marketing was real serious. All of
Hey, check this out. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Dime.
yeah.
Oh,
Earlier
Carla,
in this,
please, you gotta let her finish. Just give her
oh,
2 minutes.
I want to get this in here so she can go clever because I know what she's going like this. But let me say this, and then you can finish your statement. And when she answers, now I said in the beginning of the show that a lot of times, right, when people like Chuko come up here, he's trying to measure our success through white people's success. You know, you see what I'm saying? Now you see where we're going with all this.
Yeah.
You know. And
Dangerous.
Donald put all the statistics out there. Black America's actually doing all right. We may not be where white people's at, you know, but Black America is doing okay. So why is all this badgering against us all the time, making us feel bad about ourselves?
And let me I would say this: it's an insult, quite honestly, for you to compare any Black man's success to the standard and measuring stick of a white man. It's an insult. Like, you don't it's a purposeful disrespect and blinders that are being put on if you choose to just say the Black man had no experiences that framed how he sees himself, how he sees his community. You would especially be a fool to think that there's nothing spiritual that might even be going on as well. So that framework and that context has got to be respected and at the table if you're going to have a conversation.
And it's not. That's why we attack people like Chukwu. You know.
Okay.
He don't have the context. He don't put us in proper context. Do you know they had 400 years head start of us with all the privileges and everything like that? We were systematically denied everything. Our towns were burned. We were denied credit. We were denied loans. We couldn't live in certain neighborhoods. Denied decent education. We were denied all that stuff like that for hundreds of years. And then now that when we said we want a little more than just being a street sweeper or a garbage man or something like that, suddenly we're asking for too much. Suddenly we're grievous mongers.
But
I think
Mystic
my
Don,
point would be that the Black man deserves respect and dignity even in those professions.
Yeah, right.
Profession the Black man should find himself in America deserves respect. Period.
right? But Mystic Don. So, what's your success for a Black man? What's your definition of success?
My definition for success is a Black man that can take pride and integrity in himself and his family, can cover and protect himself and his family, and maintain good character and integrity. It's not a difficult, formula. I think oftentimes in America it has been purposely frustrated.
Carla, let me just tell you this. You always talk about community. Which community you talking about? Community that actually scattered everywhere. Community actually don't come with one voice, which is the problem of every Black people.
Oh, we don't have one voice. We don't have
one voice. Hold on, Carla. You have one of the most largest multimillionaires on earth.
That don't mean anything.
Oh, hold on. They can be making money from the white man, but that doesn't mean the white man did tell them where the white man never told them where they have to invest their money on. If as you, a person like Puffy, I know it's in trouble right now, you have Michael Jordan, you have all these Black people come collectively and start buying real estate in 2 states.
Yeah, let me say something, Kidola. I appreciate your comment and everything, but I don't think at this point in time, as Mr. Dime will tell you, and Dollar Bill will tell you, our problem is money. It's not money, you know. Black America has lost something, you know, our spirituality, just who we are and stuff like that.
Yeah, I understand.
Cannot solve that, you know.
Carla,
so it's not about money and investing and stuff like that anymore.
Carla, in a place like United States, right? You think the white people, yes, the white people might not be tempered with whatever, but you look at the Jewish people. They control the media, they control the narrative. Some of them control the sports event where the money is, where the black men are making the money. Why could if the black men invest their money in occupy two state United States by buying some of this real estate and asking, okay, the black people to be renting it, and so it's hard for black people sometimes to pay debt back. You know, they will create an excuse and cost people out and all these things. But you have to start from there first. But what happened? I understand most black people might have this mind a long time, but what happened newly now is they force the black people, or the black people started accepting their morality, you know, by you first of all start with, they have way to push you or push you to anything. Black Lives Matter, fake organization, be set up. Later part, they allow the so-called people who came in and said, oh, marriage is between man and a woman, now start forcing total different thing again on the black man. So they can tell you what is your culture, they can tell you what is your morality, they can tell you anything. You don't have any decision about if you lost who you are, you lost everything. What's that happen?
And I think that's where we're trying to find out.
Yeah,
One
they start putting skirts, they start wearing these dudes, 7 foot comedian, they start wearing them skirt and high heels. As only God know why that he came in. Even Puffy now is in trouble. He start wearing high heels also. They put high heels on you. They put you on skirt
so the
and
bottom
peak.
line is, Kidola, they got control over the entertainers, and all they have to do
Yes,
is tell black
they also
people.
control your identity.
And then when the why, hold up, no why, because we're made to feel bad about ourselves because some of us was working for UPS, a blue collar job, and we have this culture in Black America, right? Hey, and remember Biz Marquis song, Dollar Bill, nigga, please, you work for UPS. Remember that song? Remember that?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Black people in America, black have led to the idea that we have this disdain for working people, and our grandfathers' fathers worked manual labor jobs and everything, and so therefore they created what the white man did was he created a class of black people that was going to capture the imagination of the masses with money and power. Teddy Pendergrass spoke about against that, He
Well,
said,
actually, wait a minute. That started because I'm learning a little bit more about this myself, and I'm traumatized as I learned this history also. That has something to do with the creation of the bougie class in America, the black bourgeois class in America that was created by our HBCUs, and how it was purposefully kind of created by the Methodist Church to make sure that we had a class of Negroes that modeled the same standards and practices of the prudent white folks, and make sure that Negroes stayed in. It's a cultural programming. It's a programming, and some black folks brought into it, some black folks didn't. You got to know the memory of this history, because it's there.
They
There's
still
some
have it
black folks
now.
that
The
got
black
with that
men,
valued
most
higher
of the black
education. Some
people
black
on
folks that didn't.
podcast, most of the black people on podcast, they can easily shame you. They can easily define who you are. Look, the color, nothing changed. Only what you're seeing now is it become far more deeper now. You know what I'm saying? It far more become deeper now.
now what I found out now is the fact that these people have the audacity. Look how they're doing to Janet Jackson. They have the audacity that they control the black man's mind. In other
Yes,
words,
that's
Janet
what I'm
says
talking
something,
about.
they don't have any respect for our mind. In other words, if
They
they tell you to go forward, you cannot like this.
because they start putting skirt on them. You see how easy it is. They start putting skirt on them. They start wearing them dresses. They start putting that high heel on them. They start putting that little purse in their hands. They start telling them you're beautiful. Even with your boy, they tell you beautiful girl. Look at Puffy, man. Puffy's going down. Puffy be wearing that skirt. That he so wear that skirt, he forget who he is. He thought, man, I'll be wearing this skirt. This white man gonna love me.
I understand what you're saying, but what I want to talk about for black men in America. What
You don't
I'm
talk no
talking about
shit. You
is
don't
where
talk no
did this
shit. You
programming
people are the fucking
come
problem with it.
from?
Who
I'm
who the hell are you
specifically
coming to talk
speaking
about?
specifically
Kadola,
Goddamn,
Hey,
you
Kadola.
fucking
Kadola,
She
cannot
didn't
calm
say
down,
anything
man.
wrong.
United
Why you
guy.
mad at her,
Chill out,
Kadola?
brother.
She didn't
Chill
say
What the
out.
hell
anything
are you
wrong.
talking
She
about?
didn't attack
standard
you.
for
You about to do
looking
what? Come here,
Relax.
successful
no
in
fucking
America
scared
was
of black men
whiteness.
with
Relax,
hair
bro.
head.
Kadola,
Relax, bro.
Kyla, you got to time him out. What's going on, Kadola? She didn't do
Oh man,
anything. She
come
didn't
on,
say
she didn't
anything.
do anything bad.
Yeah, you gotta go on a timeout, man.
Well, she cut him off.
Yeah,
That's
what?
probably why he got mad.
Hey, listen.
No,
He
Carla, man, I want y'all to start going to the Gala Geechee community, man. Lay back your fucking culture over there, man. Lay back your fucking culture over the Gala Geechee culture. That's who you are, not the
Yeah, I
S.
know. I'm part Gullah Geechee. I'm Creole.
But let the sister speak, man. Guys, relax. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I remain, centered on what I'm concerned about. Because again, I just watched this TV series, and so I'm trying to get understanding what I want to understand, and because I feel like the seed of a lot of these issues came like in the 60s or 70s, maybe even the 50s, where
Yep.
somehow the standard and the image of excellence and to look like somebody in this country was the white man.
Yes.
And it trickles
My
down. That trickled
magazines.
into the 80s, into the 90s, into the 2000s. It's to now. So there is a systemic issue, and I saw it in that movie. I see it now, and that's what I want to address.
Like
Thank you,
Jay Z.
sis.
When is that being cool? Basically, like Jay Z just chilling out with all these rich white folks and whatnot. Bragging about being with Val Kilmer and De Niro and all. So what the hell is it? When's that being cool? Everything is Jay Z and Beyonce. So you hating on Jay Z and Beyonce? Yeah, but these guys, Tom Ford, all these rich white people and everything like that. When is it? When did that
It's
ever?
the materialism, right?
Yeah.
It's the materialism. See, black folks figure that they're saying to themselves, I have to deal with somebody who's successful. And so we've abandoned the regular ways that people become successful, right? And I was saying, even as a kid, as an 18-year-old, I had to make a decision. And I really wanted to do my rap thing. I wanted to be a rap guy. I was good at it and all of the other things. But then I had to think about it. I said, listen, if that means I have to give up my degree, and I wasn't getting a degree because I just wanted to have a degree. I got a degree because I was making $3.35 an hour, and people weren't trying to give me a better job. So I figured the best way to get a better job, okay, was to go out and get more education. I didn't do it for white people. I didn't do it because I wanted to be white. I didn't do it because I wanted to be an exotic Negro. I did it because I was going to make myself more marketable to get a better job. And back in those days, I don't know if you remember, in the New York Times, they had like a 4-page layout with people with college degrees. So you could literally get entry into all kinds of positions, whether it was a public position, whether it was a corporate position. You could get these entry level positions. You could get in the door with a bachelor's degree. And that's the reason why I went back to school, to make more opportunity for myself.
Now,
And when I
Mufasa
went
said,
back,
"What's being
Mhm.
like the white man?" The bottom line is this:
I
this is
can
what I'm
answer
saying,
that.
Mufasa. In America, right? White is always seen like the standard of success. A white guy can have a blue collar job, right? People still give him more respect than a black man with a college degree. That's just the truth, you know. And white people always a standard of success and everything. Every time we say rich black people, that you're not made it until you. It used to be a time where it was cool that black men hang among each other. Now, if you don't have white friends and you're not getting invited to those red carpet stuff, they completely trained us to see.
But Carla, that's the question. Should they be our standard of success? Or
Well,
should we
they're
change
not. But
that
the bottom line,
narrative?
if you keep seeing them on television and everything, and if you got people like Chris Rock did it in a slick way, talking about Oscar so white and whatnot. So what you're doing is you're giving credibility, and this is before. This is not the last Oscar where he got smacked. A few years before that, remember he did the Oscar. The Oscars so white when everybody laughing. Oh, but why are you giving the Oscars credibility and validation? You know, if you really believe that. The Oscar, what is the Oscars? Why can't we have our own award shows and everything? You see what I'm talking? See what I'm coming with this?
Oh yeah, and the Oscars actually named after a brother, right?
I didn't even know that. I don't know.
Yeah, Oscar Michaud. But
Yeah,
see,
it's
it's
great.
named after a brother, right? And so, you know, the thing is, you got to realize that we're in a material world. And so the new racism is not so much how you look. They figured out, okay, they can exclude you if you don't have the money to participate.
You're not in certain inner circles, and and stuff like that. You know, that's
So
what.
our inability as men to communicate with one another and to do business with one another is the reason that other men are doing better than us. Because you can get a couple of guys, they can get together and open up a little bodega. Millions of dollars going through that little bodega. Okay. And we don't realize we'll look down on that. I don't want that kind of money. Right. And even our people probably would treat us worse than they would treat an Arab opening up his own business. They probably wouldn't violate him as much as they violate us because of their jealousy. We probably get robbed. You know, a lot of people keep saying, well, how come you don't do this and that in your community? You know,
Yeah,
I
I
think a
seen
lot
that.
of
When
people would
get
like to
robbed, they
do
go in
that,
there to get robbed.
but
People
you're going to
steal
get
shit and
robbed.
whatnot, you know.
You know, the violence that'll be perpetuated on you as an African American trying to do business, people are going to try to do all kind of things to you. It's sad, but it's true. These are the things that we deal with. So it's easier for you to deal, if you're doing business, to do business with white folks. We understand that, and that's what immigrants are saying. When they come here, it's easier for them if they got a particular skill to go work in a white corporation, right? But they have to understand this is what racism is about. They set it up that way. They're the ones that are in control of it. They're not going to relinquish their control.
And let me say something real quick too. It starts it how did it begin? It began with religion. How did the white man assert control over the black populace, the black dominant, cultures, both, wherever they went in the diaspora and in Africa? It happened through religion. It happened through the brainwashing and the subjugation, the submission of black men through religion. The end.
Well, I think it happened through slavery.
That's
And
it, which was
and it
mechanized
was
through religion.
justified through religion, right?
Right.
And so the justification was that you came from this dark continent. See, I don't think that people from other countries don't realize just how deep this thing goes down the rabbit hole when it comes to us and them. And so I think we get triggered, right? When we see them dealing with them, and we were like, you don't really know who you're dealing with. You know,
And here's another thing, Dollar Bill, is that Africans don't understand is the disdain white people have for us is the disdain they have for the place we spawned from, Africa. Like what you call it now? You said girl that Rwandan girl talk about they're not Africans anymore. What are we then? You know the reason why the world. You know what the world? Did she understand what the world thinks about Rwanda?
can
They
I,
still
and I want to address
still think
something.
about 1 million people killed and butchered. When I remember that movie, sometimes in September or Hotel Rwanda. Remember that?
Hotel Rwanda. The
You
other
know,
one
and
is
so
yeah.
when that one part, Nick Multy said, "You're not even a nigger. You're an African. You're lower than a nigger. You're an African." You know, that's the way they think. You know,
Oh yeah.
a lot of Africans don't understand that. We understand what they. But you cannot hate African Americans and love Africa. It just don't work like that. You know, you
Yeah, they
cannot
don't want to deal with reality.
give
But
me
I can understand how they get that position, right? I can understand they don't have, so if they don't have the same relationship, they believe it's because there's something wrong with us. That's why they treat us the way they treat us. No, they treat us the way they treat us because we have a long history with them, right? We have a PhD with dealing with them, right? And they deal with us. So we know pretty much what the real relationship is. You know, sometimes people go to the Caribbean and they act a certain way because they're on vacation, right? But when they get to be the one in power, I used to date a girl years ago. She had a big position working for the guy who owned. I don't know if it's the White Sox.
Just 1 second, Carla. I think that movie is called "Sometimes It Rains in April" with Idris
Yeah,
Elba, not
Idris Elba.
"Sometimes in September."
It's
Yeah,
sometimes in April. Yeah, I know.
April.
Sometimes in April. And then there's another
So
one, Hotel Rwanda.
so she worked for this guy back in the early '80s when we're going out, and she was a Jamaican girl. She used to make good money, like maybe like $3,000 a week. This is like 1980 something, like 85, 86, maybe 87. She was making good money, like $3,000 a week. So she went to work, sort of what you were talking about, Carla. She went to work in Miami once for a friend of the people that she was working for, and they did that same thing to her. They pulled out some type of jewelry, and as if she was going to steal the jewelry. And so she called another friend of hers in Miami, and she left. And she told the people, "I'm never going to work with them again." Because you know what their plan was? Their plan was that she would steal the stuff, they would arrest her, then they would have control over her passport and basically make her their slave, not even pay her, work her and not even pay her, and hold it over her head that they can have her arrested and deported out of the country. And until that happened to her, she didn't even believe that. She didn't believe those type of things would happen. She just thought they were all so sweet and kind, and these white folks was so nice to her until that happened to her. And then she said, "Wow, I can't believe they try to do that to me."
That was her Negro wake up call.
Yep. Yep.
So I feel sorry for a lot of people, and when they dealing, like I told you about the brother who was from Kenya and he lost all his money. Okay, he married this Kenyan woman, white woman, and he's so in love with her. Okay, and when the judge he went in front of the judge. Her family, they took everything, even his pension, and he just didn't understand. And I'm saying to myself, you just don't know white people. You really think you know them? You really think you know them? We've been dealing with these folk, these forever in this country, but they don't see it. And like you said, I'm the same one that said I had a friend. His wife worked for a firm. She was traveling all around the country. She's an accountant. So they had her traveling for this corporation all around. So because she's the accountant, she just decided one Saturday to look up everyone's salary. And when she found out that the woman that was the secretary, she wasn't even the secretary, she was the receptionist, was making more money than she was, she almost had a heart attack.
Rightfully so.
She couldn't believe it.
Yeah. Can I say something to address this comment that's on the screen? What is being like the white man? I want to take a crack at it. The black man in America has been, let me see if I can say it better. The inception of America cannot be understood without understanding that it cannot exist. America is to understand the black man's place with the white man in America. The two are not separate, unlike every other country in the diaspora and in Africa. In America, the country of America wasn't built without the presence of the black man. So to understand what it's like, what do you mean by to be like the white man? It's a cultural epidemic. It's a cultural phenomenon amongst.
You're 100% right. You
were
know,
were the descendants of slaves. And so as we progressed as a people, seeing the white people that oppressed us around us, that contained us, what can we do to be more like them? The pressure of assimilation, will that be a reprieve? Is that the solution? So as that process evolved the question of what it's like to be what what can the black man to do what can the black man do to be
In
more
other
like
words,
the
what you're
white
saying,
man
sister, is the
emerge. It's
fact that
about
in
making
other
the white
people,
man feel protected.
check this out. The Chinese could be a Chinese, right? Because they're not in that paradigm, a black
Right.
white paradigm. There's a black white paradigm that we're unfortunate where the white man is the omnipotent, beautiful, powerful, everything. The black man's on the bottom. So even when the black man does rise, everything like that, it's considered an aberration. You know, that's why. And then when people, this
Yeah.
was when black immigrants come here, they automatically assume that white people are supposed to be on top, black is supposed to be about, even though they may go to a place like Kentucky where 90% of the people are poor and white and whatnot. They don't even see that. You know, to them, all white people are rich and educated, you know, and all black people are poor and down and out. You see what I mean?
Well,
And
I
then
would
when
tell. I would
conflicts
tell.
with that narrative, they don't understand. That's why we go up to people like Chukwu. He's going by that black white paradigm in America. You know, that's what the world is. White man is the supreme, black man's on the bottom, and everything like that.
Carla, you have to start Africans. You have to start really. Africans don't really understand the mind of the white man, especially most people from West Africa. Or actually, let's assume maybe take Liberia and Sierra Leone out. What we see in TV, right? What we see in TV is a total different ball game because we live in Africa, whereby some of these our kakas are a little bit we'll call class system, right? So we see in TV the white man is producing what called human right. The white man is never really lie. The people white people never really lie. They want equality because this is what they show us in movies and TV. So the mind of an average African person is wow, this person is good, you understand? And they show sympathetic love in TV, and even when they come around your country, they show you some kind of love, you know, they're nice, they smile. While we're busy dealing with people on the apart from tribalism, also class system also. You know, so this class system is what really eating this up in Africa sometimes. So when they come to United States, you have to understand they don't have that view of what you have about the white people because you live with them. You know, you grow up with them. Some of the you even born with some of them. So when they come to America, they when they see the white man create the job, they just see the money, the bag, and they want that money at all costs to also be to also lift themselves up to out of that bottom where they are in terms of class system to be on top of the classes, to be on top of the class also. So it's not really that for them to also the black Americans, the black people in United States, because there's no actually unity or they don't really communicate so good like that. Maybe the black will tell them, hey bro, the honey you're seeing is not that good honey. This honey is a poison honey. Because you're gonna get it so soon, and your stomach gonna hurt later. Because they don't have that communication. So the Africans that are coming to United States, yes, they're coming there for success. They're seeing the bag. Your experience is actually nothing to them because they don't. It's not like they don't want to hear it or they don't want to know about it, because that aspect of it is secondary to them. The first thing is get it back, and they will do everything to get it back. You understand? And check the war they have among themselves sometimes, because they don't really understand each other. They have big time animosity towards themselves. You understand me? Oh, you don't like me, you hate me, you think you're better than me. All this is started pumping out because of misunderstanding. But the day, okay, check out Africa, check out the channel they just banned right now. You know what they banned it? The day that black people United States will come together and want to have a one voice, I swear to God, even if you have an American passport in the United States, they will find every means to flame you and they will deport your ass because you are not born over there. You just nationalized. Being a citizen, try to have double nationality. That's oh sorry. You commit this, you commit that, you commit this, you commit that. Like what they're doing to our politicians now, when they allow them to bring in the money, When these politicians want to take out the money, they say, no, 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 no. How do you bring in money laundering? They will deport these Africans back home. You understand me? They will deport them back home. That's just the truth. So that's just where I stop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you're absolutely correct. And so they don't see what we see, and their reality, in a lot of respect, is not our reality, right? So I'm not angry with them for trying to do better for their lives. They have people back home that depend on them, right? They have to send money back home. And a lot of people, they have, some of them are being used by their own family members, right? Because they feel that, hey, you're in the land of opportunity, you're in the land of milk and honey, and you should be giving and producing. And it doesn't just happen with Africans. I work with Filipinos. I know a Filipino woman, she lives in a studio. She makes good money, and she's actually taking care of her family back home. Her dad is passed, but she takes care of her mom. She's taking care of her sisters, her nieces, and nephews. So she'll work, and all she gets is maybe 2 weeks in the Philippines. She's so tired that all she does is go to sleep, okay, and come back to America and do it all over again.
Yeah, mindset.
well, let me. Well, it isn't Ghana going through a revolution right now. I think I saw some news where there's some revolutionary protests. I mean, I knew they were going to Nigeria, but so is there a revolutionary spirit that's trying to combat the things that are causing all these issues, or
Well, the
am I?
Sahel region is the revolutionary spirit on the continent right now, just spreading.
Yeah, yeah,
And we hope that, I mean, listen, like I said before, I don't think it's our position that we have to enforce what we think Africa needs, right?
right.
When I say that to Baruti, he gets angry with me and he says, we need Africa. We don't need Africa. And Africa, even more, doesn't need us, right? They need to rise up, and I believe they will rise up. The young people are rising up in Kenya, okay? And people are rising up and taking their place, okay, and on the world stage. They don't need us to speak for them, like we don't want them to come here and speak for us, right? It has to go both ways,
Right.
right?
Right.
Everybody has the right to self-determination, and they will find themselves, the young nations, right? America has made a lot of mistakes as a young nation and still making mistakes. And so they will get themselves together. I have all the faith in the world. The Africans will straighten out themselves and straighten out the continent. That is my sincere hope.
Hmm.
That's what I pray for,
Right.
that they would do that, okay, and stand on the world stage. Because as long as Africa rises, we all rise in the black world.
Mm, right.
Yeah, but we need each other though.
I don't know what they need from us that we can
Well,
provide for them.
just
Maybe they
no,
can
just
tell me different. I don't you know what it is?
I
You
know
know
we
there's
got like this problem, this thing going on, but don't want to
there's
admit that.
1.5 million people according to the State Department that are going all over, expats, expatriates that are living outside, black people, not white folks, that are living outside of America.
Yeah,
And a lot of them are in Mexico, they're in Panama, they're in Costa Rica, um, they're in Belize.
yeah.
There's some in Ghana, some in Southern Africa, and I know people are going to Kenya. I don't see how they need us, to be honest with you. I think that's us trying to impose what we think they should do, right? And if they needed us, they should ask for us. They should offer us an opportunity.
Well, here it is, dollar bill.
Some kind
Africa
of ways
do.
they do try to do that, but go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Are you good? I was just gonna say Africa does need African Americans in terms of those professionals who have the knowledge base that can help us. The problem is our infrastructure drive them away. Like you're saying, Dollar Bill, these guys are living in more, countries that have a better infrastructure, the Panamas, the Mexicos, places that have running water. Not saying that all of Africa don't have it, but the infrastructures in most of these countries are better. So these guys, African Americans are flocking there and taking their skills, especially those who are retired, who could be consulting in a professional setting. So I think for most of these people, it's just a situation where they want to have a nice enjoyment to the rest of their life, and Africa just doesn't provide that, especially on the security front, on the issue of healthcare. We just aren't there. So that talent that could help us is being taken away to the South American countries or the Caribbeans. That's my take on it. You can go
But
ahead,
but
Mr.
but you
Khan.
know it is. There's two things that are going on here.
Mhm.
One is you have African Americans that are going to the countries in Africa and they feel a sense of entitlement. We're home, right? The idea we're home, we shouldn't have to pay for this, we shouldn't have to pay for that, we shouldn't pay for the dungeons, we shouldn't pay for that.
Nah.
So that's one thing. And the other one is the animosity that people feel, right? See, some of these people get there, and I'm not saying all of them, and I'm not trying to get into stereotypes. Some people get a place and they find out that their dollar can go a whole lot further. They start balling out, right? They start acting in a certain way, in a certain manner. And then you have other people who become jealous and resentful. And so you got these guys going out and building these homes in West Africa, and to me, in the middle of nowhere. And when people victimize you, okay, and come and get what you got, then they act surprised. But if we know we've lived in the hood one way or another, if I see you with a fresh pair of shoes every day and you got a gold chain and I'm drinking and I'm eating cornflakes with water instead of milk, how long before you decide to knock my door down or to knock me upside my head so you can get some of the things that I got?
Yeah, well,
That's
that's what.
human nature.
Yeah.
So unless you're talking about an Afghanistan where you've got security, and then you're gonna say, "Well, damn, we ain't gonna get no Afghanistan." You're gonna do us like you did us in Liberia. You're gonna kind of, it becomes so many things. Whereas you go to one of these other countries, you know exactly what you need for residency. You know exactly what you need to become a citizen. You know exactly what you need, okay, to buy your property. All this stuff is stable and it's upfront. You don't want to
Okay.
go to a place like Gambia and they change the regime, and then you turn around and then everything you got, the Back family, they're not secure. I don't even think they're even citizens yet. They've been there all this time.
And that's
What
my
happens?
point.
Yeah,
Africa is not as welcoming to African Americans as we think. They are not. Infrastructure, security, healthcare is really lacking in Africa, and it
yeah.
turns a lot of people away. That's the key. That's the problem right there.
So we would love to be with our brothers, but look at the issues that we have with one another. The tribalism, all of these various things. And see, people, like I said, Baruti will say, oh, go to another place. But how realistic is it to take
Well,
people all the way to Southern Africa from America?
that's why we need each other to straighten this shit out.
Well, that's what I wanted to say
I
really
don't agree
quickly.
we need each
Let
other,
me
but go
let
ahead.
me
You
speak to the
know,
root. Let me speak to
I
the
know
root
we
of
don't want
this
to admit
because it's
that we
slightly
need each
annoying to
other as
me
well.
as someone who's been to Ghana and interacted with my brothers and my brethren over there and over here. Let me tell you what's disingenuous. And
What's happened? Where's she? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. This thing, this,
Oh.
this stream sometimes is popping in and off, and I'm like, this can't be my
can
new
you hear me?
microphone. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'm sorry, it was my phone. Let me speak to what's disingenuous about that. The problem is the jealousy and inward seething hatred of Black African men themselves in their circumstance, instead of seeing the folks around them that are from America and other places in the diaspora. They should take that fight to their local chiefs, the local leaders, the local kings, and the leadership. Take the fight to where it belongs. Don't go for the low hanging, easy fruit
Well, yeah,
because you're
well,
there, you're jealous.
It's
because
easier
we
to knock
become
you
victims.
off.
There are a lot of dead African American women from Ghana and Gambia right now behind what I'm talking about. So I'm serious about it. Take the fight to where it fucking belongs, to where it belongs, to the leadership, to the other men that are in charge of your fate. Have the fight. Be warriors. Stand up for something.
Well, that's the problem. Different mindset. Like what the show title is, the mindset. That's
Yeah,
all.
it's too much to overcome.
Do
Where I
it?
can
What do you mean
Then
it's too much to overcome?
well, what
You don't
this
even
is
sound like that don't even sound like something a man would say.
no,
What?
no, 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 no. Listen to what I'm saying. It's easier for me to
See,
go in Costa Rica and
So he's
start an
talking about
African American
us going
community.
to Africa.
I'm talking about us going to Africa. It's easier for me to go to Belize or to Panama, okay, and get with an expat community that we all look out for each other, right? And so what happens is you get us as individuals, especially sisters, they're going out there by themselves, right? They're only human beings. They want some company and they want to get with these men. But you don't realize, okay, that that they want what you got. They might not necessarily want you. And
What
so,
I'm saying, what listen to me, Dollar Bill. What I'm
yes.
trying to explain to you
Uh-huh.
is the frustration that the local men them feel when they
Okay.
see us them with our money.
Yes.
The frustration that they feel instead of victimizing us and saying, "Hey, there's a mark." Take your frustration to your local leadership.
Oh, they
Take
ain't
your
doing that.
frustration to your local chiefs.
Yeah, I got
Take
it.
your frustration to your local appointed officials. Don't victimize people around you. That
Well, this
don't
is
do not
do,
gaslight the point of what
yeah,
I'm
you're
saying.
absolutely correct. But the thing is, what Carla said and how you started the show, you got to have the mindset to do that. And so what happens is people by nature go for the low hanging fruit because the low hanging fruit is easy to get to.
And it doesn't help anything when you got all these people online constantly demonizing us, right? Look what Liberia 2.0, they're gonna pull another Liberia in your country, and then all that justification when the propaganda towards us. If a lot of these Africans believe we're all here on welfare with drug dealers, everything, that's why propaganda is so dangerous. Why? Because people will act on it. So that's why I say I don't play with propaganda. When somebody come up here, you want to have an honest discussion about anything, we can do it. But when you come up here spewing propaganda, and whatnot, and I know that goes out there because people actually believe that stuff. They believe it's stuff about us.
yeah, I agree with that.
And so that's why I attack. I was telling Frenchie, I attack this stuff so viciously. I know when somebody's having a discussion, an honest discussion, maybe they not know, and I know when somebody trying to spread propaganda.
Right.
And you have to, because that's exactly how those sisters got killed in Fiancra. That's exactly how people get killed in the Gambia, Ghana, and every other place and whatnot. Why? Because we let propaganda. Oh, it's so big. They're all black. We're black. We're black. No, it doesn't mean like that. The mind. You don't know what's in their mind. We have a mind, a pan-African mind, black unity mind, everything.
Yeah.
You don't know what's in their mind.
Yeah, they mindset is totally different. Like,
People have to realize too. Let me just say this. I follow a guy. I'm not trying to shout him out, but I follow a guy who lives in the Philippines. And guys get angry with him because he tells the truth. But one of the things that he says, that you get these 28-year-old Philippine girls and you get these 60-something, 70-year-old men from America, he's letting you know you're paying to play. They're not in love with you. They might like you like a grandfather or something like that, but you're paying to play. And so what happens is, and I'm not blaming the victim, but some of these women go to these countries and they become the sugar mama to some of these dudes.
Passport grannies.
And they're not being protected. They think if they give them money and do things for them, they're not going to unalive them. But see, people are trying to get to the bag. Now, the situation is a little different for the women, because when these men come to Africa and they get with a young woman, they depend on them because they have babies. Sometimes the whole family depends on that man.
If you're an expat, you go to places like Ghana and whatnot, you got a whole village depending on you, a dollar here, a dollar there. And the
But these
bottom line is
women,
just, the
they
bag.
want a man, and some of them want to be sexually fulfilled, and they go out here and these guys do whatever they got to do, and then they turn around and for some reason they unalive them so they can assume the wealth that they have. And this is a real problem. It was happening in Ghana and it's happening in the Gambia.
Right.
And I don't know what these sisters are being told, that when they get there, that they're going to be protected and all
They're
of
gonna be
this stuff.
queens. They believe they're gonna be queens and all stuff like
No,
that.
that's not exactly what we are sold. That's not true. What often happens is like this pretty much the same experience everywhere. It's not like dust is universal. A man does a bait and switch.
Yeah, let me
Period. A
just say
man
this.
does a
I don't
bait
know
and
if she's still
switch.
talking.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, no, I want to
I'm
hear
just
her
saying,
elaborate.
men do bait and switch. It's not just a unique phenomenon that we experience with African men. All black men do bait and switch. In some situations are worse than others. Some women can bounce back from it better than others. But that is fundamentally the experience that black women are having over there. Cut black women a break. They're being lied to. They're being hoodwinked, bamboozled, run amok.
Are they being lied to, or are
No,
they
Mister.
lying to themselves?
One second. One
We
second,
got
guys. Let me
that
say this.
attitude,
Let me say
just
this
like
real
the
quick.
West. That's
Black
all.
black women and black men that's leaving America to go to Africa. Your mindset got to be the same way you would think if you're in the hood. Africa is not a playground. It's not a tourist destination where you're going to be on a safari for 5, 10 years. It's dangerous. People are out there to get money out of you, either with a smile or with a frown. So don't go to Africa and think this is a safari and you're going to live your best life. It's best to move in silence, have a close group of friends, and don't expose yourself to be a foreigner. That's the key. If you go out there and you think they're going to welcome you with a big tribal dance and everybody's going to know that's the lady from America, she has some money, she's looking for some house help, she got a nice guy that's going to come in, do her pool work, and maybe, give her some other kind of plumbing, you have to be mindful. Don't go to Africa thinking this is, you're going on a vacation at a resort. Go there with the
Well,
mindset
like
that
I said,
everybody
I
is
personally
trying
had
to
to take
steal
some
from you.
responsibility because I influenced people to move to the continent. It didn't turn out well.
Yeah, and that's the key.
I had the
That's the key,
mindset.
Mystic Dime.
I had the
Maybe she.
mindset. I had the mindset that these are people over there. They look like us. Oh yeah, Africans. I realize now the mind is different.
It's not the
That's
mind. The
the reason
mind
I
isn't different,
over there.
Colin. It's just like Dollar Bill said. It's a human vice. When people have less than you have, and if they strategize a way that they can get over on you, whether it's being nice to you to tell you they want to help you, they want to help you with all your needs, or they're going to come and just rob you. That's the key. That's the point. It happens in this country. It happens in Africa. Don't think that all the Africans are happy to see you have more than they do. You have to protect yourself at all times. Your identity, the way you move. You have to protect yourself. So maybe Mystic Dom had a bad experience, or her friends had bad experiences, and maybe she can explain that to us. But don't go to Africa thinking it's going to be all games and fun.
Well,
There are bad
I
people
understand that
there.
Africa is not a place for games and fun. I definitely understand that. What I do have a problem.
He's going in and out.
Yeah,
Can
that's
you hear me now? My phone. I'm gonna put
Yeah.
my finger on the screen. I'm sorry. What I do have a problem with though is the idea that all these Beckys, because I've been on the plane with them as we arrived in that crowd. All these Beckys get to come over. They don't have to worry about none of these problems, but let my black ass come over there. I damn near need an army.
Because hold on, let me say, Mr. Dime, you have a bad. We black people in America, people been putting out propaganda about us all over the world, and it seeps into the African culture consciousness. They have
back to the
white
mind
people have a
state.
propaganda about them, but it's mostly positive.
Well,
You
it's
know,
disrespectful. Becky from London can come with no problems, but let me come from Atlanta, all hell's fixing to break loose. That's disrespectful and it's getting old. And let me tell you something else too. Please do not underestimate all African American women that return to the continent. You don't know what kind of protection we got. That
Yeah,
I'm
and
gonna leave it there.
I would advise it. It's best to be well protected. That's your best bet.
if you go into Africa as a single woman and you want to hook up with those people there, you have to understand your mindset and the mindset. What Evie said is actually not the same.
Nah.
Women
Well,
don't
listen,
challenge. Hold
primal
on,
get primal every day.
women don't
I see
challenge.
you and you
Right.
see me. We
Women
know
don't
it's about
challenge. Women
survival
don't
of the
challenge
fittest,
men there.
and I'm well aware of that.
Women
Real
don't challenge men. Women don't challenge men there.
fake patriarchy.
There's a
Yo,
level of
Mystic
that
Dime, in Africa, we are afraid of our own families that they will
is
try to kill us for our stuff that we have. So, what about you as a foreigner?
Well,
The
Elvis, you need
mindset
to
is
This is
stop
what
different.
it.
I find funny.
The
so
They
continent
be
is not a
acting like we
monolith.
don't
Stop
also
saying
practice the
Africa and
same stuff
Africa, man.
over
It's
here that they
annoying.
practice over there. Then you
Frenchie,
telling me what to
respectfully,
do
you
over
don't
there
come
that
from
I
a
can't figure out
you
over
don't come
here.
from
Her
a
spirits that work
pocket
for her over
dimension.
there
It's the
work with
same in
me over
Cameroon.
here. Her ancestors that work for her over
You
there
don't know
work with me
Cameroon.
over
Speak for
here.
your own
Please stop
country.
thinking that
Not
black
true. I
people
Stop
have an
making
America
auntie in
is
law
not
who's
as
excuses for
powerful
Cameroonian.
ignorance
and
all the
protected
time.
as them Africans in them villages. You would be a fool to
Kala,
think that.
that woman that is speaking, if he carry with that attitude to Africa by challenging African men there in the living room,
yeah, but that's why I say like this. I think even though, like I said, I problem with women, I want to be. If we have did Africa, I want to be in a position where we could protect our women over there because we know if the
Kala,
say like this, you
Kala,
can't. You
you're
know,
the
I don't believe
minority
that a man
there.
should beat a woman because she
Kala,
just
it's not just Africa. You see these passport bros getting killed in South America too, and those are mostly Hispanic or Latino men. It's not just Africa. Anybody who can exploit you in their country, knowing that you're a foreigner, they're going to do it. And if you get entangled with the wrong people or the wrong lady or the wrong male, they're going to use you as as a mark, like somebody said, and they're gonna either rob you or worse, kill you. It's happening in South America. That's not Africa. It's happening there.
Elvis is not just only using foreigner. Even if you're look, let me tell you one thing. Even in Nigeria, right? If you have money or if you don't have money, women they don't really fall in love with you because you're so handsome or you're good looking. If you have money, they will go after you. They will pretend to love you, and they will do everything to hide their their character. So if you get involved with them and you start swinging that swing without you not knowing that you be used, you'll be used. You understand me? It's not about you being American or not. If you just have money, everybody will flock to you. If you drive a beautiful Mercedes Benz, people, if you're single or if you're not even single, polygamous is allowed there. So if you're a black American woman who's going there, possibility you didn't have your groove maybe for 30 years, you think, man, your friends told you, man, if you come to Africa, you'll be like a superstar. They will like you because whatever it is, that you jump into this guy's hands and you think, oh man, they will really love me. Forget it. You are dark as the other women also.
I
But we
understand.
still,
You're right, sir. And I didn't mean to get passionate early either. My apologies.
so
I just want to make sure that everyone understands that black women in America are more protected than you might think. For those of us that are tapped in and tuned in, there's nothing that an African can conjure against an African American that an African American don't have a cure for. Do you understand? We're the same ancestors. But that's
yes.
deep. I'm sorry. This is another conversation
Yeah,
for
look,
another day.
look, look,
Hey,
look. The
folks,
truth of the
I
matter
gotta go to
is,
bed. I gotta end the live stream, but y'all
the
keep.
truth of the matter is, they will
Yeah, I
like
can't roll with y'all tonight, man. I gotta be fresh for my last